Okay, David, we are back live for part 5 of Philosophy of Science. Hope people have enjoyed from the series so far. I've gained a lot from doing it, mostly just reading articles, kind of due diligence for what will hopefully be the release of some of my research that I want to be fully grounded within a scientific framework. So I've been doing a lot of research, reading on my own, and I have hundreds of books on the topic, a lot of the original source material, but just to say the words out and read through kind of an authoritative um, source. I've been reading mostly from the Stanford Encyclopedia on various issues. And today I hope to complete the first half of the course, which is mostly philosophical, the philosophical precursors of the philosophy of science. And the second half, 5 through 10, will be more technical. There's a lot to cover. So let's jump right in. So I thought I'd share something real quick. Everyone, thanks for tuning in. God bless. Good to see you. I thought I'd share something real quick, just give a people a feel for the nature of the philosophy of science, because it's not a particularly popular field. And so if you notice, for example, University of Michigan had a minor in the philosophy, epistemology and philosophy of science, and it was canceled. And usually philosophy of science is held within the philosophy department, and so Michigan doesn't even have something like that. Doesn't even have a degree, um, not even a minor. There might be a single course offered on the subject. Eastern Michigan, Michigan State uh, may have a course or two, and a lot of that deals more with like morals and racial aspects, feminist aspects, sociology, than a more technical aspect of the philosophy of science. There are a handful of university departments. So you see at Harvard, they have the Department of the History of Science, and Harvard actually has a museum of the history of science. And a lot of the famous names that we've mentioned were at Harvard, spent time at Harvard as an adjunct professor, but they don't have a field of the philosophy of science. And they do have uh, a Department of the History of Science. I'm not exactly sure if you could get a full degree in um, in the field, or maybe it's a doctoral program that's more research. There's not really much class basis in it, and so it's more like a doctoral program where people could do research at Harvard, which is pretty popular. A lot of people do uh, graduate research programs, although they do have a fantastic historical scientific instruments museum that has a lot of famous historical artifacts. Um, Here's an example: University of Utah, in the philosophy of science, where it's a program where they do actually have a full degree in the philosophy of science at the University of Utah. And you could see the example type coursework where you have to take your number of courses within the history, science and society, philosophy of biology, philosophy of social science, cognitive science, philosophy of race, special topics, feminist philosophy of science, history of women in science, technology and medicine, philosophy of physics, and courses within science that are more like logic, choice theory, philosophy of mind, bioethics, more courses in logic. And this would be for a full degree, University of Utah. That Hey Miha, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate that. that environmental ethics, research ethics, engineering ethics, and a whole bunch of 20th century courses, ancient Greek, medieval philosophy, various things that would be put together for uh, a degree in the philosophy of science, including stuff on medicine. Although you see, it's not such a common degree. Caltech has courses, so a lot of this, a lot of it's more historical, in related to the history of science as opposed to the philosophy of science. Here's a course on causation, something that I've covered in depth, probability, evidence, and belief, philosophy of physics, philosophy of space and time, philosophical issues in quantum physics, philosophy of mathematics, different history, technology, things related to the hard problem of consciousness, like the moral brain, happiness, human nature. A lot of these things are within larger philosophy, overlap with the philosophy of science. Here you have a course in model and theory in ancient astronomy from the Babylonians to the Greeks, on Einstein, the history of modern physical sciences. And so Caltech actually has quite a few courses, history of light, mechanics, classification, its consequences for modern biology and medicine, history of biotechnology, matter and force, physical astronomy from Ptolemy to Newton, the occult origins of modern science, alchemy, astrology, and magic, course on forbidden knowledge, angels and monsters, from Plato to Pluto. So you see that Caltech actually offers quite a few courses on subject matter related to the philosophy of science. And Stanford, mentioned obviously Stanford. Some of the Vienna Circle found their way to Stanford, and so Stanford actually has one of the larger programs in the history and philosophy of science, and it offers full degrees and graduate degrees, and there's under major in the history and philosophy of science, um, in the history of science and medicine. And you could see some of the courses, Aristotle's Logic, the Greek invention of mathematics, a course on the scientific revolution, the world history of science, the missing link, the age of the plague, medicine and society, the trial of Galileo, history of evolution, um, coffee, sugar, and chocolate, commodities and consumption in world history, Leonardo's world, science, technology, and art, Darwin and the history of life, early modern things, um, things related to medicine. And then within philosophy, you have a course on Kant and significant figures in the philosophy of science, central topics in the philosophy of science, including causation, um, course on space and time again, and Friedman, who is, I believe, the head of the department and has written somewhat on the Vienna circles and a direct discipleship from some of the, I think, to review who was at Stanford from the Vienna Circle, but Stanford was one of the places where people from the Vienna Circle actually set up an institute. The first philosophy of science department was the Mach at the University of Berlin, in hence the Vienna Circle in Berlin. The overlap. There's still a decent amount of philosophy of science in Germany, maybe other countries related. Interesting course, the history of ignorance. So I just thought I'd mention that quickly to say, like, why I'm doing this, what's the field. It's it's a small field. It's an important field. It's understudied. It's the University of Michigan doesn't even offer it. And so I thought I'd just show that in terms of people studying, who studies the philosophy of science formally. It's not a popular, probably only tens of people a year get a degree in the subject, graduate studies, not many people in the field. There, like in Pittsburgh, there's a few schools that have programs. I said their YouTube channels hardly get more views than me. It's not that popular of a field, although it is quite important. And saying the importance a lot of times is related to the social foundations, and it's not people who are actually scientists who would study the field. It'd be people who are some form of cultural critics of science as opposed to actual scientists. Although, if you were an engineer getting a degree in physics or mathematics, like the University of Michigan might have had a minor in the philosophy of science, that someone who is maybe somewhat more philosophically grounded would philosophy is a minor subject also, saying what are you going to do with philosophy? You're going to become like a high school teacher or try to write books. So just thought I'd show that. So let's look review. So this is already part 5. Last week we covered Hilbert's axiomatization and his 23 problems, including the attempt to axiommatize physics. Related also talked about the unity of science and the relationship of grand unification theories, the philosophical concept of what does it mean to have unity in science and the different conceptions of that. We looked at Einstein's philosophy of science. So Einstein, one of the most famous scientists, but also a prolific philosopher of science. And he wrote many works, spoke often about the philosophy of science, and was in regular contact in writing in journals with the major philosophers of science, with his direct relationship with many people in the Vienna Circle, like Schlicht and Berlin. Einstein was educated in Berlin and taught in Berlin for a period of time. And you mentioned Einstein's pick and choose type attitude, where he didn't necessarily have a coherent school that he was part of, but kind of did what worked and took different elements within. And mentioned things like holism, univocal, and simplicity. Then we went over logical positivism, which is somewhat the outgrowth of the Vienna Circle. And today I had a few more related things to go over in this continuation. So I want to cover first probably something more philosophical about the question of rationalism versus empiricism. So we'll turn back to a more meta-philosophical issue of rationalism versus empiricism. How do we know things? What's the basis of knowledge for a full understanding of what does it mean, scientific knowledge? Then we'll look at scientific progress. What does it conceptually mean that science is progressing, so to say, getting closer to truth? And this will have conceptions of what's called the truth value, and will lead in to possibly the multiple truth hypothesis. And I think maybe over Passover, I will do a separate stream on the multiple truth hypothesis, going over the first 5 episodes of the philosophy of science and leading in how this is going to be relevant to the multiple truth hypothesis. But you'll see some of this conception within scientific progress, where how do you measure whether science is actually making progress? And one of the methods is a formulation of a truth value to compare various theories against each other that would be similar to aspects of the multiple truth hypothesis, specifically in relation to science. Then hopefully we'll look in depth into Karl Popper. Karl Popper, one of the biggest names in the philosophy of science, notable for falsification, the demarcation problem, the development of the modern day publication and peer review system, and other factors. And maybe we'll look at a little bit of his attempt to apply the scientific method to fields like economics and politics. And also, of note, Karl Popper was the mentor of George Soros, and George Soros's Open Society is something that George Soros actually took from Karl Popper. So George Soros did not actually create the concept of the open society. That actually comes from, I don't think Karl Popper is necessarily the originator, but he's one of the biggest thinkers in it. And we'll see how possibly Karl Popper's philosophy of science applied to history and applied to politics and society leads to the open society and you fighting against fascism. And you maybe George Soros is always in the news and his political and economic or philanthropic activity. So be interesting to look that in with a Popperian view. Then hopefully we'll conclude the philosophical background of the philosophy of science by looking at two things, which would be physicalism and scientific realism, which are both offshoots of the Vienna Circle. And the Vienna Circle usually leads into scientific realism. Logical realism or logical positivism. And then scientific realism is an offshoot from these fields, but has earlier origins and is one of the main schools of, we'll call, the philosophy of science. And probably most scientists, most students of scientists don't know enough about philosophy to even classify themselves. So the two main schools today are probably physicalism, materialism, and physicalism is actually defined by Carnap and Neurath and is a direct descendant of the Vienna Circle, although there's ancient physicalism, which was usually called materialism, but the modern formulation of physicalism that probably dominates the scientist, probably over half of scientists, could fall into some form of physicalism, and that's a direct descendant of the Vienna Circle. The terminology comes straight from Carnap and Neurath, and scientific realism is many ways overlapped to physicalism, and so hopefully I have time to go through all of these. So a lot to cover. You appreciate people tuning in. I hope these have been somewhat beneficial. I'm certainly gaining from them. I see it's kind of boring of just reading long articles from the encyclopedia. I'm reading a lot of other books. I'm doing this somewhat like due diligence as my own mental technique to help me memorize and expand, say the words out, listen to myself saying the words, to get used to talking about these fields, because really they're not popular fields. There's like in Michigan, there's I don't know anyone who's really intensively studied the philosophy of science. Like Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. My father had that book on his shelf. Karl Popper, some of his books, maybe some of the other names, but I wouldn't be surprised if I know quite a few people who've read Kuhn and Popper, and maybe some people even heard of like Carnap and Hempel and Putnam and some of the other names, but even those names are hardly heard of, let alone that people would be conversant with the ideas, even scientists. So even at University of Michigan or Wayne State, anywhere near me, engineering schools, engineering conferences, knowledge of these issues is probably pretty sparse. And they might be minorly interesting to people, and it'll be a topic for another discussion. The capitalization and engineering. We talked about the philosophy of technology, and science is kind of trying to understand what is, how the world works, as opposed to technology and engineering is trying to mold the world in a certain method. So within science, it's a lot of engineering, which is how to do things, how to produce things, manufacturing, and next month I'll hopefully start even a few a month will be engineering conferences. So hopefully I'll stream these, and these will be beneficial to the future of producing better engineering content. But people within the science fields, they want to make things, they want to make money, and they might have a little bit of interest in these topics, but it's unclear that even most engineers or scientists have much interest in these topics. And a lot of times the people who have interest in the philosophy of science are actually theologians and people who have an extreme bias, not necessarily against science, because most theologians like science. However, the reason for theologians to study the philosophy of science is to fight atheism, to support their tradition, to try to demonstrate how science does not necessarily conflict with religion. And the general view of most people, you maybe will look at it, although it's not direct related, is the conflict um, theory between religion and science, that science and religion are in direct conflict with each other, and people believed in religion before the advent of science, and now with the advent of science, religion is largely ascientific, so to say, false. And the more you know about science, the less likely you are to be interested in religion. You may be a slight overlap with topics like yeshiva education and trying to force secular studies, and saying, well, if you force people to learn science, they're not going to want to be, so to say, extremist religions, because they're going to realize that it's not true. Um, so you have a lot of theologians. So that's kind of implicit among modern science, and we'll look more when we talk about realism and physicalism. But that's why you have a large amount of people who study the philosophy of science with the purpose of, so not necessarily discrediting science, but limiting the power of science to be informative about issues like spirituality. And then also social critics, where generally in America, scientists do not end up in politics and have very little power within politics. You have a few medical doctors in politics, but besides that, there's hardly any engineers or architect. Netanyahu's an architect. Someone in the Far East, you might be more likely to find people with an engineering background who make their way into politics. So also in American politics, there's somewhat like a give and take, or conflict between politics, policy, and science. And we covered it a little bit when we talked about logical positivism, and the role now, like studies and statistical methods towards politics and sociology have become popularized. However, most people, say the philosophy of science is usually more to compartmentalize and limit the scope of science, and as opposed to a more serious philosophical method of trying to understand what truth is. So I'm going to make a blessing. So, God willing, hopefully I'll have strength to get through quite a bit today, maybe about 5 hours of reading. If anyone's enjoying this, tune in. Feel free to @Duvid in the chat, and I'll try to chime in during at the breaking points in the articles. Okay, so here we go. Let's start with rationalism versus empiricism. Important issue. A lot of information here. It's not completely related to science. It's more pure philosophy, but it's one of the last philosophical issues, and that is directly related to the theory of knowledge and understanding how we know knowledge, and specifically scientific knowledge. And after I finish my philosophy of science, I will try to pivot back, and hopefully this series on the philosophy of science will be enough to start to introduce the multiple truth hypothesis related to truth value in scientific theories. And I actually hope next week over Passover to start to introduce that, and then continue the part 6 through 10 of the series, which will be more technical aspects within the philosophy of science. And then I hope to go back to more philosophical issues, which will be more directly related to um, concepts like dualism, panpsychism, consciousness, and the second half of this series will lead in more to questions of consciousness and where consciousness comes in as a science, so to say, the science of consciousness. And I mentioned that a lot of people are interested in the philosophy of science, are theologically based. Also, a lot of people interested in the science of consciousness are actually spiritually based because they have a spiritual conception of the soul or dualism or mysticism, and they want to know more, be better meditators, be more spiritual, and look for science to provide insights to that. Okay, so a lot of reading today. So, God give me strength, and hopefully I will be able to cover all 5 of these articles. I had actually prepared, I showed last week on measurement, but I'll probably put that over to the second half because I want to cover the more philosophical basis first in the first half, and the second half will be more technical. Rationalism versus empiricism. In the most general terms, the dispute between rationalism and empiricism has been taken to concern the extent to which we are dependent upon experience in our effort to gain knowledge of the external world. It is common to think of experience itself as being of 2 kinds: sense experience involving our 5 world-oriented senses, and reflective experience, including conscious awareness of our mental operations. The distinction between the two is drawn primarily by reference to their objects. Sense experience allows us to acquire knowledge of external objects, whereas our awareness of our mental operations is responsible for the acquisition of knowledge of our minds. In the dispute between rationalism and empiricism, the distinction is often neglected. Rationalist critiques of empiricism usually contend that the latter claim is that our ideas originate with sense experience. It is generally agreed that most rationalists claim that there are significant ways in which our concepts and knowledge are gained independently of sense experience. To be a rationalist, however, does not require one to claim that our knowledge is acquired independently of any experience. At its core, the Cartesian cogito depends on our reflective, intuitive awareness of the existence of a current thought. Rationalists generally develop their view in 2 steps. First, they argue that there are cases where the content of our concepts or knowledge outstrips the information that sense experience can provide. Second, they construct accounts of how reason, in some form or other, provides that additional information about the external world. Most empiricists present complementary lines of thought. First, they develop accounts of how experience alone, sense experience, reflective experience, or a combination of the two, provides the information that rationalists cite insofar as we have it in the first place. Second, while empiricists attack the rationalist account of how reason is a primary source of concepts of knowledge, they show that reflective understanding can and usually does supply some of the missing links. Famously, Locke believed that our ideas of substance in general is a composite idea incorporating elements derived from both sensation and reflection. The distinction between rationalism and empiricism is not without problems. One of the main issues is that almost no author falls neatly into one camp or another. It has been argued that Descartes, for instance, who is commonly regarded as a representative rationalist, at least with regard to metaphysics, had clear empiricist leanings, primarily with regard to natural philosophy. Conversely, Locke, who is thought to be a paradigmatic empiricist, argued that reason is on equal footing with experience when it comes to knowledge of certain things, most famously of moral truths. Introduction. The dispute between rationalists and empiricists takes place primarily within epistemology, the branch of philosophy devoted to studying the nature, sources, and limits of knowledge. Knowledge itself can be of many different things and is usually divided among 3 main categories: knowledge of the external world, knowledge of the internal world, or self-knowledge, and knowledge of moral and aesthetic values. We may find that there are category-specific conditions that must be satisfied for knowledge to occur, and that it is easier or more difficult to shape certain questions and answers depending on whether we focus on the external world or on values. However, some of the defining questions of general epistemology include the following. What is the nature of propositional knowledge? Knowledge that a particular proposition of the world, ourselves, morality, or beauty is true. To know a proposition, we must believe it, and it must be true, but something more is required, something that distinguishes between knowledge from a lucky guess. Let's call this additional element warrant. A good deal of philosophical work has been invested in trying to determine the nature of warrant. How we gain knowledge, how can we form true beliefs just by making lucky guesses? How to gain warranted beliefs is less clear. Moreover, to know the external world or anything about beauty, for instance, we must be able to think about the external world or about beauty. It is unclear how we gain the concepts we use in thought, or what assurance, if any, we have that the ways in which we divide up the world using our concepts corresponds to divisions that actually exist. What are the limits of knowledge? Some aspects of the external world ourselves, or the moral and aesthetical values may be within the limits of our thought, but beyond the limits of our knowledge. Faced with competing descriptions of them, we cannot know which description is true. Some aspects of the external world ourselves, or the moral and aesthetic values, may even be beyond the limits of our thought, so we cannot form intelligible descriptions of them, let alone that a particular description is true. The disagreement between rationalists and empiricists primarily concerns the second question regarding the sources of our concepts of and knowledge. In some instances, the disagreement on the topic results in conflicting responses to the question as well. The disagreement may extend to incorporate the nature of warrant or where the limits of our thought and knowledge are. Our focus here will be on the competing rationalist and empiricist responses to the second question. There are three main issues that usually seen as relevant for drawing the distinction between rationalism and empiricism, with a focus on the second question. While the first thesis has been traditionally seen as distinguishing between rationalist and empiricism, scholars now mostly agree that most rationalists and empiricists abide by the so-called induction-deduction thesis concerning the way in which we become warranted in believing propositions in a particular subject area. The intuitive deduction thesis: some proportions in a particular subject area S are knowable by us by intuition alone. Still others are knowable by being deduced from intuited propositions. Intuition is a form of direct, immediate insight. Intuition has been linked to a sort of internal perception by most rationalists and empiricists alike. Intellectually grasping a proposition, we just see it to be true in such a way as to form a true warranted belief in it. Deduction is a process in which we derive conclusions from intuitive premises through valid arguments, ones in which the conclusion must be true if the premises are true. We intuit, for example, that the number 3 is prime and that is greater than 2. We deduce from this knowledge that there is a prime number greater than 2. Intuition and deduction thus provide us with knowledge that is independent for its justification of experience. This type of knowledge, since Kant, is commonly called a priori. We can generate different versions of the intuitive deduction thesis by substituting different subject areas for the variable S. Several rationalists and empiricists take mathematics to be known by intuition and deduction. Some place ethical truths in this category. Some include metaphysical claims such as God exists, we have free will, and our mind and body are distinct substances. The second thesis that is relevant to the distinction between rationalism and empiricism is the innate knowledge thesis. The innate knowledge thesis: we have knowledge of some truths in particular subject area S as part of our nature. The innate knowledge thesis asserts that the existence of knowledge whose source is our own nature. We are born with this knowledge. It doesn't depend for its justification on our assessing it via particular experiences. Our innate knowledge is not learned through either experience or intuition deduction. It is just part of our nature. Experience may trigger a process by which we bring this knowledge to consciousness, but these experiences do not provide us with the knowledge itself. It has in some way been with us all along. According to some rationalists, we gained the knowledge in an earlier existence. According to others, God provided us with it at creation. Still others say that it's part of our innate nature through natural selection. We get different versions of the innate knowledge thesis by substituting different subject areas for the variable S. The more subjects included within the range of the thesis, or the more controversial the claim to have knowledge in them, the more radical the form of rationalism. Stronger and weaker understandings of warrant yield stronger and weaker versions of the thesis as well. Empiricists rejected this thesis. Locke, for instance, dedicates the whole of his first book of the essay to show that such knowledge, even if it existed, would be of little use to us. The third important thesis that is relevant to the distinction between rationalism and empiricism is the innate concept thesis. The innate concept thesis: we have some of the concepts we employ in a particular subject area S as part of our rational nature. According to the innate concept thesis, some of our concepts are not gained from experience. They are part of our rational nature, in such a way that while sense experience may trigger a process by which they are brought to consciousness, experience does not provide the concepts or determine the information they contain. Some claim that the innate concept thesis is entailed by the innate knowledge thesis. A particular instance of knowledge can only be innate if the concepts that are contained in the known propositions are also innate. This is Locke's position. The content and strength of the innate concept thesis varies with the concept claimed to be innate. The more a concept seems removed from experience and the mental operations we can perform or experience, the more plausible it may be claimed to be innate. Rationalism. The intuition deduction thesis, the innate knowledge thesis, and the innate concept thesis are essential to rationalism. Since the intuition deduction thesis is equally important to empiricism, the focus in what follows will be on the other two theses. To be a rationalist is to adopt at least one of them, either the innate knowledge thesis regarding our presumed propositional innate knowledge or the innate concepts thesis regarding our supposed innate knowledge of concepts. Rationalists vary the strength of their view by adjusting their understanding of warrant. Some take warranted beliefs to be beyond even the slightest doubt and claim that intuition provide beliefs on this high epistemic status. Others interpret warrant more conservatively, say as belief beyond a rational doubt, and claim that intuition provides beliefs of that caliber. Still, another dimension of rationalism depends on how its proponents understand the connection between intuition on the one hand and truth on the other. Some take intuition to be infallible, claiming that whatever we intuit must be true. Others allow for the possibility of false intuited propositions. Two other closely related theses are generally adopted by rationalists, although one can certainly be a rationalist without adopting either one of them. The first is that sense experience cannot provide what we gain from reason. The indispensability of reason thesis, the knowledge we gain in a subject S by intuition and deduction, as well as the ideas and instances of knowledge in S that are innate to us, could not have been gained by us through sense experience. The second is that reason is superior to sense experience as a source of knowledge. The superiority of reason thesis, the knowledge we gain in subject area S by intuition and deduction or have innately is superior to any knowledge gained by sense experience. How reason is superior needs explanation, and rationalists have offered different accounts. One view generally associated with Descartes is that what we know by intuition is certain beyond even the slightest doubt, while what we believe or even know on the basis of sense experience is at least somewhat uncertain. Another view generally associated with Plato locates the superiority of a priori knowledge in the objects known. What we know by reason alone, a Platonic form, say, is superior in an important metaphysical way, unchanging, eternal, perfect, a higher degree of being to what we are aware of through sense experience. Most forms of rationalism involve notable commitments to other philosophical positions. One is a commitment to the denial of skepticism for at least some area of knowledge. If we claim to know some truths by intuition or deduction, or have some innate knowledge, we obviously reject skepticism with regard to those truths. Rationalism is the form of the intuition deductive thesis. Rationalism in the form of the intuition deductive thesis is also committed to epistemic foundationalism, the view that we know some truths without basing our beliefs in them or any others, and that we use this foundational knowledge to know more truths. Empiricism. Empiricism also endorses the intuition deduction thesis, but in a more restricted sense than the rationalist. This thesis applies only to relations of the contents of our mind, not also about empirical facts learned from the external world. By contrast, empiricists reject the innate knowledge and innate concept thesis. Insofar as we have knowledge in a subject, our knowledge is gained, not only triggered by our experiences, be they sensorial or reflective. Experience is thus our only source of ideas. Moreover, they reject the corresponding version of the superiority of reason thesis, since reason alone does not give us any knowledge. It certainly does not give us superior knowledge. Empiricists need not reject the indispensability of reason thesis, but most of them do. The main characteristic of empiricism, however, is that it endorses a version of the following claim for some subject area. The empiricist thesis: we have no source of knowledge in S or for the concepts we use in S other than experience. To be clear, the empiricist thesis does not entail that we have empirical knowledge. It entails that knowledge can only be gained, if at all, by experience. Empiricists may assert, as some do for some subjects, that the rationalists are correct to claim that experience cannot give us knowledge. The conclusion they draw from the rationalist lesson is that we do not know at all. This is indeed Hume's position with regard to causation, which he argues is not actually known, but only presupposed by holding true in virtue of a particular habit of our mind. We have stated the basic claim of rationalism and empiricism so that each is relative to a particular subject area. Rationalism and empiricism, so revitalized, need not conflict. We can be rationalist in mathematics or a particular area of mathematics and empiricist in all or some of the physical sciences. Rationalism and empiricism only conflict when formulated to cover the same subject. Then the debate, rationalism versus empiricism, is joined. The fact that philosophers can be both rationalists and empiricists has implications for the classification schemes often employed in the history of philosophy, especially the one traditionally used to describe the early modern period of the 17th and 18th century leading up to Kant. It is standard practice to group the philosophers of this period as either rationalist or empiricist, and to suggest that those under one heading share a common agenda in opposition to those under the other. Thus, Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz are the continental rationalists in opposition to Locke, Hume, and Reid, the British empiricists. Such general classification schemes should only be adopted with great caution. The view of the individual philosophers are a lot more subtle and complex than the simple-minded classification suggests. Locke rejects rationalism in the form of any version of the innate knowledge or innate concept thesis, but he nonetheless adopts the induction, intuition, deduction thesis with regard to our knowledge of God's existence, in addition to our knowledge of mathematics and morality. Descartes and Locke have a remarkably similar view of the nature of our ideas, even though Descartes takes many to be innate, while Locke ties them all to experience. The rationalist empiricist classification also encourages us to expect the philosophers on each side of the divide to have common research programs in areas beyond epistemology. Thus, Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz are mistakenly seen as applying the reason-centered epistemology to a common metaphysical agenda, with each trying to improve on the efforts of the one before, while Locke, Hume, and Reid are mistakenly seen as gradually rejecting those metaphysical claims, with each consciously trying to improve on the efforts of his predecessors. It is also important to note that the rationalist empiricist distinction is not exhaustive, or the possible sources of knowledge. One might claim, for example, that we can gain knowledge of a particular area in the form of divine revelation or insight that is a product of neither reason nor sense experience. In short, when we use carelessly the labels rationalist and empiricist, as well as the slogan that is the title of this essay, Rationalism versus Empiricism, can impede rather than advance our understanding. The most interesting form of the debate occurs when we take the relevant subject to be truths about the external world, the world beyond our own minds. A full-fledged rationalist will regard to our knowledge of the external world with regard to our knowledge of the external world holds that some external world truths are and must be innate, and that this knowledge is superior to any of the sense experience could ever provide. The full-fledged empiricist about our knowledge of the external world replies that when it comes to the nature of the world beyond our own minds, experience is our sole source of information. Reason might inform us of the relation among our ideas, but those ideas themselves can only be gained, and any truths about the external reality they represent can only be known on the basis of experience. Historically, the rationalist empiricist dispute in epistemology has extended into the area of metaphysics, where philosophers are concerned with the basic nature of reality, including the existence of God and such aspects of our nature as free will and the relationship between the mind and body. Several rationalists have presented metaphysical theories which they have claimed to know by intuition and or deduction alone. Empiricists have rejected the theories as either speculation beyond what we can learn from experience or nonsensical attempts to describe aspects of the world beyond the concept experience can provide. The debate raises the issue of metaphysics as an area of knowledge. Kant put the driving assumption clearly. The very concept of Metaphysics ensures that the sources of metaphysics can't be empirical. If something could be known through the senses, that would automatically show that it doesn't belong to metaphysics. That's an upshot of the meaning of the word metaphysics. Its basic principle can never be taken from experience, nor can its basic concept, for it is not to be physical but metaphysical knowledge, so it must be beyond experience. The possibility then that metaphysics is so understood as an area of human knowledge hinges on how we resolve the rationalist empiricist debate. The debate also extends into ethics. Some moral objectivists take us to know some fundamental objective moral truths by intuition, while some moral skeptics who reject such knowledge find the appeal to a faculty of moral intuitions utterly implausible. The intuition deduction thesis. The intuition deduction thesis claims that we can know some propositions by intuition, still more by deduction. The debate between rationalists and empiricists is joined when the former assert and the latter deny the intuition deduction thesis with regard to propositions that contain substantive information about the external world. Rationalists such as Descartes have claimed that we can know by intuition and deduction that God exists and created the world, that our mind and body are distinct substances, and that the angles of a triangle equal two right angles, where all of these claims are truths about an external reality independent of our thought. One defense of the intuition deduction thesis assumes that we know some substantive external world truths, adds an analysis of what knowledge requires, and concludes that our knowledge must result from intuition and deduction. Rationalist empiricists alike claim that certainty is required for science, which is a type of absolute knowledge of the necessary connection that would explain why certain things are a certain way, and that certainty about the external world is beyond what empirical evidence can provide. Empiricists seem happy to then conclude that the type of knowledge of the external world that we can acquire does not have this high degree of certainty and is thus not scientia. This is because we can never be sure our sensory impressions are not part of a dream or massive demon orchestrated deception. Rationalists like Descartes on the meditation claim that only intuition can provide the certainty needed for such knowledge. This after his arguing in the rules that when we review all of the actions of the intellect by means of which we are able to arrive at knowledge of things with no fear of being mistaken, we recognize only two, intuition and deduction. This line of argument is one of the least compelling in the rationalist arsenal. First, the assumption that knowledge requires certainty comes at a heavy cost, as it rules out much of what we commonly take ourselves to know. Second, as many contemporary rationalists accept, intuition is not always a source of certain knowledge. The possibility of a deceiver gives us reason to doubt our intuitions as well as our empirical beliefs. For all we know, a deceiver might cause us to intuit false propositions, just as one might cause us to have perceptions of non-existent objects. Descartes' classic way of meeting this challenge in the Meditations is to argue that we can know with certainty that no such deceiver interferes with our intuitions and deductions. They are infallible as God guarantees their truth. The problem known as the Cartesian circle is that Descartes' account of how we gain this knowledge begs the question by attempting to deduce the conclusion that all our intuitions are true from intuited premises. Moreover, his account does not touch a remaining problem that he himself notes. Deductions of any appreciable length rely on our fallible memory. A more plausible argument for the intuition deduction thesis again assumes that we know some particular external world truths and then appeals to the nature of what we know rather than the nature of knowledge itself. To argue that our knowledge must result from intuition and deduction, Leibniz in New Essays tells us the following. The senses, although they are necessary for all our actual knowledge, are not sufficient to give us the whole of it, since the senses never give us anything but instances, that is to say, particular or individual truths. Now, all the instances which confirm a general truth, however numerous they may be, are not sufficient to establish the universal necessity of this same truth, for it does not follow that what happened before will happen in the same way again, from which it appears that necessary truths, such as we find in pure mathematics, and particularly in arithmetic and geometry, must have principles whose proof does not depend on instances, nor consequently on the testimony of the senses. although without the senses, it would never have occurred to us to think of them. Leibniz goes on to describe our mathematical knowledge as innate, and his argument is more commonly directed to the support of innate knowledge thesis rather than the intuitive deduction thesis. For our purposes here, we can relate it to the latter. However, we have substantive knowledge about the external world in mathematics, and what we know in that area we know to be necessarily true. Experiences cannot warrant beliefs about what is necessary in the case. However, experience cannot be the source of our knowledge. The best explanation of our knowledge is that we gain it by intuition and deduction. Leibniz mentions logic, metaphysics, and morals, and other areas in which our knowledge similarly outstrips what experience can provide. Judgments in logic and metaphysics involve forms of necessity beyond what experience can support. Judgments in morals involve a form of obligation or value that lies beyond experience, which only informs us about what is the case rather than about what ought to be. The strength of the argument varies with its examples of purported knowledge, insofar as we focus on controversial claims in metaphysics that God exists, that our mind is a distinct substance from our body. The initial premise that we know the claims is less compelling. Taken with regard to other areas, however, the argument clearly has legs. We know a great deal of mathematics, and we know we know how to be necessarily true. None of our experiences warrant a belief in such necessity, and we do not seem to base our knowledge on any experiences. The warrant that provides us with the knowledge arises from intellectual grasp of the propositions, which is clearly part of our learning. Similarly, we seem to have such moral knowledge as such, all other things being equal. It is wrong to break a promise, and that pleasure is intrinsically good. No empirical lessons about how things are can warrant such knowledge of how they ought to be. This argument from the intuition deduction thesis raises additional questions which rationalists must answer, insofar as they maintain that our knowledge of necessary truth in mathematics is or elsewhere by intuition and deduction is substantive knowledge or of the external world. They owe us an account of this form of necessity. Many empiricists stand ready to argue that necessity resides in the way we talk about things, not in the things we talk about. Similarly, if rationalists claim that our knowledge in morals is knowledge of an objective form of obligation, they owe us an account of how objective values are part of a world of apparently valueless facts. Perhaps most of all, any defenders of the intuition deduction thesis owe us an account of what intuition is and how it provides warranted true beliefs about the external world. What is it to intuit a proposition, and how does the act of intuition support a warranted belief? Their arguments present intuition and deduction as an explanation of assumed knowledge that can't, they say, be explained by experience, but such an explanation by intuition and deduction requires that we have a clear understanding of intuition and how it supports warranted beliefs. Metaphorical categorizations of intuition as intellectual grasping or seeing are not enough, and if intuition is some form of intellectual grasping, it appears that all that is grasped is relations among our concepts rather than facts about the external world, as the empiricist defenders of intuitions and deductions argue. One current approach to that issue involves an appeal to the phenomenal conservatism, the principle that if it seems to one as if something is the case, then one is prima facie justified in believing that it's so. Intuitions are then taken to a particular sort of seeming or appearance, an intuition that P is in a state of seeming to one that P that is not dependent on inference from other beliefs and that results from thinking about P as opposed to perceiving, remembering, or introspecting. This approach aims to demystify intuitions. They are but one more form of seeming state along with ones we gain from sense perception, memory, and introspection. It does not, however, tell us all we need to know. Any intellectual faculty, whether it be sense perception, memory, introspection, or intuition, provide us with warranted beliefs only if it is generally reliable. The reliability of sense perception stems from the causal connection between how external objects are and how we experience them. What accounts for the reliability of our intuitions regarding the external world is our intuition of a particular true proposition, the outcome of some causal interaction between ourselves and some aspect of the world. What aspect? What is the nature of this causal interaction? Michael Huemer points out in mounting his own defense of moral intuitionism, the challenge for the moral realist then is to explain how it would be anything more than chance if my moral beliefs were true. given that I do not interact with moral properties. These, however, are made all the more pressing by the classic empiricist response to the argument. The reply is generally credited to Hume and begins with a division of all true propositions into two categories. All the objects of human reason or inquiry may naturally be divided into two kinds, to wit, relations of ideas and matters of fact. Of the first are the sciences of geometry, algebra, and arithmetic. In short, every affirmation which is either intuitively or demonstratively certain. Propositions of this kind are discoverable by mere operation of thought without dependence on what is anywhere existent in the universe. Though there never were a circle or triangle in nature, the truths demonstrated by Euclid would forever retain their certainty and evidence. Matters of fact, which are the second objects of human reason, are not ascertained in the same manner, nor is there evidence of their truth, however great, or a like nature with the foregoing. The contrary of every matter of fact is still possible, because it can never imply contradiction, and is conceived by the mind with the same faculty and distinctness as if ever so comfortable to reality. Intuition and deduction could provide us with knowledge of necessary truths, such as those found in mathematics and logic, but such knowledge is not substantive knowledge of the external world. It is only knowledge of the relations of our own ideals. If the rationalist shifts the argument so it appeals to knowledge in morals, Hume's reply is to offer an analysis of our moral concept by which such knowledge is empirically gained knowledge of matters of fact. Morals and criticisms are not so properly objects of the understanding as of taste and sentiment. Beauty, whether moral or natural, is felt more properly than perceived, or if we reason concerning it and endeavor to fix the standard, we regard a new fact, to wit, the general taste of mankind, or some other facts which may be the object of reasoning and inquiry. If the rationalists appeal to our knowledge in the metaphysics to support the argument, Hume denies that we have such knowledge. An updated version of this general empiricist reply, with an increased emphasis on language and the nature of meaning, is given by the 20th in the 20th century by A.J. Ayer's version of logical positivism. Adopting positivists' verification theory of meaning, Ayer assigns every cognitively meaningful sentence to one of two categories. Either it is a tautology, and so true solely by the virtue of the meaning of its term and provides no substantive information about the world, or it is open to empirical verification. There is then no room for knowledge about the external world by intuition or deduction. There can be no a priori knowledge of reality, for the truths of pure reason, the propositions which we know to be valid independently of all experience, are so only in virtue of their lack of factual content. By contrast, empirical propositions are one in all hypotheses which may be confirmed or discredited in actual sense experience. The rationalist argument for the intuition deduction thesis goes wrong at the start. According to empiricists, by assuming that we can have substantive knowledge of the external world that outstrips what experience can warrant, we cannot. The empiricist reply faces challenges of its own. Our knowledge of mathematics seems to be about something more than our own concepts. Our knowledge of moral judgment seems to concern not just how we feel or act, but how we ought to behave. The general principles that provide a basis for the empiricist view, Hume's overall account of our ideas, the verification principle of meaning, are problematic in their own right. In all, rationalists have an argument for the intuition deduction thesis relative to our substantive knowledge of the external world, but its success rests on how well they can answer questions about the nature and epistemic force of intuition, made all the more pressing by the classic empiricist reply. The innate knowledge thesis. The innate knowledge thesis asserts that we have a priori knowledge that is knowledgeable, independent for its justification of sense experience as part of our rational nature. Experience may trigger our awareness of this knowledge, but it does not provide us with it. The knowledge is already there. Plato presents an early version of the innate knowledge thesis in the Meno as the doctrine of knowledge by recollection. The doctrine is motivated in part by a paradox that arises when we attempt to explain the nature of inquiry. How do we gain knowledge of a theorem in geometry? We inquire into the matter. Knowledge by inquiry seems implausible. We either already know the theorem at the start of our investigation, or we do not. If we already have the knowledge, there's no place for inquiry. If we lack the knowledge, we don't know what we are seeking and cannot recognize it when we find it. Either way, we cannot gain knowledge of the theorem by inquiry, yet we do know some theorems. The doctrine of knowledge by recollection offers a solution. When we inquire into the truth of a theorem, we both do and do not already know it. We have knowledge in the form of memory gained from our soul's knowledge of the theorem prior to its union with our body. We also lack some knowledge because in our soul's unification with the body, it has forgotten the knowledge and now needs to recollect it. Thus, learning the theorem allows us, in effect, to recall what we already know. Plato famously illustrates the doctrine with an exchange between Socrates and a young slave in which Socrates guides the slave from ignorance to mathematical knowledge. The slave's experience in the form of Socrates' questioning and illustrations are the occasion for his recollection of what he learned previously. Plato's metaphysics provides an additional support for the innate knowledge thesis, since our knowledge is of abstract eternal forms, which clearly lies beyond our sensory experience. It is independent for its justification of experience. Contemporary supporters of Plato's position are scarce. The initial paradox, which Plato describes as a trick argument, rings sophistical. The metaphysical assumptions in the solution needs justification. The solution does not answer the basic question, just how did the slave soul learn the theorem? The intuition deduction thesis offers an equally, if not more plausible account of how the slave gains this type of knowledge that is independent of experience. Nonetheless, Plato's position illustrates the kind of reasoning that has caused many philosophers to adopt some of the innate knowledge thesis. We are confident that we know certain propositions about the external world, but there seems to be no adequate explanation of how we gain this knowledge, short of saying that it is innate. Its content is beyond what we directly gain in experience, as well as what we can gain by performing mental operations on what experience provides. It does not seem to be based on an intuition or deduction. That it is innate in us appears to be the best explanation. Noam Chomsky argues along with some similar lines in presenting what he describes as a rationalist conception of the nature of learning, nature of language. Chomsky argues that the experiences available to language learners are far too sparse to account for their knowledge of their language to explain language acquisition. We must assume that learners have innate knowledge of universal grammar, capturing the common deep structure of natural languages. It is important to note that Chomsky's language learners do not know particular propositions describing universal grammar. They have a set of innate capacities or dispositions which enable and determine their language development. Chomsky gives us a theory of innate learning capacities or structures rather than a theory of innate knowledge. His view does not support the innate knowledge thesis, as rationalists have traditionally underscored it. As one commentator puts it, Chomsky's principles are innate neither in the sense that we are explicitly aware of them, nor in the sense that we have a disposition to recognize their truth as obvious under appropriate circumstances, and hence it is by no means clear that Chomsky is correct in seeing his theory as following the traditional rationalist account of the acquisition of knowledge. Indeed, such a theory, which places nativism at the level of mental capacity or structures enabling us to acquire certain types of knowledge rather than the level of knowledge we already possess, is akin to an empiricist take on the issue. Locke and Reid, for instance, believe that the human mind is endowed with certain abilities that, when developed in the usual course of nature, will lead us to acquire useful knowledge of the external world. The main idea is that as part of our biology to have a digestive system that, when fed the right kind of food, allows us to process the required nutrients and enables us to continue to live for a while. Similarly, as part of our biology to have a mental architecture that, when fed the right kind of information and experiences, allows us to process the information and transform it into knowledge. The knowledge itself is no more innate than the processed nutrients are. On a view like this, no knowledge is innate. However, we are born with certain capacities and dispositions that enable us to acquire knowledge, just as we are equipped with certain organs that allow our bodies to function well while we're alive. Peter Carruthers argues that we have innate knowledge of the principles of folk psychology. Folk psychology is a network of common sense generalizations that hold independently of context or culture and concern the relationships of mental states to one another, to the environment and states of the body, and to behavior. It includes such beliefs as that pain tends to be caused by injury, that pain tends to prevent us from concentrating on tasks, and that perceptions are generally caused by the appropriate state of the environment. Carruthers notes The complexity of folk psychology, along with successes in explaining our behavior and the fact that its explanations appeal to such unobservables as beliefs, desires, feelings, and thought. He argues that the complexity, universality, and depth of folk psychology principles outstrip what experience can provide, especially to young children who by their fifth year already know a great many of them. This knowledge is also not the result of intuition or deduction. Folk psychological generalizations are not seen to be true in any act of intellectual insight. Crothers concludes the problem concerning the child's acquisition of psychological generalizations cannot be solved unless we suppose that much of folk psychology is already innate, triggered locally by the child's experience of itself and others rather than learned. Empiricists and some rationalists attack the innate knowledge thesis in two main ways. First, they offer accounts of how sense experience or intuition and deduction provide the knowledge that is claimed to be innate. Second, they directly criticize the innate knowledge thesis itself. The classic statement of the second line of attack is presented in Locke's essay. Locke raises the issue of just what innate knowledge is. Particular instances of knowledge are supposed to be in our minds as part of our rational makeup, but how are they in our minds? If the implication is that we all consciously have this knowledge, it is plainly false. Propositions often given as examples of innate knowledge, such as plausible candidates, as the principle that the same thing cannot both be and not be, are not consciously accepted by children and those with severe cognitive limitations. If the point of calling such principles innate is not to imply that they are or have been consciously accepted by all rational beings, then it's hard to see what the point is. No proposition can be said to be in the mind which it never yet knew, which it never yet was conscious of. Proponents of innate knowledge might respond that some knowledge is innate in that we have the capacity to have it. The claim, while true, is of little interest. However, if the capacity of knowing be the natural impression contended for, all the truths of man ever comes to know will, by this account, be every one of them innate, and this great point will amount to no more but only an improper way of speaking, which whilst it pretends to assert the contrary, says nothing different from those who deny innate principles. For nobody, I think, ever denied that the mind was capable of knowing several truths. Locke thus challenges defenders of the innate knowledge thesis to present an account of innate knowledge that allows their proposition to be both true and interesting. The narrow interpretation of innateness faces counterexamples of rational individuals who do not meet its conditions. A generous interpretation implies that all our knowledge, even that clearly provided by experience, is innate. Defenders of innate knowledge take up Locke's challenge. Leibniz responds in new essays by appealing to an account of innateness in terms of natural potential to avoid Locke's dilemma. Consider Peter Crothers' similar reply. We have noted that while one form of nativism claims somewhat implausibly that knowledge is innate in the sense of being present as such, or at least in propositional forms from birth, it might also be maintained that knowledge is innate in the sense of being innately determined to make its appearance at some stage in childhood. The latter thesis is surely the most plausible version of nativism. Crothers claims that our innate knowledge is determined through evolutionary selection. Evolution has resulted in our being determined to know certain things, like principles of folk psychology, at particular stages of our life as part of our natural development. Experiences provide the occasion for our consciously believing the known propositions, but not the basis for our knowledge of them. Crothers thus has already replied to Locke's counterexamples of children and cognitively limited persons who do not believe propositions claim to be instances of innate knowledge. The former have not yet reached the proper stage of development. The latter are persons in whom natural development is broken down. A serious problem for the innate knowledge thesis remains, however, we know a proposition only if it's true. We believe it in our own beliefs. We believe it and our own belief is warranted. Rationalists who assert the existence of innate knowledge are not just claiming that as a matter of human evolution, God's design, or some other factor at a particular point in our development. Certain sorts of experiences trigger our beliefs in particular propositions in a way that does not involve our learning them from experiences. This claim is even bolder. In at least some of these cases are empirically triggered, but not empirically warranted. Belief is nonetheless warranted and so known. How can these beliefs be warranted if they do not gain their warrant from the experiences that cause us to have them, or form intuition and deduction. Some rationalists think that a reliabilist account of warrant provides an answer. According to reliabilism, beliefs are warranted if they are formed by a process that is generally produces true beliefs rather than false ones. The true beliefs that constitute our innate knowledge are warranted then because they are formed as the result of a reliable belief forming process. Carruthers maintains that innate beliefs will count as known provided that the process through which they come to be innate is a reliable one, provided that the process tends to generate beliefs that are true. He argues that natural selection results in the formation of some beliefs and is a true reliable process. An appeal to reliabilism or a similar causal theory of warrant may well be the best way to develop the innate knowledge thesis. Even so, some difficulties remain. First, reliabilism accounts of warrant are themselves quite controversial. Second, rationalists must give an account of innate knowledge that maintains and explains the distinction between innate knowledge and non-innate knowledge, and it is not clear that they will be able to do so within such an account of warrant. The insight behind the innate knowledge thesis seems to be that the difference between our innate and non-innate knowledge lies in the relation between our experience and our belief in each case. The causal relation between the experiences that trigger our belief that P and our belief that P is contingent as is the fact that the belief forming process is reliable. The process that takes us from experience to our belief is also only contingently reliable. By appealing to reliabilism or some other causal theory of warrant, rationalists may obtain a way to explain how innate knowledge can be warranted. They still need to show how their explanation supports an account of the differences between innate knowledge and non-innate knowledge. So Locke's criticism that there's no true distinction between innate versus non-innate knowledge that rationalists may draw still stands in the face of the best rationalist defense of the innate knowledge thesis. The innate concept thesis. According to the innate concept thesis, some of our concepts have not been gained from experiences. They are instead part of our rational makeup, and experience simply triggers a process by which we consciously grasp them. The main concern motivating the rationalist should be familiar by now. The content of some concepts seem to outstrip anything we could have gained from experience. An example of this reasoning is presented by Descartes in the Meditations. Although he sometimes seems committed to the view that all of our ideas are innate, he there classifies our ideas as adventitious, invented by us, and innate. Adventitious ideas such as sensations of heat are gained directly through sense experience. Ideas invented by us are created by us from other ideas we possess. Innate ideas such as our ideas of God or of extended matter, substance, and of a perfect triangle are placed in our minds by God at creation. Consider Descartes' argument that our concept of God as an infinitely perfect being is innate. Our concept of God is not directly gained in experience, as particular tastes, sensations, and mental images might be. Its content is beyond what we could ever construct by applying available mental operations to what experience directly provides. From experience, we gain the concept of being with finite amounts of various perfections, one, for example, that is finitely knowledgeable, powerful, and good. We cannot, however, move from these empirical concepts to the concept of being infinite perfection. Descartes supplements this argument by another. Not only is the content of our concept of God beyond what experience can provide, the concept is a prerequisite for employment of the concept of finite perfection gained from experience. An empiricist response to the general line of argument is given by Locke. First, there's the problem of explaining what it is for someone to have an innate concept. If having an innate concept entails consciously entertaining it at present or in the past, then Descartes' position is open to obvious counterexamples. Second, there is the objection that we have no need to appeal to innate concepts in the first place. Contrary to Descartes' argument, we can explain how experience provides all of our ideas, including those the rationalists take to be innate, and with just the content that the rationalists attribute to them. Leibniz's new essay offers a rationalist reply to the first concern, where Locke puts forth the image of the mind as a blank slate on which experience write. Leibniz offers us the image of a block of marble, the veins of which determine what sculpted figures it will accept. Leibniz's metaphor contains an insight that Locke misses. The mind plays a role in determining the nature of its content. The point does not, however, require the adoption of the innate concept thesis. Locke might still point out that we are not required to have the concepts themselves and the ability to use them innately. In contemporary terms, what we are required to have is the right hardware that allows for the optimal running of the actual software. For Locke, there are no constraints here. For Leibniz, only a particular type of software is indeed able to be supported by the exact extant hardware. Put differently, the hardware itself determines what software can optimally run for a Leibnizian. Rationalists have responded to the second part of the empiricist attack on the innate concept thesis. The empiricists claim that the thesis is without basis, as all our ideas can be explained as derived from experiences by focusing on difficulties in the empiricist's attempt to give such an explanation. The difficulties are illustrated by Locke's account. According to Locke, experience consists in external sensation and inner reflection. All of our ideas are either simple or complex, with the former being received by us passively in sensation or reflection, and the latter being built by the mind from simple materials through various mental operations. Right at the start, the account of how simple ideas are gained is open to an obvious counterexample acknowledged but then set aside by Hume in presenting his own empiricist theory. Consider the mental image of a particular shade of blue. If Locke is right, the idea is a simple one and should be passively received by the mind through experience. The main question is whether the veins in Leibniz metaphor should count as part of the knowledge or just part of our biological mental architecture. All of the knowledge we can ever acquire is constrained by the types of beings we are. That does not require our positing that concepts be part of the inner workings at the beginning of our lives. On the other hand, consider too our concept of a particular color, say red. Critics of Locke's account have pointed out the weakness of his explanation of how we gain such a concept by the mental operation of abstraction on individual cases. For one thing, it makes the incorrect assumption that various instances of a particular concept share a common feature. For another thing, Locke's account of a concept acquisition from particular experiences seems circular. For noticing or attending to a common feature of various things presupposes that you already possess the concept of the feature in question. Consider in this regard Locke's account of how we gain our concept of causation. In the notice that our senses take of the constant vicissitude of things, we cannot but observe that several particulars, both qualities and substances, begin to exist, and that they receive their existence from the due application and operation of some other being. From this observation, we get our ideas of cause and effect. We get our concept of causation from observation, that some things receive their existence from the application and operation of some other things. Yet to be able to make this observation, we must have our minds primed to do so. Rationalists argue that we cannot make this observation unless we already have the concept of causation. Empiricists, on the other hand, argue that our minds are constituted in a certain way so that we can gain our ideas of causation and power in a non-circular manner. Rationalists would argue that Locke's account of how we gain our idea of power displays the same circularity. We come by the idea of power through considering the possibility of change in our ideas made by experiences of our own choice. Yet to consider this possibility of some things making a change in others, we must already have a concept of power, rationalists would say. Empiricists, on the other hand, would point out again that what we actually need is for our minds to be able to recognize this by having the correct abilities and faculties, just as we don't need to have a concept telling us how it is that we have binocular vision. Being able to recognize change would be cashed out by us having the requisite faculty enabling us to do so. Another way to meet at least some of these challenges to an empiricist account of the origin of our concept is to revise our understanding of the content of our concepts so as to bring them more in line with experience of what experiences will clearly provide. Hume famously takes this approach, beginning in a way reminiscent of Locke. He distinguishes between two forms of mental contents of perceptions, as he calls them, impressions and ideas. Impressions are the content of our current experiences, our sensations, feelings, emotions, desires, and so on. Ideas are mental contents derived from impressions. Simple ideas are copies of impressions. Complex ideas are derived from impressions by compounding, transposing, augmenting, or diminishing them. Given that all of our ideas are thus gained from experience, Hume offers us the following method for determining the content of any idea, thereby the meaning of any term taken to express it. When we entertain, therefore, any suspicion that a philosophical term is employed without any meaning of idea, as is but too frequent, we need but inquire from what impression is that supposed idea derived. and if it be impossible to assign any, this will confirm our suspicion. Using this test, Hume draws out one of the most important implications of the empiricist denial of innate concept thesis. If experience is indeed the source of all ideas, then our experience are also determine the content of our ideas. Our ideas of causation, of substance, of right and wrong, have their content determined by experiences that provide them. Those experiences, Hume argues, are able to support the content that many rationalists and some empiricists, such as Locke, attribute to the corresponding ideas. Our ability to explain how some concepts, with the contents the rationalists attribute to them, are gained from experience should not lead us to adopt the innate concept thesis. It should lead us to accept a more limited view of the contents for those concepts, and thereby a more limited view of our ability to describe and understand the world. Consider, for example, our ideas of causation. Descartes takes it to be innate. Hume's empiricist account severely limits its content. Our idea of causation is derived from a feeling of expectation rooted in our experiences of the constant conjunction of similar causes and effects. It appears then that the idea of necessary connection among events arises from a number of similar instances which occur of the constant conjunction of these two events, nor can the idea ever be suggested by any one of these instances surveyed in all possible lights and propositions. But there is nothing in a number of instances different from every single instance, which is supposed to be exactly similar, except only that after a repetition of similar instances, the mind is carried by habit upon the appearance of one event to expect its usual attendant and to believe that it will exist. This connection, therefore, which we feel in the mind, this customary transition of the imagination from one object to its usual attendant, is the sentiment of impression from which we form the idea of power of necessary connection. The source of our idea of experience determines its content. Suitable to this experience, therefore, we may define a cause to be an object followed by another, and where all objects similar to the first are followed by objects similar to the second, we may therefore suitably to this experience form another definition of cause and call it an object followed by another, and whose appearance also conveys the thought of the other. Our claim and any knowledge we may have about causal connections and the world turn out, given the limited content of our empirically based concept of causation, to be claims and knowledge about the constant conjunction of events in our own feelings of expectation. Thus, the initial disagreement between rationalists and empiricists about the source of our ideas leads to one about their content and thereby the content of our descriptions and knowledge of the world. Like philosophical debates generally, the rationalist empiricist debate ultimately concerns our position in the world, and in this case, our position as rational inquirers. To what extent do our faculties of reason and experience support our attempts to know and understand our situation? Okay, yeah, Tinkle, week in review. We'll see after Passover. So there's not going to be another week in review for another 2 weeks because of Passover and scheduling conflicts. So after Passover, you'll see if Jennifer wants to pick a day or continue with week in review. So apologize. There'll be no week in review for the next 2 weeks. Okay, so that one was pretty intense. And it was more philosophical. We talked about Hume and Kant on causation, and what I just read there about theories of knowledge, empiricism and rationalism will be important moving forward in terms of science. Science could be seen either empiricist or rationalist or as a joint venture. Questions of dualism and other factors. So that'll be something we're definitely returning to in relationship more to the philosophical concerns of multiple truth hypothesis and the limits of science. Okay, Tinkle. Yeah, thanks. So I'm just kind of just doing some public research, mostly public readings. So if you enjoy hearing these articles, I'm doing some due diligence and hopefully it'll be productive for my future content to get this stuff right. Okay, so let's look at another important issue, which is the concept of scientific progress. And this one's pretty important, moving forward in your relationship to the nature of truth, and um, actually has some prerequisites to truth value, which will be in relation to the multiple truth hypothesis to say, well, what is progress? Progress implying that um, we're getting closer and closer to the truth. However, we don't have true theories. We don't know the truth yet. So you have to have some sort of method for determination of truth within theories. Scientific progress. Science is often distinguished from other domains of human culture by its progressive nature. The historian of science, George Sarton, argues that the acquisition and systemization of positive knowledge are the only human activities which are truly cumulative and progressive, and progress has no definite and unquestionable meaning in other fields than the field of science. However, the traditional cumulative view of scientific knowledge was effectively challenged by many philosophers of science in the 1960s and 70s, and thereby the notion of progress was also questioned in the field of science. Debates on the normative concept of progress are at the same time concerned with axiomological questions about the aims and goals of science. The task of the philosophical analysis is to consider alternative answers to the question, what is meant by progress in science? The conceptual question can then be complemented by methodological question, how can we recognize progressive developments in science relative to a definition of progress and an account of its best indicators? One may then study the factual question, to what extent and in which respects is science progressive? The study of scientific change. The idea that science is a collective enterprise of researchers is in successive generations is characteristic of the modern age. Classical empiricists Francis Bacon and rationalist René Descartes of the 17th century urged that the use of proper methods of inquiry guarantees the discovery and justification of new truths. The cumulative view of scientific progress was an important ingredient in the optimism of the 18th century Enlightenment and was incorporated in the 1830s in Auguste Comte's program of positivism. By accumulating empirically certified truths, science also promotes progress in society. Other influential trends in the 19th century were the Romantic vision of organic growth in culture, Hegel's dynamic account of historical change, and the theory of evolution. They all inspired epistemological views which regarded human knowledge as a process. Philosophers, scientists with an interest in the history of science, William Whewell, Charles Peirce, Ernst Mach, Pierre Duhem, gave interesting analysis of some aspects of scientific change. In the earliest 20th century, analytical philosophers of science started to apply modern logic to the study of science. Their main focus was the structure of scientific theories and patterns of inference. This synchronic investigation of the finished products of scientific activities was questioned by philosophers who wished to pay serious attention to the diachronic study of scientific change. Among the contributions one can mention Hansen's Patterns of Discovery, 1958, Karl Popper's The Logic of Scientific Discovery, 59, and Conjectures and Refutations, 63, Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolution, 62, Paul Feyerabend's Incommensurability Thesis, Imre Lakatos' Methodology of Scientific Research Programs, and Larry Landon's Progress and Its Problems, 1977. Darwin's model of evolutionary epistemology were advanced by Popper's objective knowledge and evolutionary approach and Stephen Tolman's Human Understanding, both 1972. These works challenged the received view about the development of scientific knowledge and rationality. Popper's falsification, Kuhn's account of scientific revolution, and Feyerabend's thesis of meaning variance shared the view that science does not grow simply by accumulating new established truths upon old ones, except perhaps during periods of Kuhnian normal science. Theory change is not cumulative or continuous. The earlier results of science will be rejected, replaced, and reinterpreted by new theories and conceptual frameworks. Popper and Kuhn differed, however, in their definitions of progress. The former appealed to the idea that successive theories may approach towards the truth, while the latter characterized progress in terms of problem-solving capacity of theorems. Since the mid-1970s, a great number of philosophical works have been published on the topics of change, development, and progress in science. These studies have also led many important novelties being added to the toolbox of philosophers of science. One of these is the systematic study of inner theory relations such as reduction, correspondence, and belief revision. Another was the recognition that besides individual statements and theories, there is also a need to consider temporally developing units of scientific activity and achievement. Kuhn's paradigm-directed normal science, Lakatos research program, London's research tradition, Wolfgang Stegmuller's dynamic theory of evolution, Philip Kitcher's consensus practice, a new tool that is developed in many defenses of realist views of scientific progress is the notion of truth likeliness or verisimilitude. Lively interest around the development of science promoted close cooperation between historians and philosophers of science. Historical case studies were important for philosophers who started to study scientific discovery. The concept of progress, aspects of scientific progress. Science is a multi-layer complex system involving the community of scientists engaged in research using scientific methods in order to produce new knowledge. Thus, the notion of science may refer to social institutions, the researchers, the research process, the method of inquiry, and scientific knowledge. The concept of progress can be defined relative to each of these aspects of science, hence different types of progress can be distinguished relative to science. Economical, the increasing funding of scientific research. Professional, the rising status of the scientist and the academic institution in the society. Educational, the increased skill and expertise of the science. Methodological, the invention of new methods of research, the refinement of scientific instruments. And cognitive, increase or advancement of scientific knowledge. These types of progress have to be conceptually distinguished from advances in other human activities, even though it may turn out that scientific progress has at least some factual connections with technological progress, increased effectiveness of tools and techniques, and social progress, economic prosperity, quality of life, justice in society. All of these aspects of scientific progress may involve different considerations so that there is no single concept that would cover all of them. For our purposes, it is appropriate here to concentrate only on cognitive progress to give an account of advances of science in terms of its success in knowledge seeking or truth seeking. Progress versus development. Progress is an axiological or normative concept which should be distinguished from such neutral descriptions such as change and development. In general, to say that a step from stage A to stage B constitutes progress means that B is an improvement over A in some respect, that B is better than A relative to some standards or criteria. In science, it is normative demand that all contributions to research should yield some cognitive profit, and that their success in this respect can be assessed before publication by referees, peer review, and after publication by colleagues. Hence, the theory of scientific progress is not merely a descriptive account of the patterns of development that science has in fact followed. Rather, it should give a specification of the values or aims that could be used as the constitutive criteria of good science. The naturalist program in science studies suggests that normative questions in the philosophy of science can be reduced to historical or sociological investigations of the actual practice of science. In this spirit, Landau has defended the project of testing philosophical models of scientific change by the history of science. Such models, which are often couched in normative language, can be recast into declarative statements about how science behaves. It can be argued against the naturalist that progress should not be defined by the actual developments of science, since the definition of progress should give us a normative standard for appraising the choices that the scientific communities have made, could have made, are just now making, and will make in the future. The task of finding and defending such standards is generally philosophical, one which can be enlightened by history and sociology, but which cannot be reduced to the empirical studies of science. Progress in quality and impact. For many goal-directed activities, it is important to distinguish between quality and progress. Quality is primarily an activity-oriented concept concerning the skill and competence in the performance of some task. Progress is a result-oriented concept concerning the success of a product relative to some goal. All acceptable work in science has to fulfill certain standards of quality, but it seems that there are no necessary connections between quality and progress in science. Sometimes very well qualified research projects fail to produce important new results, while less competent but more lucky works lead to success. Nevertheless, the skillful use of the methods of science will make progress highly probable. Hence, the best practical strategy in promoting scientific progress is to support high-quality research. Following the pioneering work of Derek de Sola Prince, 1963, and scientometrics, quantitative science indicators have been proposed as a measure of scientific activity. For example, output measures like publication counts are measures of scholarly achievement, but it's problematic whether such crude measures is sufficient to indicate quality. The number of articles in refereed journals is an indicator of the quality of the author, but it is clear that the indicator cannot yet define what progress means, since publications may contribute different amounts to the advance of scientific knowledge. Another example of a science indicator, citation index, is an indicator of the impact of a publication and the visibility of its author within the scientific community. Martin Irving, 1983, suggested the concept of scientific progress should be linked to the notion of impact, the actual influence of research to the surrounding scientific activities at a given time. It is no doubt correct that one cannot advance scientific knowledge without influencing the epistemic state of the scientific community. But the impact of a publication as such only shows that it has successfully moved the scientific community in some direction. If science is goal-directed, then we must acknowledge that movement in the wrong direction does not constitute progress. The failure of science indicators to function as definitions of a scientific progress is due to the fact that they do not take into account the semantic content of scientific publications. To determine whether a work W gives a contribution to the scientific progress, we have to specify what W says, alternatively, what problems W solves, and then relate this content of W to the work, to the knowledge situation of the scientific community at the time of publication of W. For the same reason, research assessment exercises may use science indicators as tools, but ultimately they have to rely on the judgment of peers who have substantial knowledge in the field. Progress and goals. Progress is goal-relative concept, but even when we consider science as a knowledge-seeking kind of cognitive enterprise, there's no reason to assume that the goal of science is one-dimensional. Contrast Isaac Levy's classic Gambling with the Truth in 1967 argued the cognitive aim of scientific inquiry has been defined as a weighted combination of several different and even conflicting epistemic utilities. For example, they might include truth and information, or explanatory and predictive power. Kuhn's 1977 list of the values of science includes accuracy, consistency, scope, simplicity, and fruitfulness. A goal may be accessible in the sense that it can be reached in a finite number of steps in a finite time. A goal is utopian if it cannot be reached or even approached. The utopian goal cannot be rationally pursued, since no progress can be made in an attempt to reach them. However, not all inaccessible goals are utopian, and unreachable goals, such as being morally perfect, can function as a regulative principle in a Kant sense if it guides our behavior so that we're able to make progress towards it. The classical skeptic argument against science, repeated by Landon, is that knowing the truth is a utopian task. Kant's answer to this argument was to regard the truth as a regulative principle for science. Charles Peirce, the founder of American pragmatism, argued that the access to the truth as the ideal limit of scientific inquiry is destined or guaranteed in an indefinite community of investigators. Almader's interpretation of Peirce's view of scientific progress is that there is only a finite number of scientific problems and that they will all be solved in a finite time. However, there does not seem to be any reason to think that truth is generally accessible in the strong sense. Therefore, the crucial question is whether it is possible to make rational appraisals that we have made progress in the direction of the truth. A goal is effectively recognizable if there are routine and mechanistic tests for showing that the goal has been reached or approached. If the defined criteria of progress is not recognizable in the strong sense, we have to distinguish true or real progress from our perceptions or estimations of progress. In other words, claims of the form, the step from stage A to stage B is progressive, have to be distinguished from our appraisals of the form, the steps from stage A to stage B seem progressive on the available evidence. The latter appraisals, as their own judgments, are recognizable, but the former claims may be correct without our knowing it. Characteristics and measures that help us make such appraisals are then indicators of progress. London requires that rational goals for science should be accessible and effectively recognizable. This requirement, which he uses to rule out truth as the goal of science, is very strong. The demands of rationality cannot dictate that a goal has to be given up if there are reasonable indicators of progress towards it. A goal may be backward-looking or forward-looking. It may refer to a starting point or to the destination point of an activity. Kuhn and Stegmuller were advocating backward-looking criteria of progress. in arguing against the view that the proper measure of scientific achievement is the extent to which it brings us closer to the ultimate goal of one full objective true account of nature. Kuhn suggests that we should learn to substitute evolution from what we know for evolution towards what we wish to know. In the same spirit, Stegmuller argued that we should reject all variants of a teleological metaphysics defining progress in terms of coming closer and closer to truth. A compromise between forward-looking and backward-looking criteria can be proposed in the following way. If science is viewed as a knowledge-seeking activity, it is natural to find real progress in forward-looking terms. So the cognitive aim of science is to know something that is still unknown, and our real progress depends on our distance from this destination. But if this goal is unknown to us, our estimates or perceptions of progress have to be based on backward-looking evidential considerations. This kind of view of the aims of science does not presuppose the existence of one unique ultimate goal. To use Levy's word, our goal may be myopic rather than messianic. The particular target that we wish to hit in the course of our inquiry has to be redefined locally relative to each cognitive problem situation. Furthermore, in addition to the multiplicity of the possible targets, there may be several roads that lead to the same destination. The forward-looking character of the goals of inquiry does not exclude what Stegmuller calls progress branching. Progress and rationality. Some philosophers use the concept of progress and rationality as synonyms. Progressive steps in science are precisely those that are based upon the science's rational choices. One possible objection is that scientific discoveries are progressive when they introduce novel ideas, even though they cannot fully be explained in rational terms. However, another problem is more relevant here. By whose light should such steps be evaluated? This question is urgent, especially if we acknowledge that standards of good science have changed in history. As we shall see, the main rival philosophical theories of progress propose absolute criteria such as problem-solving capacity or increasing truth likeliness that are applicable to all developments of science throughout its history. On the other hand, rationality is a methodological concept which is historically relative in assessing the rationality of choices made by the past scientist. We have to study the aims, standards, methods, alternative theories, and available evidence accepted within the scientific community at the time. If the scientific community at a given point in time accepted the standards that the preference of the scientific community for theory T over another theory on evidence was rational, just in case the epistemic utility of the theory relative to the standards was higher than that of the other theory. But in a new situation where the standards were different, a different preference might have been rational. Theories of scientific progress. Realism and instrumentalism. A major controversy among philosophers of science between instrumentalism and realist views of scientific theories. The instrumentalists follow Duhem in thinking that theories are merely conceptual tools for classifying, systematizing, and predicting observational statements, so that the genuine content of science is not to be found on the level of theories. Scientific realists, by contrast, regard theories as attempts to describe reality even beyond the realm of observable things and regularities, so that theories can be regarded as statements having truth value. Excluding naive realists, most scientists are fallibilists in the purest sense. Scientific theories are hypothetical and always corrigible in principle. They may happen to be true, but cannot know this for certain in any particular case. But even when theories are false, they can be cognitively valuable if they are closer to the truth than their rivals. Theories should be testable by observational evidence, and success in empirical tests gives inductive confirmation or non-inductive corroboration to the theory. It might seem natural to expect that the main rival accounts of scientific progress would be based upon the positions of instrumentalism and realism, but this is only partially true. To be sure, naive realists, as a rule, hold the accumulation of truth's view of progress, and many philosophers combine the realist view of theories with axiological theses of truth is an important goal of scientific inquiry. A non-cumulative version of the realist view of progress can be formulated by using the notion of truth likeness. But there is also philosophers who accept the possibility of a realist treatment of theories, but still deny that truth is a relevant value of science, which could have a function in the characterization of scientific progress. Van Frassen, constructive empiricism takes the desideratum of science to be empirical adequacy. What a theorem says about the observable should be true, the acceptance of the theory involves only the claim that it is empirically adequate, not the truth on the theoretical level. Van Fresen has not developed an account of scientific progress in terms of his constructive empiricism, but presumably such an account would be close to empiricist notions of reduction in Landon's account of problem-solving ability. An instrumentalist who denies that these theories have true values usually defines scientific progress by referring to other virtue theories may have, such as their increasing empirical success. In 1906, Duhem expressed this idea by a simile. Scientific progress is like mounting tide, where waves rise and withdraw, but under this to and fro motion, there is a slow and constant progress. However, he gave a realist twist to his view by assuming that theories classify experimental laws, and progress means that the proposed classifications approach natural classification. Evolutionary epistemology is open to instrumentalist and realist interpretations. A biological approach to human knowledge naturally gives emphasis to the pragmatist view that theories function as instruments of survival. Darwinist evolution in biology is not goal-directed with a fixed forward-looking goal. Rather, species adapt themselves to an ever-changing environment. In applying this account to the problem of knowledge-seeking, the fitness of a theory can be taken to mean that the theory is accepted by members of the scientific community, but a realist can interpret the evolutionary model by taking fitness to mean the truth or truth-likeness of a theory. Empirical success in problem solving. For constructive empiricists, it would be natural to think that among empirically adequate theories, one theory, T2, is better than another theory, T1, if T2 entails more true observational statements than T1. Such a comparison makes sense, at least if the observational statements entailed by T1 are a proper subset of those entailed by T2. Kameny and Oppenheim gave a similar condition in the definition of reduction. T1 is reducible to T2 if and only if T2 is at least as well systematized as T1 and T2 is observationally stronger than T1. All observational statements explained by T1 are also consequence of T2. Variants of such empirical reduction relation has been given to the structural school in terms of set theoretical structures. A similar idea, but applied to the case where the first theory T1 has been falsified by some observational evidence, was used by Lakatos in his definition of empirically progressive research programs. The new superseding theory T2 should have corroborated excess content relative to T1, and T2 should contain all of the unrefuted content of T1. The definition of Coupier's allows that even the new theory T2, that even if the new theory T2 is empirically refuted, T2 should have, in the sense of a set theoretical inclusion, more empirical successes but fewer empirical counterexamples than T1. Against these cumulative definitions, it has been argued that definitions of empirical progress have to take into account an important complication. A new theory often corrects the empirical consequences of the previous one. Like T2 entails observational statements which are in some sense close to the corresponding consequence of Theory 1. Various models of approximate explanation, approximate reduction have been introduced to handle these situations. Important special cases, the limiting correspondence relation. Theory 2 approaches Theory 1, or the observational consequence of Theory 2 approaches those of Theory 1 when some parameters in its laws approach a limit value. Here, T2 is said to be a concretization of the idealized Theory 1. However, these models do not automatically guarantee that the step from an old theory to a new one is progressive. Kuhn's strategy was to avoid the notion of truth and understand science as an activity of making accurate predictions and solving problems or puzzles. Paradigm-based normal science is cumulative in terms of problems solved, and even paradigm changes, revolutions are progressive in that sense. A relatively large part of the problem-solving capacity of the old theory is preserved in the new paradigm. But as Kuhn argued, it may happen that some problems solved by the old theory are no longer relevant or meaningful for the new theory. These cases are called Kuhn losses. A more systematic account of these ideas is given by Ladan in 1977. The problem-solving effectiveness of a theory is defined by the number of importance of solved empirical problems minus the number and importance of the anomalies and conceptual problems that the theory generates. Here, the concept of anomaly refers to a problem that a theory fails to solve, but is solved by some of its rivals. For Ladan, the solution of a problem by a theory T means that the statement of the problem is deduced from T A good theory is thus empirically adequate, strong in empirical content, adds Ladan adds avoids conceptual problems. One difficult for the problem-solving account is to find a proper framework for identifying and counting problems. Perhaps most important philosophical issue is whether one may consistently hold that the notion of problem solving may be entirely divorced from truth and falsity. The realist may admit that science is a problem solving activity if this means the attempt to find true solutions to predictive and explanatory questions. Bird 2007 maintains main criticism against the functional account of Kuhn and Ladan is its consequence that the accumulation of false solutions from an entirely false theory counts as scientific progress. According to Shan, 2019, science progress is if more useful research problems and their corresponding solutions are proposed. The definition involves both problem defining and problem solving. Shan gave up the typical Kuhn-Ladan assumption that the scientific community is able to know whether it makes progress or not, and is open to the introduction of the notions of know-how and perspectival truth, so that his new functional approach is a compromise with what Bird called the epistemic view of progress. A different view of problem solving is involved in those theories which discuss problems of decision and action. A radical pragmatist view treats science as a systemic method of solving such decision problems relative to various kinds of practical utilities. According to the view called behavioralism by the statistician Savage, science does not produce knowledge, but rather recommendations for actions. To accept a hypothesis is always the decision to act as if the hypothesis was true. Progress in science can then be measured by the achievement of the practical utility of the decision maker. An alternative methodological version of pragmatism is defended by Rescher, who accepts the realist view of theories with some qualification, but argues that progress of science has to be understood as the increasing success of applications in problem solving and control. Similarly, Douglas, after suggesting that the distinction between pure and applied science should be relinquished, defines progress in terms of the increased capacity to predict, control, manipulate, and intervene in various contexts. In this view, the notion of scientific progress is in effect reduced to science-based technological progress. Explanatory power, unification, and simplicity. Already the ancient philosophers regarded explanation as an important function of science. The status of explanatory theories was interpreted either as an instrumentalist or realist way. Plato's school started the tradition of saving the appearances in astronomy, while Aristotle took theories to be necessary truths. Both parties can take explanatory power to be a criterion of a good theory. When it is added that a good theory should also yield true empirical predictions, the notion of explanatory and predictive power can be combined with the notion of systemic power. If the demands of systemic power simply means that a theory may have true deductive consequences in the observational language, this concept is essentially equivalent to the notion of empirical success and empirical problem-solving ability. But normally explanation is taken to include additional structural conditions besides mere deduction. Inductive systemization should also be taken into account. One important idea regarding systemization is that good theory should unify empirical data and laws from different domains. On the other hand, instead of requiring consensus on a single unifying theory, many philosophers have defended pluralist approaches by arguing that scientific progress needs a variety of conceptual classifications. If theories are underdetermined by observational data, then one is often advised to choose the simplest theory compatible with the evidence. Simplicity may be an aesthetic criterion of theory choice, but it may also have a cognitive function in helping us in our attempt to understand the world in an economical way. Ernst Mach's notion of an economy of thought is related to the demand of manageability, which is important, especially in the emerging sciences and other applied sciences. For example, a mathematical equation can be made simpler by suitable approximations so that it can be solved by a computer. Simplicity also has been related to the notion of systematic or unifying power. This is clear in Eino Kallio's concept of the relative simplicity, which he defined in 1939 as the ratio between the explanatory power and the structural complexity of a theory. According to this conception, progress can be achieved by finding structurally simpler explanations of the same data or by increasing the scope of explanation without making them more complex. Ladan's formula of solved empirical problems minus generated conceptual problems is a variation of the same idea. After Hempel's pioneering work in 1948, various probabilistic measures of explanatory power have been proposed. Most of them demand that the explanatory theory should be positively relevant to the empirical data. This is the case with the particular proposal defended by Schumpbach and Sprenger 2011 as the unique measure which satisfies even intuitively plausible adequacy conditions. Truth and information. Realist theories of scientific progress take truth to be an important goal of inquiry. The view is built in the classical definition of knowledge as justified true belief. If science is a knowledge-seeking activity, then it is also a truth-seeking activity. However, truth cannot be the only relevant epistemic utility of inquiry. This is shown in a clear way by cognitive decision theory. The best hypothesis is the one which maximizes the expected epistemic utility. So there's actually quite a few mathematical equations here that I hope to return to, and you can see these talk about what is called truth utility functions, which is something that I've talked about in relationship to the multiple truth hypothesis. So the best hypothesis is the one that maximizes the expected epistemic utility. For a comparative purpose, we may say that one hypothesis is better than another if it has a higher expected utility than the other. If the truth is only relevant epistemic utility, all truth answers are equally good and all false answers are equally bad. In this sense, we must say that the posterior probability equals expected truth value. The rule of maximizing expected utility leads now to an extremely conservative policy. On this account, if we are not certain of the truth, then it always progressive to change an uncertain answer to a logically weaker one. The argument against using high probability as a criterion of a theory choice was already made by Popper in 1934. He proposed that good theories should be bold or improbable. The idea is made precise in the theory of semantic information. Levy measured the information content of a particular answer by the number of complete answers it excludes. The measure favors strong hypotheses, but is unable to discriminate between the strongest ones. For example, the step from a false complete answer to the true one does not count as progress. Therefore, information cannot be the only relevant epistemic utility. Another measure of information content is maximized by contradiction, as the probability of a contradictory sentence is 0. Any false theory can be improved by adding new falsities into it. Again, we see that information content alone does not give a good definition of scientific progress. The same remark can be made about explanatory and systemic power. Levy's proposal for epistemic utility is weighed combination of truth value and the information content, an index of boldness indicating how much the scientist is willing to risk error or gamble with truth in attempt to be relieved from agnosticism. For Levy, the best hypothesis is the complete true answer, but his utility assignment also makes assumptions that may seem problematic. All false hypotheses, even those that make a very small error, are worse than all truths. Even the uniformly tautology, all false complete answers have the same utility. Among false hypotheses, utility co-varies with logical strength. These features are motivated by Levy's project of using epistemic utility as a basis of accepting truth, but if such utilities are proposed for ordering rival theories, then the theory of truth likenness suggests other kinds of principles. So we'll be returning to some of these more mathematical determinations of truth and theories in the second half of this series. Truth likeness. Popper's notion of truth likeness is a combination of truth and information. For him, verisimilitude represents the idea of approaching comprehensive truth. Popper's explication used the cumulative idea that the more truth-like theory should have in the sense of set theoretical inclusion, the more true consequences and less false consequences. But it turned out that this comparison is not applicable to pairs of false theories. An alternative method of defining verisimilitude, initiated in 1974 by Pavel Tychy and Riso Hippelton, relies essentially on the concept of similarity. In the similarity approach as developed by Ninilato, closeness to the truth is explicated locally by means of the distance of partial answers to the target in a cognitive problem. Thus, a parameter indicates our cognitive interest in hitting close to the truth, and the other parameter indicates our interest in excluding falsities that are distanced from the truth. The truth likeness function allows us to define an absolute concept of real progress and the expected truth likeness function gives the relative concept of estimated progress. According to the definition, real progress, it is meaningful to say that one theory satisfies better the cognitive goal of answering a problem than the other theory. This is an absolute standard of scientific progress. Definition of estimated progress shows how claims of progress can be fallibly evaluated on the basis of evidence. This claim may, of course, be mistaken, since estimation of progress is relative to two factors, the available evidence and the probability measured employed in the definition. Both evidence and epistemic probabilities may mislead us. In this sense, the problem of estimating verisimilitude is as difficult as the problem of induction. Roll-Bottom argues that the real probability and the estimated probability that scientific progress is possible in the absence of increasing verisimilitude. He asks us to imagine that the scientists in a specific area of physics have found a new maximum truth-like theory, yet this general theory could be used for further predictions and applications. This is indeed the case if we do not make the idealized assumption that scientists know all the logical consequences of their theories. Then the explanation and predictions from this theory constitute new cognitive problems. Moreover, in Roll-Bottom's thought experiment, further progress is possible by expanding the conceptual framework in order to consider as a target deeper truth than that theory. The measure of expected truth likeness can be used for retrospective comparison of past theories if evidence is taken to include our currently accepted theory. In the same spirit, Barrett, 2008, has proposed that assuming that science makes progress towards the truth through the elimination of a descriptive error, the probable approximate truth of Newtonian gravitation can be warranted by its nesting relation to the general theory of relativity. The definition of progress of a relative by relative probability can be contrasted with the model of belief revision. Knowledge and understanding. Bird, 2007, has defended the epistemic definition of progress, accumulation of knowledge, against the semantic conception, accumulation of true beliefs or succession theories with increasing verisimilitude. Here, knowledge is not defined as justified true belief, but still it is taken to entail truth and justification, so that Bird's epistemic view, in fact, returns to the old cumulative model of progress. According to Bird, an accidental true or truth-like belief reached by irrational methods without any justification does not constitute progress. This kind of thought experience may seem artificial, since there is always some sort of justification for any hypothetical theory which is accepted or at least seriously considered by the scientific community. But Bird's arguments raises the important question whether justification is merely instrumental for progress or necessary for progress. Another interesting question is whether the rejection of unfounded but accidentally true beliefs is regressive. The truth likeness approach replies to these problems by distinguishing real progress and estimated progress. Justification is not constitutive of progress in the sense of real progress, but claims of real progress can be justified by appealing to expected verisimilitude. On the other hand, the notion of progress explicated in estimated progress is relative to evidence and justification, but at the same time non-cumulative. Bird can reformulate his initial example by assuming that an accidentally true or truth-like theory H has been obtained by scientific yet unreliable means, perhaps by deviation from an expected theory, which turns out to be false. Does such application of mistaken reasoning constitute progress? This interplay of real progress and estimated progress allows several possibilities here. Later evidence might show that the initial estimate was too high, or that the truth value was in fact high, but initially the verisimilitude value was low, and only later it was increased by new evidence. Most accounts of truth likeness satisfy the principle that among true theories, truth likeness co-varies with logical strength. So accumulation of knowledge is a special case of increasing verisimilitude, but it does not cover the case of progressive by successive false theories. In his attempt to rehabilitate the cumulative knowledge model of scientific progress, Bird admits that there are historical sequences of theories, none of which are fully true. As knowledge entails truth, Bird tries to save his epistemic account by reformulating past false theories as true ones. He proposes that if the theory is approximately true, then the proposition approximately is true, so that improving precision of approximations can be an object of knowledge. One problem with the treatment is that scientists typically formulate their theories as exact statements, and at the time of their proposal, it is not known how large margins of error would be needed to transform them into true theories. Further, many past theories were radically false rather than approximately true or truth-like, but still they could be improved by more truth-like successors. Further problem for Bird's proposal is the question whether his approximation propositions are able to distinguish between progress and regress in science. Delson, 2016, has formulated the noetic account of scientific progress as increasing understanding, using objectual understanding instead of understanding why. He characterizes understanding in terms of grasping how to correctly explain and predict aspects of given target. Against Bird, who takes understanding to be a species of knowledge of causes, Delson argues that understanding does not require that scientists to have justifications for or even belief in the explanations or predictions they propose. Still, understanding is a matter of degree. Thus, there are increases in scientific understanding without accumulation of scientific knowledge, and accumulation of scientific knowledge without increases in understanding, like knowledge about random experimental outcomes or spurious statistical correlations. The latter thesis is easy to accept, especially if explanation needs laws, but on the other hand, the epistemic and truth-likeness approach could agree that the collection of new important data may constitute scientific progress. The possibility of quasi-factive understanding by means of idealized theories, a common feature with the verisimilitudian approach, is taken to be an advantage of the noetic account. Park, in 2017, challenged Delson's conclusions against the epistemic definition. He argued that scientific understanding involves beliefs that the explained phenomena are real and the confirmed predictions are true. He argues that Wegener's continental drift theory, which was not supported by available evidence, was progressive since it paved the way for the later theory of plate tectonics in the 1960s. Delson questioned Park's arguments by rejecting the means end thesis. One should make the crucial distinction between cognitive and non-cognitive scientific progress, and likewise distinguish episodes that constitute and promote scientific progress. So is science progressive? We made a distinction between real and estimated progress in terms of the truth-likeness measures. A similar distinction can be made in connection with measures of empirical successes. For example, one may distinguish two notions of the problem-solving ability of a theory, a number of problems solved so far, and the number of solvable problems. Real progress could be defined by the latter, while the former gives us an estimate of progress. The scientist-realist may continue this line of thought by arguing that all measures of empirical success, in fact, are best indicators of real cognitive progress, measured in terms of truth and truth-likeness. For example, if a theory explains evidence, then it can be shown that the evidence also confirms the theory or increasing the probability of the theory. Similar reasoning can be employed to given the so-called ultimate agreement or no miracle argument, the ultimate argument or no miracle argument for scientific realism. Theoretical realism is the only assumption that does not make the empirical success of science a miracle. This means that the best explanation of the empirical progress of science is the hypothesis that science is also progressive on the level of theories. The thesis that science is progressive is an overall claim about scientific activities. It does not imply that each particular step in science has in fact been progressive. Individual scientists make mistakes, and even the scientific community is fallible in its collective judgments. For this reason, we should not propose such a definition that the thesis about the progressive nature of science becomes a tautology or an analytical truth. This undesirable consequences follows that if we define truth as the limit of scientific inquiry, this is sometimes called the consensus theory of truth, as then it is a mere tautology that the limit of scientific research is the truth. But this trivialization of the self-corrective thesis cannot be attributed to Peirce, who realized that truth and the limit of inquiry coincide at best with probability 1. The notion of truth-likeness allows one to make sense of the claim that science converges towards the truth, but the characterization of progress as increasing truth-likeness does not presuppose theological metaphysics, convergent realism, or scientific eschatology, as it does not rely on any assumption about the future behavior of science. The claim about scientific progress can still be questioned by the thesis that observations and ontologies are relative to theories. If this is true, the comparison of rival theories appears to be impossible on cognitive rational grounds. Kuhn compared paradigm changes to Gestalt switches. Feyerabend concluded from his methodological anarchism that the development of science and art resemble each other. Hansen, Popper, Kuhn, and Feyerabend agreed that all observation is theory-laden, so that there is no theory-neutral observational language. Accounts of reduction and progress, which take for granted the preservation of some observational statements within theory change, thus runs into trouble, even though Ledon's account of progress allows Kuhn losses. It can be argued that the comparison of the problem-solving capacity of the two rival theories presupposes some kind of correlation or translation between the statement of these theories. Various replies have been proposed to this issue. One is the movement from language to structures, but turns out that a reduction on the level structures already guarantees commensurability since it induces a translation between conceptual frameworks. Another has been the point that an evidence statement may happen to be neutral with respect to rival theories, even though it is laden with some other theories. The realist may also point that the theory ladenness of observations concerns at most the estimation of progress, but the definition of real progress as increasing truth likeness does not mention the notion of observation at all. Even though Popper accepted the theory ladenness of observation, he rejected the more general thesis about incommensurability as the myth of framework. Popper insisted that the growth of knowledge is always revolutionary in the sense that a new theory contradicts the old one by correcting it, but there is still continuity in theory change, as the new theory should explain why the old theory was successful to some extent. Feyerabend tried to claim that successive theories are both inconsistent and incommensurable with each other, but this combination makes little sense. Kuhn argued against the possibility of finding complete translations between the languages of rival theories, but in his later work he admitted that the possibility that a scientist may learn different theoretical languages. Kuhn kept insisting that there is no theory-independent way to reconstruct phrases like really there. Each theory has its own ontology. Convergence to truth seems to be impossible. If ontologies change with theories, the same idea has been formulated by Putnam and Ledon in the so-called pessimism meta-induction, as many past theories in science have turned out to be non-referring. There's all reason to expect that even the future theories fail to refer and thus also fail to approximate true or true-like. But the optimistic reply by comparative realists points out that for all rejected theories in Ledon's list, the scientists have been able to find a better, more truth-like alternative. The difficulties for realism seem to be reinforced by the observation that measures of truth-likeness are relative to language. The choice of conceptual frameworks cannot be decided by means of notion of truth-likeness, but needs additional criterion. In defense of the truth-likeness approach, one might point to the fact that the comparison of the two theories is relevant only in those cases where they are considered perhaps to be a suitable translation as rival answers to the same cognitive problem. It is interesting to compare Newton's and Einstein's theories for their truth likeness, but not Newton and Darwin's theories. When definitions of real progress and estimated progress are applied to rival theories in different languages, they have to be translated into a common conceptual framework. Another line is to appeal to theories of reference in order to show that the rival theories can, after all, be regarded as speaking about the same entities. For example, Thomson, Bohr, and later physicists are talking about the same electrons, even though their theories of the electron differ from each other. This is not possible on the standard descriptive theory of reference. A theory can only refer to entities about which it gives true descriptions. Kuhn and Feyerabend's meaning holism with devastating consequences for realism presupposes this account of reference. A similar argument is used by Maline's 2000, who denies that progress can be understood as knowing more about the same, but his own structuralist reconstruction of progress with partial incommensurability assumes that rival theories share some intended application. Causal theories of reference allow that reference is preserved even within changes of theories. The same result is obtained if the descriptive account is modified by introducing a principle of charity. A theory refers to those entities about which it gives the most truth-like description. An alternative account illustrated by the relation of phlogiston theory and oxygen theories given by Schertz, 2011, by his notion of structural correspondence. This makes it possible that even false theories are referring. Moreover, there can be reference invariance between two successive theories, even though both of them are false. Progress means that the latter theory gives a more truth-like description about their common domain than the old theory. Hey, Don, Doug, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, Doug, if you I'm happy to speak with the Jew Function guys. They haven't reached out to me. I say they spoke with Charles Moskowitz. We'll see what happens. So here I'm just focusing on the philosophy of science for now, doing some due diligence for some future research. Okay, so that was pretty intense. And a lot of information. This one on scientific progress is extremely important and will become important in the relationship to the multiple truth hypothesis. Okay, so let's keep it going. A lot to cover here, a lot of information. So let's look at Karl Popper. And so Karl Popper has been mentioned in almost all of these. So we'll do a full look at Karl Popper. Karl Popper, regarded as one of the greatest philosophers of science of the 20th century, he was also a social and political philosopher of considerable stature, a self-professed critical rationalist, a dedicated opponent of all forms of skepticism and relativism in science and human affairs generally, and committed advocate of staunch defender of the open society. One of the most remarkable features of Popper's thought is the scope of his intellectual influence. He was lauded by Bertrand Russell, taught Imre Lakatos, Paul Feyerabend, and philanthropist George Soros at the London School of Economics, numbered David Miller, Joseph Agassi, Alan Musgrave, and Jeremy Schommer amongst his research assistants. Karl Raymond Popper was born on July 28, 1902 in Vienna. His parents, who were of Jewish origin, brought him up in an atmosphere which he was later to describe as decidedly bookish. His father was a lawyer by profession, but he took a keen interest in the classics and philosophy and communicated to his son an interest in social and political issues. His mother inculcated in him such passion for music that for a time he contemplated taking it up as a career. He initially chose the history of music as a second subject for his PhD examination. Subsequently, his love for music became one of the inspirational forces in the development of his thought and manifested itself in his highly original interpretation of the relationship between dogmatic and critical thinking, in his account of the distinction between objectivity and subjectivity, and most importantly, the growth of his hostility towards all forms of historicism, including historicist ideas about the nature of progressive in music. Popper undertook a doctoral program with the Department of Psychology at the University of Vienna, then under the supervision of Karl Buehler, one of the founding members of the Würzburg School of Experimental Psychology. Popper's project was initially designed as a psychological investigation into human memory, of which he conducted initial research. However, the subject matter was planned. Introductory chapter on methodological assumed a position of increasing preeminence, and this resonated with Buehler, who, as a Kant scholar, a professor of philosophy and psychology, had famously addressed the issue of the contemporary crisis in psychology. This crisis for Buehler related to the question of the unity of psychology and had been generated by the proliferation of then competing paradigms within the discipline, which had undermined the hitherto dominant associationist one and problematized the question of method. Accordingly, under Buehler's direction, Popper switched his topic to the methodological problem of cognitive psychology and received his doctorate in 1928 for his dissertation. In extending Buehler's Kantian approach to the crisis in the dissertation, Popper criticized Morris Schlick's neutral monism program to make psychology scientific by transforming it into a science of brain processes. This later ideal, Popper argued, was misconceived, but the issues raised by it ultimately had the effect of refocusing Popper's attention away from Buehler's question of the unity of psychology to that of its scientificity. The philosophical focus on the question of method, objectivity, and claims to scientific status was to become principally lifelong concern, bringing the orientation of Popper's thought into line with such a contemporary analytic philosophers as Frege and Russell, as well of many members of the Vienna Circle. The annexation of Austria in 1938 became the catalyst which prompted Popper to refocus his writings on social and political philosophy. He published The Open Society and Its Enemies, his critique on totalitarianism in 1945 and 46. He moved to England to teach at the London School of Economics and became professor of logic and scientific method at the University of London in 1949. From this point on, his reputation and stature as a philosopher of science and as a social thinker grew, and he continued to write prolifically. A number of his works, particularly The Logic of Scientific Discovery, 1959, are now widely seen as pioneering classics in the field. However, he combined a combative personality with a zeal for self-aggrandizement that did little to endear him to professional colleagues. He was ill at ease in the philosophical milieu of post-war Britain, which was, as he saw it, fixed with trivial linguistic concerns dictated by Wittgenstein, whom he considered his nemesis. Popper's commitment to the primacy of rational criticism was counterpoint by hostility towards anything that amounted to less than total acceptance of his own thought. And in Britain, and as had been the case with Vienna, he increasingly became an isolated figure, though his ideas continued to inspire admiration. In later years, Popper came under philosophical criticism for his prescriptive approach to science's emphasis on the logic of falsification. This was superseded in the eyes of many by the social historical approach taken by Thomas Kuhn, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, 1962. In that work, Kuhn argued for the incommensurability of rival scientific paradigms, denied that scientific grows linearly through the accumulation of truths. Popper was knighted in 1965 and retired from the University of London in 1969, remaining active as a writer, broadcaster, and lecturer until his death in 1994. Backtrack to Popper's thought. A number of biographical features may be identified as having a particular influence upon Popper's thought. His teenage flirtation with Marxism left him thoroughly familiar with the Marxian dialect view of economics, class war, and history, but he was appalled by the failure of democratic parties to stem the rising tide of fascism in Austria in the 1920s and 30s, and the effective welcome extended to it by Marxists who regarded fascism as a necessary dialectic step towards the implosion of capital and the ultimate victory of communism. The Poverty of Historicism, 1944, and The Open Society and Its Enemies, 1945, Popper's most impassioned and influential social works, are powerful defenses of democratic liberalism and strident critiques of philosophical presuppositions underpinning all forms of totalitarianism. Popper was also profoundly impressed by the differences between the alleged scientific theories of Freud and Adler and the revolution effected by Einstein's theory of relativity in physics in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The main difference between them, as Popper saw it, was that while Einstein's theory was highly risky in the sense that it was possible to deduce consequences from it which were, in the light of the then dominant Newtonian physics, highly improbable, and which would, if they turned out to be false, falsify the whole theory, nothing could, even in principle, falsify psychoanalytical theories. They were, Popper argues, simply non-testable, irrefutable. There is no conceivable human behavior which could contradict them. As such, they have more in common with the myths than with genuine science. They contain most interesting psychological suggestions, but not in a testable form. What is apparently the chief source of strength of psychoanalysis, he concluded, its capacity to accommodate and explain every possible form of human behavior, is in fact a critical weakness, for it entails that it is not and could not be genuinely predictive. To those who would respond that psychoanalytical theory is supported by clinical observation, Popper points out that real support can be obtained only from observation undertaken as test by attempted refutations, and for this purpose, criteria of refutation have to be laid down beforehand. It must be agree with observational situation, if actually observed, mean that the theory is refuted. Popper also considers that contemporary Marxism also lacks scientific status, unlike psychoanalysis. He argues Marxism had been initially scientific in that it was genuinely predictive. However, when these predictions were not in fact borne out, the theory was saved from falsification by the addition of ad hoc hypotheses which made it compatible with the facts. By this means, Popper asserts a theory which is initially genuinely scientific degenerated into pseudoscientific dogmas. As he sees it, the Hegelian dialectic was adopted by Marxists not to oppose dogmatism, but to accommodate to their cause by eliminating the possibility of contradictory evidence. It has thus become what Popper terms reinforced dogmatism. These factors combine to make Popper take falsibility as his criterion for demarcating science from non-science. If a theory is incompatible with possible empirical observation, it is scientific. Conversely, a theory which is compatible with all such observation, either because, as in the case of Marxism, it has been modified solely to accommodate such observation, or because, as in the case of psychoanalytical theories, it is consistent with all possible observations, is unscientific. However, Popper is not a positivist and acknowledges that unscientific theories may be enlightening and that even purely Mythogenic explanations have performed a valuable function in the past in expediting our understanding of the nature of reality. The problem of demarcation. For Popper, the central problem in philosophy of science is that of demarcation, of distinguishing between science and what he terms non-science. Popper is unusual amongst the contemporary philosophers in that he accepts the validity of the Humean critique of induction, and indeed goes beyond it by arguing that induction is never actually used in science. However, he does not concede that this entails skepticism, and he argues the Baconian Newtonian insistence on primacy of pure observation as the initial step in the formation of theories is completely misguided. All observations are selective and theory-laden, and there are no pure or theory-free observations. In this way, he destabilizes the traditional view that science can be distinguished from non-science on the basis of its inductive methodology. In contradiction to this, Popper holds that there is no unique methodological specific to science. Rather, science, like virtually every other organic activity, consists largely of problem solving. Popper accordingly rejects the view that induction is the characteristic method of scientific investigation and inference, substituting falsibility in its place. It is easy, he argues, to obtain evidence in favor of virtually any theory, and he consequently holds that such corroboration, as he terms it, should count scientifically only if the positive result of a genuinely risky prediction, which might conceivably have been false. In a critical sense, Popper's theory of demarcation is based upon his perception of the asymmetry which at the level of logic holds between verification and falsification. It is logically impossible to verify a universal proposition by reference to experiences. Hume saw clearly. But a single genuine counter instance falsifies the corresponding universal law. In a word, an exception, far from proving a rule, conclusively refutes it. Every genuine scientific theory, then in Popper's view, is prohibitive because the theories of natural science take the form of universal statements. All A's are X is equivalent to no A is not X, which is falsified if some A is not X. Turns out to be true. For example, the law of conservation of energy can be expressed as there is no perpetual motion machine. However, the universality of such laws, he argues, does not rule out the possibility of their verification. Thus, a theory that has withstood rigorous testing should not be deemed to have received a high measure of corroboration and may be retained provisionally as the best available theory until it is finally falsified or is superseded by a better theory. Popper stresses in particular that there is no unique way, no single method, such as induction, which functions as the root to a scientific theory, as approvingly cites Einstein on that point. There's no logical path leading to the highly universal laws of science. They can only be reached by intuition based upon something like an intellectual love of the objects of experience. Science, in Popper's view, starts with problems rather than observation. It is indeed precisely in the context of grappling with a problem that a scientist makes observations in the first instance. His observations are selectively designed to test the extent to which a given theory functions as a satisfactory solution to a given problem. Basic statements, falsifiability, and convention. Popper draws a clear distinction between the logic of falsibility and its applied methodology. The logic of his theory is utterly simple. A universal statement is falsified by a single genuine counter instance. Methodologically, however, the situation is complex. Decisions about whether to accept an apparent falsifying observation as an actual falsification can be problematic, as observational bias and measurement error, for example, can yield results which are only apparently incompatible with the theory under scrutiny. Thus, while advocating falsibility as the criterion of demarcation for science, Popper explicitly allows for the fact that in practice a single conflicting or counter instance is never sufficiently methodological for falsification, and that scientific theories are often retained even though much of the available evidence conflicts with them or is anonymous with respects to them. In this connection, in the logic of scientific discovery, Popper introduces the technical concept of a basic statement or basic proposition, which he defines as a statement which can serve as a premise in an empirical falsification and which takes the singular existential form, there is an X at Y. Basic statements are important because they can formally contradict universal statements and accordingly play a role of potential falsifiers. Popper holds that basic statements are objective and are governed by two requirements: the formal, that they must be both singular and existential, and the material, that they must be intersubjectively testable. In essence, basic statements are for Popper logical constructs which embrace and include observational statements, but for methodological reasons, he seeks to avoid that terminology as it suggests that they are derived directly from and known by experience, which would conflate them with the protocol statements of logical positivism and reintroduce the empiricist idea that certain kinds of experimental reports are incorrigible. The objectivity requirements in Popper's account of basic statements, by contrast, amounts to the rejection of the view that the truth of scientific statements can never be reduced to individual or collective human experience. Popper therefore argues that there are no statements in science which cannot be interrogated. Basic statements which are used to test the universal theories of science must themselves be intersubjectively testable and are therefore open to the possibility of refutation. He acknowledges that this seems to be present a particular practical difficulty in that it appears to suggest that testability must occur ad infinitum, which he acknowledges is an operational absurdity. Sooner or later, all testing must come to an end. Where testing ends, he argues, is in a convention-based decision to accept a basic statement or statements. It is that point that convention and intersubjective human agreement plays an indispensable role in science. Every test of a theory, whether resulting in its corroboration or falsification, must stop at some basic statement or other which we decide to accept. If we do not come to any decision and do not accept some basic statement or another, then the test will have led nowhere. However, Popper contends that while such a decision is usually causally related to perceptual experience, it is not and cannot be justified by such experience. Basic statements are experientially undetermined. Experiences can motivate a decision and hence an acceptance or rejection of a statement, but a basic statement cannot be justified by them, no more than thumping the table. Statements can be justified only by other statements, and therefore testing comes to an end, not in the establishment of a correlation between propositional content and observable reality, as empiricism would hold, but by means of the conventional intersubjective acceptance of the truth of certain basic statements by the research community. The acceptance of basic statements is compared by Popper to trial by jury. The verdict of the jury will be an agreement in accordance with the prevailing legal code and the basis of the evidence presented, and is analogous to the acceptance of a basic statement by the research community. By its decision, the jury accepts by agreement the statement about a factual occurrence, a basic statement as it were. The jury's verdict is conventional in arising out of a procedure governed by clear rules and an application of the legal system as a whole as it applies to the case in question. The verdict is accordingly represented as a true statement of fact, but as miscarriage of justice demonstrates all too clearly. The statement need not be true merely because the jury has accepted it. This is acknowledged in the role allowing the verdict to be quashed or revised. This is comparable, he argues, to the case of basic statements. Their acceptance as true is also by agreement, and as such, it also constitutes an application of a theory system. And it is only this application which makes any further applications of a theoretical system possible. However, the agreed acceptance of basic statements, like that of judicial verdicts, remains perennially susceptible to the requirements for further interrogation. Popper terms the relativity of basic statements, which is reflective of the provisional nature of the entire corpus of scientific knowledge itself. Science does not, he maintains, rest upon any foundational bedrock. Rather, the theoretical systems of science are akin to buildings in swampy ground constructed with the support of piles. The piles are driven down from above into the swamps, but not down to any natural or given base. And if we stop driving the piles deeper, it is not because we have reached firm ground. We simply stop when we are satisfied that the piles are firm enough to carry the structure, at least for the time being. The growth of human knowledge. For Popper, the growth of human knowledge proceeds from our problems and from our attempts to solve them. The attempts involve the formulation of theories which must go beyond existing knowledge and therefore require a leap of the imagination. For this reason, he places special emphasis on the role played by the creative imagination in theory formulation. The priority of problems in Popper's account of science is paramount, and is this which leads him to characterize scientists as problem solvers. Further, since the scientist begins with problems rather than observation or bare facts, he argues that only logical technique, which is an integral part of scientific method, is that of the deductive testing of theories which are not themselves the product of any logical operation. In this deductive procedure, conclusions are inferred from a tentative hypothesis and are then compared with one another and with the other relevant statements to determine whether they falsify or corroborate the hypothesis. Such conclusions are not directly compared with the facts. Popper stresses simply because there are no pure facts available, all observation statements are theory laden and are as much function of purely subjective factors, interest, expectations, wishes, as they are a function of what is objectively real. How then does deductive procedure work? Popper specifies 4 steps. The first is formal, a testing of the internal consistency of the theoretical system to see if it involves any contradictions. The second step is semi-formal, the investigation of the logical form of the theory with the object of determining whether it is character of empirical or scientific theory or whether it is, for example, tautological. The third step is comparing of the new theory with existing ones to determine whether it constitutes an advance upon them. If its explanatory success matches that of the existing theories, and it additionally explains some hitherto anomalous phenomenon or solves some hitherto unsolvable problems, it will be adopted as constituting an advance upon the existing theories. In that sense, science involves theoretical progress on this account that theory X is better than the rival theory Y if X has greater empirical content and hence greater predictive power than Y. The fourth and final step is testing of the theory by empirical application of the conclusions derived from it. If such conclusions are shown to be true, the theory is corroborated but never verified. If the conclusion is shown to be false, then this is taken as a signal that the theory cannot be completely correct. Logically, the theory is falsified, and the scientist begins his quest for a better theory. He does not, however, abandon the present theory until such a time he has a better one to substitute for it. The general structure picture of Popper's philosophy of science, then, is this. Hume's philosophy demonstrates that there is a contradiction implicit in traditional empiricism, which holds that universal scientific laws are in some way finally confirmable by experience, despite the open-ended nature of the latter being acknowledged. Popper eliminates the contradiction by resolving the demand for empirical verification in favor of empirical falsification or corroboration. Scientific theories for him are not inductively inferred from experience, nor is scientific experimentation carried out with a view to verifying or finally establishing the truth of theories. Rather, all knowledge is provisional, conjectural, hypothetical. The universal theories of science can never be conclusively established. Hence, Popper's emphasis on the importance of the criteria, critical spirit to science. For him, critical thinking is the very essence of rationality, for it is only by critical thought that we can eliminate false theories and determine which of the remaining theories is the best available one in the sense of possessing the highest level of explanatory force and predictive power. Probability, knowledge, and verisimilitude. In the view of many social scientists, the more probable a theory is, the better it is. And if we have to choose between two theories which differ only in that one is probable and the other is improbable, then we should choose the former. Popper rejects the science values theories with a highly informative content because they possess a high predictive power and are consequently highly testable. For that reason, the more improbable a theory is, the better it is scientifically, because the probability and informative content of the theory vary inversely. The higher the informative content of the theory, the lower will be its probability. Thus, the statements which are of special interest to science are those with high informative content and consequently low probability, which nevertheless come close to truth. Informative content, which is an inverse proportion to probability, is in direct proportion to testability. As a result, the severity of the test to which a theory can be subjected and by means of which it is falsified or corroborated is of fundamental importance. Popper also argues that all scientific criticism must be piecemeal. He holds that it is not possible to question every aspect of a theory at once, as certain items of what he terms background knowledge must be taken for granted, but that is not knowledge in the sense of being conclusively established. It may be challenged at any time, especially if it is suspected that its uncritical acceptance may be responsible for difficulties which are subsequently encountered. How then can one be certain that one is questioning the right thing? The Popperian answer is that we cannot have absolute certainty here, but repeated tests usually show where the trouble lies. As we saw for Popper, even observational statements are corrigible and open to review, and science, in his view, is not a quest for certain knowledge, but an evolutionary process in which hypotheses or conjectures are imaginally proposed and tested in order to explain facts or to solve problems. For this reason, he emphasizes both the importance of questioning the background knowledge when the need arises and the significance of the facts that observation statements are theory-laden and incorrigible. Popper was initially uneasy with the concept of truth. In his earliest writings, he avoided asserting that a theory which is corroborated is true, for clearly if a theory is an open-ended hypothesis, then ipso facto it has to at least potentially be false. However, he came to accept Tarski's reformulation of the correspondence theory of truth, and in Conjectures and Refutations 1963, he integrates the concepts of truth and content to frame the metalogical concept of truth-likeness or verisimilitude. A good scientific theory, Popper argues in that work, has a higher level of verisimilitude than its rivals, and he explicates this concept by reference to the logical consequence of theories. A theory's content is the totality of its logical consequences, which can be divided into two classes. The truth content, which is the class of true propositions which may be derived from it, and the falsity content of a theory, which is the class of a theory's false consequences, which may be empty, and in the case of a theory which is true, is necessarily empty. Popper offers two accounts of how rival theories can be compared in terms of their levels of verisimilitude. There are the qualitative and quantitative definitions. On the qualitative account, verisimilitude is defined in terms of subclass relationships. A theory T2 has a higher level of verisimilitude than T1 if and only if their truth and falsity contents are comparable through subclass relationships, and either T2's truth content includes T1's and T2's falsity content, if it exists, is included in or is the same as T1's, or T2's truth content includes or is the same as T1's, and T2's falsity content, if it exists, is included in T1's. On the quantitative account, verisimilitude is defined by assigning quantities to contents, where the index of content of a given theory is its logical improbability, given again that content and probability vary inversely. The utilization of either method of computing verisimilitude shows, Popper argues, that even if a theory T2 with a higher content than a theory T1 is subsequently falsified, it can still legitimately be regarded as a better theory than T1, and better here now understood to mean that T2 is closer to the truth than T1. Thus, scientific progress involves, on this view, the abandonment of partially true but falsified theories for theories with a higher level of verisimilitude, which approach more closely to the truth. In this way, verisimilitude allowed Popper to mitigate what some saw as the pessimism of the anti-inductivist philosophy of science. With the introduction of the concept, Popper was able to represent his account as an essential realistic position in terms of which scientific progress can be seen as progress towards the truth, and experimental corroboration can be viewed as an indicator of verisimilitude. However, subsequent research revealed defects in Popper's formal definitions of verisimilitude. The concept is most important in a system because of its application to theories which are approximations, which are common in the social science and thus known to be false. In this conjecture, Popper had written, ultimately, the idea of verisimilitude is most important in cases where we know that we have to work with theories which are at best approximations. That is to say, theories of which we know that they cannot be true. In these cases, we can still speak of better or worse approximations to the truth, and we therefore do not need to interpret these cases as instrumentalist sense. In 1974, David Miller and Pavel Tychy, working independently, demonstrated that the conditions specified by Popper in his accounts of both qualitative and quantitative verisimilitude for comparing the truth and falsity contents of theories can be satisfied only when theories are true. In this crucially important case of false theories, Popper's definitions are formally defective, for with regard to a false theory T2, which has excess content over rival theory T1, both the truth content and the falsity content of T2 will exceed that of T1 with respect to theories which are false. Then Popper's condition for comparing levels of verisimilitude, whether in quantitative or qualitative terms, can never be met. Popper's response was twofold. In the first place, he acknowledged the deficiencies in his own formal account. My main mistake was the failure to see at once that my theory of truth content 1966 could be extended to falsity content. If the content of false statement exceeds that of statement B, then the truth content of A exceeds the truth content of B, and the same holds for the falsity contents. But he argues that I do think that we should not conclude from the failure of my attempts to solve the problem that the problem cannot be solved. Perhaps it cannot be solved by purely logical means, but only as a relativization of two relevant problems, or even by bringing it to the historical problem situation. This suggestion was to precipitate a great deal of important technical research in the field. He additionally moves to the task of formally defining the concept from center stage of his philosophy of science to protesting that he had never intended to imply. The degree of verisimilitude can ever be numerically determined except in certain limiting cases. Instead, he argues the chief value of the concept is heuristic, in which the absence of an adequate formal definition is not an insuperable impediment to its utilization in the actual appraisal of theories relativized to problems in which we have an interest. Many see the thrust of this latter strategy as generally reflecting the importance of the concept of verisimilitude in Popper's system, but it is not satisfied of all of his critics. Objective knowledge in the three worlds ontology. Popper's hostility to psychologistic approaches to epistemology is evident from his earliest works. Questions relating to the origins of convictions, feelings of certainty alike, he argues, are properly considered the province of psychology. Their attempted use in epistemology, which has been characteristic in particularly of some schools of empiricism, can lead only to confusion and ultimately to skepticism. Against it, he repeatedly insists on the objectivity of scientific knowledge and sees it is the principal task of epistemology to engage with the questions of justification and validity in that connection. In some of his later works in the field, particularly in Epistemology Without a Knowing Subject, 1967, republished as Objective Knowledge, 1972, and in his lecture, Three Worlds, in the Tanner Lectures on Human Values, delivered in 1978, Popper develops the notion of objectivity further in a novel but controversial way by seeking to free it completely from psychological constraints. What is central to epistemology, he reaffirms, is the concept of objectivity, which he seeks to show requires neither the notions of subjective mental states nor even the subject possessing knowledge. Knowledge, in its full objective sense, he argues, is knowledge without knowing subject. Popper's angle of approach here is to situate the development of knowledge in the context of animal and human evolution. It is characteristic of evolutionary processes, he points out, that they come to take place in an environment which is itself in part fashioned by the species in question. Popper contends human beings have created new kinds of products, intellectual products, which shape our environment. These are our myths, our ideas, our artworks, and our scientific theories about the world in which we live. When placed in an evolutionary context, he suggests such products must be viewed instrumentally as exosomatic artifacts. Chief amongst them is knowledge, in the objective or impersonal sense, in which it may be said to be contained in a book or stored in a library or taught in a university. On this view, termed evolutionary epistemology, the growth of human knowledge is an objective evolutionary process which involves the creation and promulgation of new problem-solving theories, which are then subjugated to the challenge of criticism, modification, elimination, and replacement. These latter activities are seen by Popper as growth promoting an evolution of knowledge, which he represented by the means of the tetradic schema, where P1 stands for the initial problem, TT stands for the tentative theory designed to solve it, and EE is the attempts at error elimination, and P2 represents further problems that arise out of the critical process. This kind of knowledge development, Popper argues, cannot be explained either by physicalism, which seeks to reduce all mental processes and states to material ones, or by dualism, which usually seeks to explicate knowledge by means of psychological categories such as thought, perception, and belief. Consequently, he proposes a novel form of pluralistic realism, a three worlds ontology, which, while accommodating both the world of physical states and processes in world one and the mental world of psychological processes in world two, represents knowledge in its objective sense as belonging to world three, a third objectively real ontological category. That world is the world of the products of the human mind, such as languages, tales and stories, religious myths, scientific conjectures and theories, and mathematical constructions, songs and symphonies, paintings and sculptures. In short, world three is the world of human cultural artifacts, which are products of world two, mental processes, usually instantiated in the physical world one environment. Popper proceeds to explicate the distinction between the subjective and the objective sense of knowledge by reference to this ontology. The subjective sense of knowledge relates to psychological processes in state, mental dispositions, belief, and expectations, which many may generally be termed as thought processes, and which belong to Role 2. Knowledge in the objective sense, by contrast, consists not of thought processes but thought content, that is to say, the content of propositionalized theories. It is the content which can be, at least approximately, translated from one language into another. The objective thought content is that which remains invariant in a reasonably good translation. And it is that thought content which, linguistically codified in text, works of art, log tables, mathematical formula, which constitute Role 3, to which objective knowledge relates. For those who would suggest that there is such objects were mere abstractions from Role 2 thought processes, Popper counters that Role 3 objects are necessarily more than the thought processes which have led to their creation. Theories, for example, usually have logical implications beyond anything considered by their original author, as instances in the case of Einstein's special theory of relativity. Moreover, what is most characteristic about such objects is that, unlike Role 2 mental processes, they can stand in logical relation to each other, such as equivalence, deducibility, and compatibility, which makes them amenable to the kind of critical rational analysis and development that is one of the hallmarks of science, as he puts it. Criticism of Role 3 objects is of the greatest importance, both in art and especially in science. Science can be said to be largely the result of critical examination and selection of conjectures or thought content. Popper was aware that he would be accused of hypostatizing abstractions in asserting the reality and objectivity of Role 3 objects. In response, he indicates strongly that he has no interest in what he regards as pointless terminological disputes over the meaning of the term world or real. He is therefore content, if required, to express his account of the objective knowledge in more familiar and perhaps more mundane terms. Role 3 objects are abstract objects, whether physical embodiments are concrete objects, but that should not be allowed to disguise the fact that what he saw as the relationship between the three categories of his ontology as of enormous importance in understanding the role of science as an element of culture. My thesis is that our Role 3 theories and our Role 3 plans causally influence the physical objects of Role 1, that they have causal action upon Role 1. In the final analysis, it is the causal interaction between the worlds that ultimately matters in Popper's objectivist epistemology. It allows him to represent the growth of human knowledge as an evolutionary process of exosomatic applications, which is ultimately the function of interplay of relations between the physical and mental worlds and the world of objective knowledge or thought content. Social and political thought, the critique of historicism and holism. Given Popper's personal history and background, it is hardly surprising that he developed a deep and abiding interest in social and political philosophy. He understood holism as the view that human social groupings are greater than the sum of their members, that they act on their human members and shape their destinies, and that they are subject to their own independent laws of development. Historicism is identified as the belief that history develops inexorably, and necessarily according to certain principles or rules towards a determinate end. The link between them is that holism holds that individuals are essentially formed by the social groupings to which they belong, while historicism suggests that we can understand such social groupings only in terms of the internal principles which determine its development. This leads to what Popper calls the historicist doctrine of the social sciences, the view that the principal task of the social sciences is to make predictions about social and political development of man, and that the task of politics, once the key predictions have been made, is, in Marx's word, to lessen the birth pangs of future social and political developments. Popper thinks that this view of the social sciences is both theoretically misconceived and socially dangerous, as it can give rise to totalitarianism and authoritarianism, to centralized governmental control of the individual and attempted imposition of large-scale social planning. Against this, he advances the view that any human social grouping is no more or less than the sum of its individual members, that what happens in history is the largely unforeseeable result of the actions of such individuals, and that large-scale social planning to an antecedently conceived blueprint is inherently misconceived and inevitably disastrous, precisely because human actions have consequences which cannot be foreseen. Popper then is an historical indeterminist insofar as he holds that history does not evolve in accordance with intrinsic laws or principles, that is, the absence of such laws and principles, unconditional prediction in the social science is an impossibility, and that there is no such thing as historical necessity. The link between Popper's theory of knowledge and his social philosophy is his fallibilism. We make theoretical progress in science by subjecting our theories to critical scrutiny and abandoning those which have been falsified. So too, in an open society, the rights of the individual to criticize administrative policies will be safeguarded and upheld. Undesirable policies will be eliminated in a manner analogous to the elimination of falsified scientific theories, and political differences will be resolved by critical discussion, argument, rather than coercion. The open society, as thus conceived by Popper, may be defined as an association of free individuals respecting each other's rights within the framework of mutual protection supplied by the state and achieving through the making of responsible, rational decisions a growing measure of humane and enlightened life. Such a society is not a utopian ideal, Popper argues, but an empirically realized form of social organization which is in every respect superior to its real or potential totalitarianism rivals. His strategy, however, is not merely to engage in a moral defense of the ideology of liberalism, but rather to show that totalitarianism is typically based on historicist and holist presuppositions, and of demonstrating that these presuppositions are fundamentally incoherent. Scientific knowledge, history, and prediction. Historicism and holism, Popper argues, have their origins in what he terms one of the oldest dreams of mankind, the dream of prophecy, the idea that we can know what the future has in store for us and that we can profit from such knowledge by adjusting our policy to it. The dream was given an impetus, he suggests, by the emergence of a genuine predictive capability regarding solar and lunar eclipses at the early stage of human civilization, which became refined with the development of the natural sciences. Historicism derived a superficial plausibility from the suggestion just as the application of the laws of the natural sciences can lead to prediction of such events as eclipses, knowledge of the laws of history, as yielded by social science or sciences, can and should lead to prediction of future social phenomena. Why should we not conceive of social sciences, which would function as the theoretical natural science functions and yield precise unconditional predictions in the appropriate sphere of application? Popper seeks to show that this idea is based upon a series of misconceptions about the nature of science and about the relationship between scientific laws and scientific prediction. In relation to the critically important concept of prediction, Popper makes a distinction between what he terms conditional scientific predictions, which have the form if F takes place, then Y will take place, and unconditional scientific prophecies, which have the form Y will take place. Contrary to Popper's belief, it is the former rather than the latter which are typical of natural sciences, which means that the typical predictions in natural science is conditional and limited in scope. It takes the form of hypothetical assertions stating that certain specified changes will come about if and only if particular specified events antecedently take place. This is not to deny that unconditional scientific prophecies do take place in science and that the theoretical natural science make them possible. However, Popper argues that those unconditional prophecies are not characteristic of the natural sciences and that the mechanism whereby they occur in the very limited way in which they do is not understood by the historicist. Well, what is the mechanism which makes unconditional scientific prophecies possible? Popper's answer is that they are possible because they are derived from a combination of conditional predictions, themselves derived from scientific laws, and existential statements specifying that the conditions in relation to the system being investigated are fulfilled. Given that this is the mechanism which generates unconditional scientific prophecies, Popper makes two related claims about historicism. The first is that the historicist does not, as a matter of fact, derive his historical prophecies from conditional scientific predictions. The second is that he cannot possibly do so because long-term prophecies can be derived from scientific conditional predictions only if they applied to systems which can be described as well as isolated, stationary, and recurrent. These systems are very rare in nature, and modern society is surely not one of them. Popper accordingly argues that it is a fundamental mistake for the historicist to take the unconditional scientific prophecies of eclipses as being typical and characteristic of the predictions of natural science. They are possible only because our solar system is a stationary and repetitive system which is isolated from other systems by immense expanses of empty space. Human society and human history are not isolated systems and are continually undergoing rapid, non-repetitive development in the most fundamental sense possible. Every event in history is discrete, novel, quite unique, and ontology distinct from every other historical event. For this reason, it is impossible in principle that unconditional scientific prophecies can be made in relation to human history. The idea that the successful unconditional prediction of eclipses provides us with reasonable grounds for the hope of successful unconditional predictions regarding the evolution of human history turns out to be based upon gross misconception. As Popper succinctly concludes, the fact that we predict eclipses does not therefore provide a valid reason for expecting that we can predict revolutions. Immutable laws and contingent trends. An additional mistake which Popper discerns in historicism is the failure of the historicist to distinguish between scientific laws and trends. This makes him think that it's possible to explain change by discovering trends running through past history and to anticipate and predict future occurrences on the basis of such observations. Here, Popper points out that there is a critical difference between the trend and scientific law. The latter is a universal in form, while the trend can be expressed only as a singular existential statement. The logical difference is crucial. Neither conditional nor unconditional predictions can be based upon trends, because trends may be changed or be reversed with a change in the conditions which gave rise to them in the first instance. As Popper puts it, there can be no doubt that the habit of confusing trends with laws, together with the intuitive observation of trends such as technical progress, inspired the central doctrines of historicism. He does not, of course, dispute the existence of trends or deny that observing them can be of practical utility value. But the essential point is that the trend is something which itself ultimately stands in need of scientific explanation, and it cannot therefore function as the frame of reference in terms of which an unconditional prediction can be based. A point which connects with this has to do with the role which the evolution of human knowledge has played in the historical development of human society. Human history, as Popper points out, been strongly influenced by the growth of human knowledge, and it is extremely likely that this will continue to be the case. All the empirical evidence suggests that the link between the two is progressively consolidating. However, this gives rise to a further problem for the historicist. No scientific predictor, human or otherwise, can possibly predict its own future results. From this, it follows, he holds, that no society can predict scientifically its own future state of knowledge. Thus, while the future evolution of human history is extremely likely to be influenced by new developments in human knowledge, we cannot now scientifically determine what such knowledge will be. From this, it follows that if the future holds any new discoveries or any new developments in the growth of our knowledge, then it is possible for us to predict them now, and it is therefore impossible for us to predict the future development of human history now, given that the latter will in at least part be determined by the future growth of our knowledge. Thus, once again, historicism collapses. The dream of a theoretical predictive science of history is unreasonable because it is an impossible dream. Popper argues against the propriety of large-scale planning and social structures on the basis of this demonstration of the logical shortcomings of historicism. It is, he emerges theoretically as well as practically misguided because, again, part of what we are planning for our future knowledge, and our future knowledge is not something which we can in principle now possess. We cannot adequately plan for expected advances in our future knowledge or for the effects which such advances will have upon society as a whole. For him, this necessitates the acceptance of historical indeterminism as the only philosophy of history which is commensurate with a proper understanding of the provisional and incomplete nature of human knowledge. The critique of historicism and holism is balanced on the positive side by Popper's affirmation of the ideals of individualism and market economics, and his strong defense of the open society, of the view that a society is equivalent to the sum of its members, that the actions of the members of society serve to fashion and to shape it, and that the social consequences of intentional actions are very often and very largely unintentional. This part of his social philosophy was influenced by the economist Friedrich Hayek, who worked with him at the London School of Economics and who was a lifelong friend. Popper advocates what he rather unfortunately terms piecemeal social engineering as the central mechanism for social planning. In utilizing this mechanism, intentional actions are directed to the achievement of one specific goal at a time, which makes it possible to determine whether adverse unintended effects of intentional actions occur in order to correct and readjust when this proves necessary. This, of course, parallels precisely with the critical testing of theories in scientific investigation. This approach to social planning, which is explicitly based upon the premise that we do not, because we cannot know what the future will be like, encourage attempts to put right what is problematic in society, generally acknowledge social ills rather than attempts to impose some preconceived idea of the good upon society as a whole. For Popper, in a genuinely open society, piecemeal social engineering goes hand in hand with negative utilitarianism, the attempt to minimize the amount of suffering and misery, rather than with a positive utilitarianism, the attempt to maximize the amount of happiness. The state, he holds, should concern itself with the task of progressively formulating and implementing policies designed to deal with the social problems which actually confront it, with the goal of mitigating human misery and suffering to the greatest possible degree. The positive task of increasing social and personal happiness, by contrast, can and should be left to individual citizens, who may, of course, act collectively to that end. My thesis, Popper states, is that human misery is the most urgent problem of a rational public policy, and that happiness is not such a problem. The attainment of happiness should be left to our private endeavors. Thus, for Popper, in the final analysis of the activity of problem solving, is a definitive of our humanity at the level of social and political organization, as at the level of science, and is the key insight which unifies and integrates the broad spectrum of his thought. Critical evaluation. While it cannot be said that Popper was modest, he took criticism of his theories very seriously and spent much of his time in his later years in addressing them. The following is a summary of some of the main ones which he had to address. First, Popper claims to be a realist and rejects conventionalist and instrumentalist accounts of science, but his accounts of the logic of scientific discovery, of the role played by basic statements in the methodology of falsification, seems to sit uneasy with that. As we have seen, he follows Kant in rejecting the positivist empiricist view that observation statements are incorrigible, and argues that there are descriptions of what is observed as interpreted by the observer with reference to a determinate conceptual and theoretical framework. He accordingly asserts that while basic statements may have causal relations to experience, they are neither determined nor justified by it. However, this would seem to pose a difficulty. If theory is to be genuinely testable, it must be possible to determine, at least in principle, whether the basic statements, which are its potential falsifiers, are actually true or false. But how can this be known? If basic statements cannot be justified by experiences, as we've seen, Popper's answers is that the acceptance or rejection of basic statements depends upon a convention-based decision on the part of the scientific community. From a logical point of view, the testing of a theory depends upon basic statements, whose acceptance or rejection is in turn depends upon our decisions. Thus, it is decisions which settle the fate of theories. Traditional conventionalists, as exemplified by the work of Poincare, Milhaud, amongst others, holds that a successful science is one in which universal theories have assumed such explanatory critical mass that convention emergence to preempt the possibility of the empirical refutation. This is strongly rejected by Popper, who differentiates his position from it by arguing that it is the acceptance of basic statements rather than that of universal theory, which is determined by convention and intersubjective agreement. For him, the acceptance or rejection of theory occurs only indirectly and at a higher investigative level through critical tests made possible by the conventional acceptance of basic statements. As he puts it, I differ from the conventionalists in holding that the statement decided by agreement are not universal but singular. Simultaneously, however, he rejects any suggestion that basic statements are justified by direct experience. I differ from the positivist in holding that basic statements are not justifiable by our immediate experiences, but are, from the logical point of view, accepted by an act by a free decision. It is thus evident that Popper saw his account of basic statements as steering a course between the Scylla of orthodox conventionalism and the Charbonist of positivist empiricism. However, while it is both coherent and consistent in that regard, there can be little doubt but that it constitutes a form of conventionalism in its own right, and it is not clear that it is compatible with scientific realism, understood as the view that scientific theories give true or approximately true descriptions of elements of a mind-independent world. As Lakatos put it, if a theory is falsified, it is proven false. If it is falsified in Popper's conventionalist sense, it may still be true. If we follow up on this sort of falsification by the actual elimination of a theory, we may well end up by eliminating a true and accepting a false theory. Second, Popper's theory of demarcation hinges quite fundamentally on the assumption that there are such things as critical tests which either falsify a theory or give it a strong measure of corroboration. Yet Lakatos flatly denies that there are critical tests in the Popperian sense in science. The suggestion is that falsification, corroboration, disjunction offered by Popper is unjustifiably binary. Non-corroboration is not necessarily falsification, and falsification of a high-level scientific theory is never brought about by an isolated observation or a set of observations. Such theories are, in a now widely accepted, highly resistant to falsification. They are tenaciously protected from refutation by a vast protective belt of auxiliary hypothesis, and so are falsified, if at all, by not by Popperian critical test, but rather within an elaborate context of the research programs associated with them gradually grinding to a halt. Popper's distinction between the logic of falsibility and its applied methodology does not in the end do justice to the fact that all high-level theories grow and live despite the existence of anomalies, event phenomenon which are incompatible with them. These, Lakatos suggests, are not usually taken by the working scientist as an indication that the theory in question is false. On the contrary, in the context of a progressive research program, he or she will necessarily assume that the auxiliary hypotheses which are associated with the theory can in time be modified to incorporate and thereby explain recalcitrant phenomenon. Third, Popper's critique of Marxism has not, of course, gone unchallenged. The debate arising from, however, has in many cases tended to revolve around ideological rather than philosophical issues. Fourth, in the case of Freudian psychoanalysis, the adequacy of Popper's critique has been challenged on philosophical grounds by a number of commentators, particularly Adolf Grünbaum, 1984. Grünbaum is highly critical, indeed scornful, of Popper's dismissal of the claims of psychoanalysis to be scientific, and argues that Freud showed a keen appreciation of methodological pitfalls that are commonly laid at his door by critics, such as Popper. He argued that Freud was sensitive to the questions of logic, of the confirmation and disconfirmation of psychoanalytic interpretation, and cites Freud's use of the concept of consilience and convergence of evidence from disparate sources as a serious and explicit attempt to meet the requirements of that logic. For Grünbaum, Popper's critique of Freud amounts to veritable parody of the pioneering thinker who established the discipline of psychoanalysis and attributes that to Popper's obliviousness to Freud's actual writings. Grünbaum contends that there are instances in Freud's writing where he showed himself to be a sophisticated scientific methodologist, keenly aware of the need for his theoretical systems to meet the requirement of testability. Grünbaum accordingly holds that Freudian theory should be considered falsifiable and therefore generally scientific, albeit in his view ultimately unsuccessful because the clinical evidence offered in favor is contaminated by suggestion on the part of the analysis and cannot therefore support its conceptual weight. That is the verdict very different to what Grünbaum sees as the reductive dismissal of Freud offered by Popper, the inability of certain philosophers of science to have discerned any testable consequences of Freud theory. He concludes betokens their insufficient command or scrutiny of the logical content rather than a scientific liability of psychoanalysis. There can be little doubt about the seriousness of this challenge to Popper's critique of the claims of psychoanalytic theory to scientific status. Further, the unparalleled cultural impact of Freudianism upon contemporary life can scarcely be denied, and even a cursory examination of the vast corpus of Freud's work reveals a thinker of quite extraordinary theoretical power and imagination whose claim to be scientific validity cannot be dismissed lightly. However, while the detail of the psychoanalytic response to Popper is contestable, what is perhaps more striking and important about this, as articulated by Grünbaum, is itself couched in the broad terms of an acceptance of a Popperian account of science, that is to say, in rejecting the claim that psychoanalysis fails to meet the standard of falsibility specified by Popper. Grünbaum, who also rejects the hermeneutic interpretation of Freud offered by thinkers such as Paul Ricoeur and Jürgen Habermas, nonetheless implicitly accepts the very standard and with its broad sweep of Popper's theory of demarcation. For that reason alone, it seems clear that Popper's work will continue to function as a critical reference point in the ongoing debate regarding the scientific status of Freudian thought. Fifth, scientific laws are usually expressed by universal statements, which are therefore concealed conditionals. They have to be understood as hypothetical statements asserting what would be the case under certain ideal connections. In themselves, they're not existential in nature. Thus, all A's are X means if anything is an A, then it is X. Since scientific laws are non-existential in nature, they logically cannot in themselves imply any basic statement, since the latter are explicitly existential. The question arises then as to how any basic statement can falsify scientific law, given that basic statements are not deducible from scientific laws in themselves. Popper answers that scientific laws are always taken in conjunction with statements outlining the initial conditions of the system under investigation. These latter, which are singular existential statements, yield hard and fast implications when combined with scientific law. This reply is inadequate only if it is true, as Popper assumes, that singular existential statements will always do the work of bridging the gap between the universal theory and the prediction. Hilary Putnam, in particular, has argued that this assumption is false and that in some cases, at least the statements required to bridge the gap, which he calls auxiliary hypothesis, are general rather than particular, and consequently that when the prediction turns out to be false, we have no way of knowing whether this is due to the falsity of the scientific law or the falsity of the auxiliary hypothesis. The working scientist, Putnam, argues, always initially assumes that is the latter, which shows that not only but also why scientific laws are contra. Popper, highly resistant to falsification, as Kuhn and Lakatos have also argued. Popper's final position is that he acknowledges that it's impossible to discriminate science from non-science on the basis of the falsifiability of scientific statements alone. He recognizes that scientific theories are predictive and consequently prohibitive only when taken in conjunction with auxiliary hypothesis, and he also recognizes the readjustment or modification of the latter is an integral part of scientific practice. Hence, his final concern is to outline conditions which indicate when such modification is generally scientific and when it is merely ad hoc. That is itself clearly a major alteration of his position and arguably represents a substantial retraction on his part. Marxism can no longer be dismissed as unscientific simply because it advocates preserve the theory from falsification by modifying it. For in general terms, such a procedure, it transpires as perfectly respectable scientific practice. It is now condemned as unscientific by Popper because the only rationale for the modifications which were made to the original theory was to ensure that it evaded falsification, and so such modifications were ad hoc rather than scientific. This contention, though not at all implausible, has to hostilize a somewhat contrived air about it and is unlikely to worry the convinced Marxists. On the other hand, the shift in Popper's own basic proposition is taken by some critics as an indicator that falsification, for all its apparent merits, fares no better in the final analysis than verificationism. Okay, so there you have it. Popper and some of his major influences on history, open society, and specifically the demarcation problem and falsibility. And it's interesting, the three-role hypothesis. Okay, let's keep it going. A lot to cover. And so let's look at scientific realism. And we'll see if I have time for the physicalism also, because this is long. And, we're just at a little over 3 hours now. So let's look at scientific realism. And I also have physicalism. And these are both kind of descendants of the Vienna Circle. And scientific realism and physicalism have a little bit of an overlap, but are the main dominant views towards science today. Like I said, most scientists today are very distant from the philosophy of science and probably don't even know how to classify them. They're not metaphysically, philosophically grounded to even understand how their role as a scientist fits into the larger paradigm. However, scientific realism and physicalism have become the dominant paradigms in modern Western science. So let's jump right in. Scientific realism. Debates about scientific realism are closely connected to almost everything else in the philosophy of science, for they concern the very nature of scientific knowledge. Scientific realism is a positivist epistemic attitude towards the content of our theories and models, recommending belief in both observable and unobservable aspects of the world described by the sciences. The epistemic attitude has important metaphysical and semantic dimensions, and these various commitments are contested by a number of rival epistemologies of science, known collectively as forms of scientific anti-realism. This article explains what scientific realism is, outlines its main variants, considers the most common arguments for and against the position, and contrasts it with the most important anti-realist counterparts. What is scientific realism? Epistemic achievements versus epistemic aims. It is perhaps only a slight exaggeration to say that scientific realism is characterized differently by every author who discusses it, and this presents a challenge to anyone hoping to learn what it is. Fortunately, underlying the many idiosyncratic qualifications and variants of this position, there is a common core of ideas typified by an epistemically positive attitude towards the output of scientific investigation regarding both observable and unobservable aspects of the world. The distinction here between the observable and the unobservable reflects human sensory capabilities. The observable is that which can, under favorable conditions, be perceived using the unaided senses. The unobservable is that which cannot be detected in this way. This is the privileged vision merely for terminological convenience and differs from scientific conceptions of observability, which generally extend to things that are detected using instruments. The distinction itself has been problematized and defended. It is problematic. This is arguably a concern primarily for certain forms of anti-realism, which adopt an epistemically positive attitude only with respect to the observable. It is not ultimately a concern for scientific realism, which does not discriminate epistemically between observables and unobservables per se. Before considering the nuances of what scientific realism entails, it is most useful to distinguish between two kinds of definitions in this context. Most commonly, the position is described in terms of epistemic achievements constituted by scientific theories and models. On this approach, scientific realism is a position concerning the actual epistemic status of theories or some components thereof, and this is described in a number of ways. For example, most people define scientific realism in terms of the truth or approximate truth of scientific theories of certain aspects of theories. Some define it in terms of the successful reference of theoretical terms to things in the world, both observable and unobservable. Others define scientific realism not in terms of truth or reference, but in terms of belief in the ontology of scientific theories. What all of these approaches have in common is a commitment to the idea that our best theories have a certain epistemic status. They yield knowledge of an aspect of the world, including unobservable aspects. Another way to think about scientific realism is in terms of the epistemic aims of scientific inquiry. That is, some think of the position in terms of what science aims to do. The scientific realist holds that science's aim is to produce true descriptions of things in the world, or approximately true descriptions, or ones whose central terms successfully refer, and so on. There is a weak implication here to the effect that if science aims at truth, the scientific practice is at all successful. The characterization of scientific realism in terms of aim may then entail some form of characterization in terms of achievement. But this is not a strict implication, since defining scientific realism in terms of aiming at truth does not, strictly speaking, suggest anything about the success of scientific practice in this regard. For this reason, some take the aspirational characterization of scientific realism to be too weak. It is compatible with the sciences never actually achieving, or even the impossibility of their achieving their aim is conceived on this view of scientific realism. Most scientific realism commit to something more in terms of achievement. The three dimensions of realist commitment. The descriptions of scientific realism as a positive epistemic attitude towards theories, including parts putatively concerning the unobservable, is a kind of shorthand for more precise commitments. Traditionally, realism more generally is associated with any position that endorses belief in the reality of something. Thus, one might be a realist about one's perception of tables and chairs, sense datum realism, or about tables and chairs themselves, external world realism, or about mathematical entities such as numbers and sets, mathematical realism, and so on. Scientific realism is a realism about whatever is described by our best scientific theories. In order to be clear about what realism is in the context of the sciences amount to, and to differentiate it from some important anti-realist alternatives, it is useful to understand in terms of three dimensions: a metaphysical or ontological dimension, a semantic dimension, and an epistemological dimension. Metaphysically, realism is committed to the mind-independent existence of the world investigated by the science. This idea is best clarified in contrast with positions that deny it. For instance, it is denied by any position that falls under the traditional heading of idealism, including some form of phenomenology, according to which there is no world external to and thus independent of the mind. This sort of idealism, however, though historically important, is rarely encountered in contemporary philosophy of science. More common rejections of mind independence stem from neo-Kantian views of the nature of scientific knowledge, which deny that the world of our experience is mind independent, even if in some cases these positions accept that the world in itself does not depend on the existence of minds. The contention here is that the world investigated by the sciences as distinct from the world itself, assuming this to be a coherent distinction, is in some sense dependent on the ideas one brings to scientific investigation, which may include, for example, theoretical assumptions and perception training. Semantically, realism is committed to the literal interpretation of scientific claims about the world. In common parlance, realism takes theoretical statements at face value. According to realism, claims about scientific objects, events, processes, properties, and relations, whether they are observable or unobservable, should be grounded literally as having truth values, whether true or false. The semantic commitment contrasts primarily with those of certain instrumentalist epistemologies of science, which interpret descriptions of unobservable simply as instruments for the prediction of unobservable phenomenon or for systematizing observational reports. Traditionally, instrumentalists hold that claims about unobservable things have no literal meaning at all. Some anti-realists contend that claims involving unobservables should not be interpreted literally, but as elliptical for corresponding claims about observables. Epistemologically, realism is committed to the idea that theoretical claims interpreted literally or as describing a mind-independent reality constitute knowledge of the world. This contrasts with skeptical positions which, even if they grant the metaphysical and semantic dimensions of realism, doubt that scientific investigation is epistemologically powerful enough to yield such knowledge, or as in the case of some anti-realist positions, insist that it is only powerful enough to yield knowledge regarding observables. The epistemological dimension of realism, though shared by realists generally, is sometimes described more specifically in contrary ways. For example, while many realists ascribe to the truth or approximate truth of theories understood in terms of some version of the correspondence theory of truth, some prefer a truth maker account or deflationary account of truth. Though most realists marry their position to the successful reference of theoretical terms, including those for unobservable entities, some deny that it is a requirement. Amidst these differences, however, a general recipe for realism is widely shared. Our best scientific theories give true or approximate true descriptions of observable and unobservable aspects of mind-independent world. Qualifications and variations. The general recipe for realism just described is accurate so as far as it goes, but still falls short of the degree of precision offered by most realists. The two main sources of impression thus far are found in the general recipe itself, which makes reference to the idea of our best scientific theories and the notion of approximate truth. The motivation for these qualifications is perhaps clear. If one is to defend a positivist epistemic attitude regarding scientific theories, it is presumably sensible to do so not merely in connection with any theory, especially when one considers that over the long history of the sciences up to the present, some theories were not or are not especially successful, but rather with respect to theories that would appear prima facie to merit such a defense, our best theories or aspects thereof, and is widely held, not least by realists, that even many of our best scientific theories are likely false, strictly speaking, hence the importance of the notion that theories may be close to the truth that is approximately true, even though they are false. The challenge of making these qualifications more precise, however, is significant and has generated much discussion. Consider the first issue, how to best identify those theories that realists should be realist about. A general disclaimer is in order here. Realism are generally fallibilist, holding that realism is appropriate in connection with our best theories, even though they likely cannot be proven with absolute certainty. Some of our best theories could conceivably turn out to be significantly mistaken, but realists maintain that granting this possibility, there are grounds for realism nonetheless. These grounds are bolstered by restricting the domain of theories suitable for realist commitment to those that are sufficiently mature and not ad hoc. Maturity may be thought of as in terms of the well-established nature of the field in which a theory is developed or the duration of time a theory has survived, or its survival in the face of significant testing. And the condition of being non-ad hoc is intended to guard against theories that are cooked up, that is posited merely in order to account for some known observation in the absence of rigorous testing. On these construals, however, both the notion of maturity and the notion of being not ad hoc are admittedly vague. One strategy for adding precision here is to attribute these qualities to theories that make successful novel predictions. The ability of a theory to do this, it is commonly argued, marks it as generally empirically successful and the sort of theory to which realists should be more inclined to commit. The idea that which the development of the sciences over time, theories are converging on or moving in the direction of getting closer to the truth is a common thing in realist discussions of theory change. Talks of approximate truth is often invoked in this context and has produced a significant amount of often highly technical work conceptualizing the approximation of truth as something that can be quantified, such as judgments of relative approximate truth, or one's proposition or theory in comparison to another, can be formalized and given precise definition. A final and especially important qualification to the general recipe for realism described above comes from the form of a number of variations. These species of general realism can be viewed as falling into three familiar families or camps: explanationist realism, entity realism, and structural realism. There's a shared principle of separation here in that all three approaches are attempts to identify more specifically the component part of scientific theories that are most worthy of epistemic commitment. Explanationism recommends realist commitment with respect to those parts of our best theories regarding unobservable entities, laws that are in some indispensable or otherwise important to explaining their empirical success. For instance, components of theories that are crucial in order to derive successful novel predictions. Entity realism is the view that under conditions in which one can demonstrate impressive causal knowledge of a putative unobservable entity, such as knowledge that facilitates the manipulation of an entity and its use so as to intervene in other phenomenon, one has good reason for realism regarding it. Structural realism is the view that one should be a realist, not in connection with descriptions of natures of things like unobservable entities found in our best theories, but rather with respect to their structure. Adopting a realist attitude towards the content of specific theories does not entail that one believes all such content, but rather one believes these aspects, including unobservable aspects regarding which one takes such belief to be warranted, thus indicating a realism about those things more specifically. In a similar spirit, some argue for another sort of specificity, suggesting that the best or only good arguments for realism are formulated by concentrating on the details of specific cases, the so-called first order evidence of scientific investigation itself. Considerations in favor of scientific realism and response. The miracle argument. The most powerful intuition motivating realism is an old idea commonly referred to in recent discussions as the miracle argument or no miracles argument, after Putnam's claim that realism is the only philosophy that does not make the success of science a miracle. The argument begins with a widely accepted premise that our best theories are extraordinarily successful. They facilitate empirical predictions, retrodictions, and explanations of the subject matters of scientific investigation, often marked by astounding accuracy and intricate causal manipulations of the relevant phenomenon. What explains this success? One explanation favored by realists is that our best theories are true or approximately true or correctly described as a mind-independent world of entities or laws. Indeed, if the theories were far from the truth, so the argument goes, the fact that they are so successful would be miraculous. And given the choice between a straightforward explanation of success and a miraculous explanation, clearly one should prefer the non-miraculous explanation that our best theories are approximately true. Though intuitively powerful, the miracle argument is contestable in a number of ways. One skeptical response is to question the very need for an explanation of the success of science in the first place. For example, Van Frassen suggests that successful theories are analogous to well-adapted organisms, since only successful theories organisms survive. It is hardly surprising that our theories are successful, and therefore there is no demand here for an explanation of success. It is not entirely clear, however, whether the evolutionary analogy is sufficient to dissolve the intuition behind the miracle argument. One might wonder, for instance, why a particular theory is successful, and the explanation sought may turn on specific features of the theory itself, including its description of unobservables. Whether such explanations need to be true, though, is a matter of debate. While most theories of explanation require that explanums be true, pragmatic theories of explanation do not. More generally, any epistemology of science that does not accept one or more of the three dimensions of realism, commitment to mind-independent world, literal semantics, and epistemic access to unobservables, will thereby present a putative reason for resisting the miracle argument. Some authors contend that the miracle argument is in fact an instance of fallacious reasoning called the base rate fallacy. By analogy, using the success of a scientific theory as an indicator of its approximate truth, assuming a low rate of false positive cases in which theories far from the truth are nonetheless successful, is arguably like an instance of the base rate fallacy. The success of a theory does not itself suggest that it is likely approximately true, and since there is no independent way of knowing the base rate of approximately true theories, the chances of it being approximately true cannot be assessed. Worrell means that these contentions are ineffective against the miracle argument because they crucially depend on misleading formulation of the terms in terms of probabilities. Corroboration. One motivation for realism in connection with at least some observables comes by way of corroboration. If an unobservable entity is putatively capable of being detected by means of scientific instrument or experiment, this may well form the basis of a defeasible argument for realism concerning it. If, however, the same entity is putatively capable of being detected by not just one, but rather two or more different means of detection, forms of detection that are distinct with respect to the apparatuses that employ and the causal mechanisms and processes that are described as exploiting in the course of a detection, this may serve as the basis of a significantly enhanced argument for realism. The argument from corroboration thus runs as follows. The fact that one and the same thing is apparently revealed by distinct modes of detection suggests that it would be an extraordinary coincidence if the supposed target of these revelations did not in fact exist. The greater the extent to which detections can be corroborated by different means, the stronger the argument for realism regarding their putative target. The argument here can be viewed as resting on an intuition similar to that underlying the miracle argument. Realism based on the apparent detection may be only so compelling, but if different theoretically independent means of detection produce the same result, suggesting the existence of one of the same unobservable, then realism provides a good explanation of the conciliant evidence in contrast with the arguably miraculous state of affairs in which theoretically independent techniques produce the same result in the absence of a shared target. The idea that techniques of putative detection are often constructed or calibrated precisely with the intention of reproducing outputs of others, however, may stand against the argument from corroboration. Additionally, Van Frassen argues that scientific explanations of evidentiary consilience may be accepted without the explanations themselves being understood as true, which once again raises questions about the nature of scientific explanation. Selective optimism, skepticism. The notion of selectivity was introduced as a general strategy for maximizing the plausibility of realism, particularly with respect to scientific unobservables. This strategy is adapted in part to square realism with the widely accepted view that most, if not all, even our best theories are false, strictly speaking. If nevertheless they are aspects of these theories that are true or close to the truth, and one is able to identify these aspects, one might then plausibly cast one's realism in terms of an epistemically positive attitude towards those aspects of theories that are most worthy of epistemic commitment. The most important variants of realism to implement this strategy are explanationism, entity realism, and structural realism. Explanationism holds that a realist attitude can be justified in connection with unobservables described by our best theories precisely when appealing to those unobservables is indispensable or otherwise important to explaining why these theories are successful. For example, if one takes successful novel predictions as the hallmark of theories worthy of a realist commitment generally, then explanations suggest that more specifically, those aspects of this theory that are essential to the derivation of such novel predictions are the parts of the theory most worthy of realist commitment. In this vein, Kitcher draws a distinction between the presuppositional posits or idle parts of theories and the working posits to which realists should commit. Stelos argues that realism can be defended by demonstrating the success of past theories did not depend on their false components. It is enough to show that the theoretical laws and mechanisms which generate the successes of past theories have been retained in our current scientific image. The immediate challenge to explanationism is to furnish a method with which to identify precisely those aspects of the theories that are required for their success in a way that is objective or principled enough to withstand the challenge that realists are merely rationalizing post hoc, identifying the explanatory crucial parts of past theories with aspects that have been retained in our current best theories. Another version of realism that adopts the strategy of selectivity is entity realism. On this view, realist commitment is based on putative ability to causally manipulate unobservable entities to a high degree, for example, to such a degree that one is able to intervene in other phenomena so as to bring about certain effects. The greater the ability to exploit one's apparent causal knowledge of something so as to bring about outcomes, the greater the warrant for belief. Belief in scientific unobservables, thus described, is here partnered with a degree of skepticism about scientific theories more generally, and this raises questions about whether believing in entities while withholding belief with respect to the theories that describe them is coherent and or practical combination. Entity realism is especially compatible with and nicely facilitated by the causal theory of reference associated with Kripke and Putnam, according to which one can successfully refer to an entity despite significant or even radical changes in theoretical descriptions of its properties. This allows for stability of epistemic commitment where theories change over time. Whether the causal theory of reference can be applied successfully in this context, however, is a matter of dispute. Structural realism is another view promoting selectivity, but in this case, it is the natures of unobservable entities that are viewed skeptically, with realism reserved for the structures of the unobservable realm as represented by certain relations between described by our best theories. All of the many versions of this position fall into one of two camps. The first emphasizes an epistemic distinction between notions of structure and nature, and the second emphasizes an ontological thesis. The epistemic view holds that our best theories likely do not correctly describe the natures of unobservable entities, but do successfully describe certain relations between them. The ontic view suggests that the reason realists should aspire only to knowledge of structure is that the traditional concept of entities that stand in relation is metaphysically problematic. There are, in fact, no such things, or if there are such things, they are in some sense emergent or from or dependent on their relations. One challenge facing the epistemic version is that of articulating a concept of structure that makes knowledge of it effectively distinct from the natures of entities. The ontological version faces the challenges of clarifying the relevant notions of emergence and or dependence. Considerations against scientific realism and responses. The undetermination of theory by data. Lined up in opposition to the various motivations for realism are a number of important anti-realist arguments, all of which have pressed realists either to attempt their refutation or to modify their realism accordingly. One of these challenges, the underdetermination of theory by data, has a storied history in 20th century philosophy more generally and is often traced back to the work of Duhem. In remarks concerning the confirmation of scientific hypotheses, Duhem noted that hypotheses cannot be used to derive testable predictions in isolation. To derive predictions, one also requires auxiliary assumptions, such as background theories, hypotheses about instruments and measurements, etc. If subsequent observation experiments produces data that conflict with these predicted, one might think that this reflects badly on the hypothesis under test, but Duhem points out that given all of the assumptions required to derive predictions, it is no simple matter to identify where the error lies. Different amendments to one's overall set of beliefs regarding hypotheses and theories will be consistent with the data. A similar result is commonly associated with the latter conformational holism of Quine, accordingly to which experience, including, of course, the association with scientific testing, does not affirm or disconfirm individual beliefs per se, but rather the set of one's belief taken as a whole. This sort of contention is now commonly referred to as Duhem-Quine thesis. How does this give rise to underdetermination, a presumptive concern for realism? The argument from underdetermination proceeds as follows. Let us call the relevant overall set of scientific beliefs theories different. Conflicting theories are consistent with the data. The data exhaust the evidence for belief. Therefore, there is no evidential reason to believe one of these theories as opposed to the other, given that the theories differ precisely in what they say about the unobservable. A challenge to realism emerges, the choice of which theory to believe is underdetermined by the data. In contemporary discussions, the challenge is usually presented using slightly different terminology. Every theory, it is said, has empirically equivalent rivals, that is, rivals that agree with respect to the observable but differ with respect to the unobservable. This then serves as the basis of a skeptical argument regarding the truth of any particular theory the realist may wish to endorse. Various forms of anti-realism then suggest the hypothesis and theories involving the unobservables are endorsed not merely on the basis of evidence that may be relevant to their truth, but also on the basis of other factors that are not indicative of truth as such. The argument from underdetermination is contested in a number of ways. One might, for example, distinguish between underdetermination in practice or at time and underdetermination in principle. In the former case, there is an underdetermination only because the data that would support one theory or hypothesis at the expense of another is unavailable, pending foreseeable developments in experimental technique or instrumentation. Here, realism is arguably consistent with a wait and see attitude, though if the prospect of future discrimination evidence is poor, a commitment to future realism may be questioned thereby. In any case, most proponents of underdetermination insist on the idea of underdetermination in principle, the idea that there are always plausible empirically equivalent rivals, no matter what evidence may come to light. In response, some argue that the principled worry cannot be established, since what counts as data is apt to change over time with the development of new techniques and instruments, and with changes in scientific background knowledge, which alter the auxiliary assumptions required to derive observable predictions. Such arguments may rest, however, on different conceptions of observation than that assumed by many anti-realists. Stanford proposes a historical version of the argument from underdetermination, suggesting that the history of science revealing a recurrent problem of unconceived alternatives. Typically, at any given time, there are theories that do not occur to scientists, but which are just as well confirmed by the available evidence as those that are, in fact, accepted. Furthermore, over time, such unconceived theories often supplant the theories adopted by historical actors as relevant scientific science develops. Skepticism about inference to the best explanation. One especially important reaction to the concerns about the alleged underdetermination theory by data gives rise to another leading anti-realist argument. This reaction is to reject one of the key premises of the argument from underdetermination, that evidence for belief in a theory is exhausted by the empirical data. Many realists contend that other considerations, most prominently explanatory considerations, play an evidentiary role in scientific inference. If this is so, then even if one were to grant the idea that all theories have empirically equivalent rivals, this would not entail underdetermination, for the explanatory superiority of one in particular may determine a choice. This is a specific explication of a form of reasoning in which we infer what would, if true, provide the best explanation of the evidence. To put a realist-sounding spin on it, one infers from the premise that a given hypothesis would provide a better explanation for the evidence than would any other hypothesis, to the conclusion that the given hypothesis is true. Inference to the best explanation, as per Lipton's formulation, seems ubiquitous in scientific practice. The question of whether it can be expected to yield knowledge of the sort suggested by realism, as per Harman's formulation, is, however, a matter of dispute. Two difficulties are immediately apparent regarding the realist aspiration to infer truth from hypotheses or theories that are judged best on explanatory grounds. The first concerns the grounds themselves. In order to judge that one theory furnishes a better explanation of some phenomenon than the other, one must employ some criterion or criteria on the basis of which the judgment is made. Many have been proposed: simplicity, whether of mathematical description or in terms of the number or nature of the entities involved; consistency and coherence, both internally and externally, with respect to other theories and background knowledge; scope and unity pertaining to the domain of phenomenon explained, and so on. One challenge here concerns whether virtues such as these can be defined precisely enough to permit relative rankings of explanatory goodness. Another challenge concerns the multiple meanings associated with some virtues. Another concerns the possibility that such virtues may not at all favor any one theory in particular. Finally, there is a question as to whether these virtues should be considered evidential or epistemic as opposed to merely pragmatic. What reason is there to think, for instance, that simplicity is an indicator of truth? Thus, the ability to rank theories with respect to their likelihood of being true may be questioned. Second difficulty facing inference to the best explanation concerns the pools of theories regarding which judgments of relative explanatory efficacy are made. Even if scientists are likely reliable rankers of theories with respect to the truth, this will not lead to the belief in a true theory in some domain unless that theory in particular happens to be amongst those considered. Otherwise, as Van Fasten notes, one may simply end up with the best of a bad lot, given that widespread view, even among realists, that many and perhaps most of our best theories are false. Strictly speaking, this concern may seem especially pressing. However, in just the way that the realist strategy of selectivity may offer responses to the question of what it could mean for a theory to be close to the truth without being true simpliciter. This same strategy may offer the beginnings of a response here. That is to say, the best theory of a bad lot may nonetheless describe unobservable aspects of the world in such a way as to meet the standards of restraint of realism, including explanationism, entity realism, and structural realism. The pessimistic induction. Worries about underdetermination and inference of the best explanation are generally conceptual in nature, but the so-called pessimism induction, also called the pessimistic meta-induction because it concerns the ground-level inductive inferences that generate scientific theories and law statements, is intended as an argument from empirical premises. If one considers the history of scientific theories in any given discipline, what one typically finds is a regular turnover of older theories in favor of newer ones. As scientific knowledge develops from the point of view of the present, past theories must be considered false. Indeed, this will be true from the point of view of most times. Therefore, by enumerative induction, that is generalism from these cases, surely theories at any given time will ultimately be replaced and regarded as false from some future perspective. Thus, current theories are also false. The general idea of the pessimistic induction has a rich pedigree. Though neither endorse the argument, Poincare, for instance, describes seeming bankruptcy of science given the apparent ephemeral nature of scientific theorems, which one finds abandoned one after another. And Putnam describes the challenge in terms of the failure of reference in terms of unobservables, with the consequence that theories incorporating them cannot be said to be true. Contemporary discussions commonly focus on Ledon's argument to the effect that the history of sciences furnishes vast evidence of empirically successful theories that were later rejected from subsequent perspectives. Their unobservable terms were judged not to refer to, and thus they cannot be regarded as true or even approximately true. Responses to this argument generally take one of two forms, the first stemming from the qualifications to realism, and the second from the forms of realist selectivity. Both can be understood as attempts to restrict the inductive basis of the argument in such a way as to foil the pessimistic conclusion. For example, one might contend that if only sufficiently mature and not ad hoc theories are considered, the number whose central terms did not refer and or that cannot be regarded as approximately true is dramatically reduced. Or the realist might grant that the history of science presents a record of significant referential discontinuity, but contend that nonetheless it also presents a record of impressive continuity regarding what is properly endorsed by realism as recommended by explanationist, entity realist, and structurally realist. In just the way that some authors suggest the miracle argument is an instance of fallacious reasoning, the base rate fallacy, some suggest that the pessimistic induction is likewise flawed. The argument is analogous. The putative failure of reference on the part of the past successful theories or the putative lack of approximate truth cannot be used to derive a conclusion regarding the chances that our current best theories do not refer to unobservables or that they are not approximately true unless one knows the base rate of non-referring or non-approximately true theories in irrelevant pools. And since one cannot know this independently, the pessimistic induction is fallacious. Again, analogously, one might argue that to formalize the argument in terms of probabilities as required in order to invoke the base rate fallacy is to miss the more fundamental point underlying the pessimistic induction. One might read the argument simply as cutting a supposed link between the empirical success of scientific theories and successful reference of approximate truth, as opposed to relying on an inductive inference per se. If even a few examples from the history of science demonstrate that theories can be empirically successful and yet fail to refer to the central unobservables they invoke, or fail to be what realists would regard as approximately true, they constitute a prima facie challenge to the notion that only realism can explain the success of science. Skepticism about approximate truth. The regular appeal to the notion of approximate truth by realists has several motivations. The widespread use of abstraction, that is, incorporating some but not all of the relevant parameters into scientific description, and idealization, distorting the natures of certain parameters, suggest that even many of our best theories and models are not strictly correct. The common realist contention that theories can be viewed as gradually converging on the truth as scientific inquiry advances suggests that such progress is amenable to assessment or measurement in some way, if only in principle. And even for realists who are not convergents as such, the importance of cashing out the metaphor of theories being close to truth and pressing in the face of anti-realist assertions to the effect that the metaphor is empty. The challenge to make good on the metaphor and to explicate in precise terms what approximate truth could be is one source of skepticism about realism. Two broad strategies have emerged in response to this challenge: attempts to quantify approximate truth by formally defining the concept and related notion of relative approximate truth, and attempts to explicate the concept informally. The formal route was inaugurated by Popper, who defined relative orderings of verisimilitude between theories in a given domain over time by means of a comparison of their truth and false consequences. Miller and Tichy, 1974, proved that there is a technical problem with this account, however, yielding the consequence that in order for a theory A to have greater verisimilitude than theory B, A must be true simpliciter, which leaves the realist desideratum of explaining how strictly false theories can differ with respect to approximate truth unsatisfied. Another formal account of the possible world approach, according to which truth conditions of a theory are identified with the set of possible worlds in which it is true, and truth likeness is calculated by means of a function that measures the average or some other mathematical distance between the actual world and the worlds in that set, thereby facilitating orderings of theories with respect to truth likeness. One attempt to formalize approximate truth is the type hierarchies approach, which analyzes truth likeness in terms of similarity relationships between nodes and tree structure graphs, or types of subtypes representing scientific concepts on the one hand and entities in the world they putatively represent on the other. Less formally and perhaps more typically, realists have attempted to explicate approximate truth in qualitative terms. One common suggestion is that a theory may be considered more approximately true than one that preceded it if the earlier theory can be described as a limiting case of the later one. The idea of limiting cases and inter-theory relations more generally is elaborated by Post, who argues that certain heuristic principles in science yield theories that conserve the successful parts of their predecessors. His general correspondence principles states that later theories commonly account for the successes of their predecessors by degenerating into earlier theories in domains in which the earlier ones are well confirmed. Hence, for example, the often cited claim that certain equations in relativistic physics degenerate into the corresponding equations in classical physics in the limit as velocities tend to zero. The realist may contend that the later theories offered more approximately true descriptions of the relevant subject matter, and that the way in which they do so can be illuminated in part by studying the ways in which they build on the limiting cases represented by their predecessors. Anti-realism, foils for the scientific realism. Empiricism. The term anti-realism encompasses any position that is opposed to realism along one or more of the dimensions canvassed: the metaphysical commitment to the existence of the mind-independent reality, the semantic commitment to interpret theories literally or at face value, and the epistemological commitment to regard theories as furnishing knowledge of both observables and unobservables. As a result, as one might expect, there are many different ways to be an anti-realist, and many different positions qualify as anti-realism. In the historical development of realism, arguably the most important strains of anti-realism have been varieties of empiricism, which, given their emphasis on experience as a source of subject matter knowledge, are naturally set against the idea of knowledge of unobservables. It is possible to be an empiricist, more broadly speaking, in a way that is consistent with realism. For example, one might endorse the idea that knowledge of the world stems from empirical investigation, and contend that on the basis one can justifiably infer certain things about unobservables in the first half of the 20th century. However, empiricism came predominantly in the form of varieties of instrumentalism, the view that theories are merely instruments for predicting observable phenomenon or systematizing observable reports. According to the best-known traditional forms of instrumentalism, terms for unobservables have no meanings all by themselves. Construed literally, statements involving them are not even candidates for truth or falsity. The most influential advocates of this view were the logical empiricists or positivists, including Carnap and Hempel, famously associated with the Vienna Circle, group of philosophers and scientists, as well as important contributors elsewhere. In order to rationalize the ubiquitous use of terms which might otherwise be taken to refer to unobservables in scientific discourse. They adopted a non-literal semantics according to which these terms acquire meaning by being associated with terms of for observables or with demonstrable laboratory procedures. Insuperable difficulties with the semantics led ultimately to the demise of logical empiricism and the growth of realism. The contrast here is not merely in semantics and epistemology. A number of logical empiricists also held the neo-Kantian view that ontological questions external to the framework for knowledge represented by theories are also meaningless, thereby rejecting the metaphysical dimensions of realism. Van Frassen reinvented empiricism and the scientific concept, evading many of the challenges faced by logical empiricists by adopting the realist semantics. His position, constructive empiricism, holds that the aim of science is empirically adequacy, where a theory is empirically adequate exactly if what it says about the observable things and events in the world is true. Crucially, unlike logical empiricism, constructive empiricism interprets theories in precisely the same manner as realism. The anti-realism of the position is due entirely to the epistemology. It recommends belief in our best theories only insofar as they describe observable phenomenon and is satisfied with an agnostic attitude regarding anything unobservable. The constructive empiricist thus recognizes claims about unobservables as true or false, but feels no need to believe or disbelieve them. In focusing on belief in the domain of the observable, the position is similar to traditional instrumentalism and is for this reason sometimes described as a form of instrumentalism. There are also affinities here within the idea of fictionalism, according to which things in the world are and behave as if our best scientific theories are true. Historicism. The collapse of the logical empiricist program was in part facilitated by a historical turn in the philosophy of science in the 1960s, associated with authors such as Kuhn, Feyerabend, and Hansen. Kuhn's highly influential work, The Structure of Scientific Revolution, played a significant role in establishing a lasting interest in the form of historicism about scientific knowledge, particularly among those interested in the nature of scientific practice. An underlying principle of the historical turn was to take the history of science and its practice seriously by furnishing descriptions of scientific knowledge in situ. Kuhn argued that the fruits of such history illuminate a recurring problem periods of so-called normal science, often fairly long in duration, punctuated by revolutions which lead scientific communities from one period of normal science into another. The implications for realism on this picture derive from Kuhn's characterization of knowledge on either side of a revolutionary divide. Two different periods of normal science, he said, are incommensurable with one another in such a way as to render the world importantly different after a revolution. The notion of incommensurability applies to a comparison of theories operative during different periods of normal science. Kuhn held that if the two theories are incommensurable, they are not comparable in a way that would permit the judgment that one is epistemically superior to the other, because different periods of normal science are characterized by different paradigms, commitments to symbolic representations of the phenomena, metaphysical beliefs, values, and problem-solving techniques. As a consequence, scientists in different periods of normal science generally employ different methods and standards, experienced the world differently via theory-laden perceptions, and most importantly for Kuhn, differ with respect to the very meanings of the terms. This is a version of meaning holism or contextualism, according to which the meaning of a term or concept is exhausted by its connection to others within a paradigm. A change in any part of the network entails a change in the meanings throughout. Thus, any judgment in the effects of the latter's characterization is closer to the truth, or even the relevant theories describe the same property is importantly confused. It equivalates between two different concepts, which can only be understood as appropriately historicized manner from the perspective of the paradigms in which they occur. The changes in perception, conceptualization, and language that Kuhn associated with changes in paradigm also fueled his notion that the world changes, which further extends the contrast with the historicist approach with realism. This is an important sense Kuhn maintained, in which after scientific revolution, scientists live in a different world. This is a famously cryptic remark in Structure, later gives it a neo-Kantian spin. Paradigms function so as to create the reality of scientific phenomenon, thereby allowing scientists to engage with this reality. On such a view, it would seem that not only the meanings, but also the reference of terms are constrained by paradigmatic boundaries, and thus reflecting an interesting parallel with neo-Kantian logical empiricism. The idea of a paradigm transcendent world which is investigated by scientists and about which one might have knowledge, has no obvious cognitive content. On this picture, empirical reality is structured by scientific paradigms, and this conflicts with the commitment of realism to knowledge of a mind-independent world. Social constructivism. One outcome of the historical turn in the philosophy of science and its emphasis on scientific practice was a focus on the complex social interaction that inevitably surrounded and infused the generation of scientific knowledge. Relations between experts, their students, and the public, collaborations and competition between individuals and institutions, and social, economic, and political context became the subject of an approach to studying the sciences known as the sociology of scientific knowledge, or SSK. Though in history, a commitment to studying the sciences from a sociological perspective is interpretable in such a way as to be neutral with respect to realism, in practice, most accounts of science inspired by the sociology of scientific knowledge are implicitly or explicitly anti-realist. Anti-realism as a practice stems from the common suggestion that once one appreciates the role that social factors play in the production of scientific knowledge, a philosophical commitment to some form of social constructivism is inescapable, and this latter commitment is inconsistent with the various aspects of realism. The term social construction refers to any knowledge-generating process to which what counts as a fact is substantively determined by social factors, and in which different social factors would likely generate facts that are inconsistent with what is actually produced. The important implication here is thus a counterfactual claim about the dependence of facts on social factors. There are numerous ways in which social determinants of facthood may be consistent with realism. For example, social factors might determine the directions and methodologies of research that are permitted, encouraged, and funded, but this by itself need not undermine a realist attitude with respect to the outputs of scientific work. Often, however, work in SSK takes the form of case studies that aim to demonstrate how particular decisions affecting scientific work were or are influenced by social factors, which, had they been different, would have facilitated results that are inconsistent with those ultimately accepted as scientific fact. Some, including proponents of the so-called strong program in SSK, argue that for more general principled reasons, such factual contingency is inevitable. By making social factors inextricable substantive determinants of what counts as true or false in the realm of the sciences and elsewhere, social constructivism stands opposed to the realist contention that theories can be understood as furnishing knowledge of a mind-independent world. As in the historicist approach, notions such as truth, reference, and ontology are here relative to particular contexts. They have no context-transcendent significance. The later work of Kuhn and Wittgenstein, in particular, were influential in the development of strong program doctrine of meaning finitism, according to which the meanings of terms are conceived as social institutions, the various ways in which they are used successfully in communication with a linguistic community. This theory of meaning forms the basis of an argument to the effect that the meanings of scientific and other terms are products of social negations and need not be fixed or determinate, which further conflicts with a number of realist notions, including the idea of convergence towards true theories, improvements with respect to ontology or approximate truth, and determinate references to mind-independent entities. The subject of neo-Kantianism thus emerges here again, though its strength in constructivist doctrine varies significantly. Feminist approach. Feminists engaged with science are linked thematically to SSK and forms of social constructivism by their recognition of the role of social factors as determinants of scientific fact. That said, they extend the analysis in a more specific way, reflecting particular concerns about the marginalization and point of view based on gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, and political status. Not all feminists' approach are anti-realist, but nearly all are normative, offering prescriptions for revising both scientific practice and concepts such as objectivity and knowledge that have direct implications for realism. In this regard, it is useful to distinguish between three broad approaches. Feminist empiricism focuses on the possibility of warranted beliefs within scientific communities as a function of the transparency and consideration of biases associated with different points of view which enter into scientific work. Standpoint theory investigates the idea that scientific knowledge is inextricably linked to perspectives arising from differences in such points of view. Feminist postmodernism rejects traditional conceptions of universal absolute objectivity and truth. The notion of objectivity has a number of traditional connotations, including disinterest, detachment, lack of bias, and universality, independence from a particular perspective or viewpoint, which are commonly associated with knowledge of the mind-independent world. Feminist critiques are often almost unanimously in rejecting scientific objectivity in the sense of disinterest, offering case studies that aim to demonstrate how the presence of androcentric bias in the scientific community can lead to the acceptance of one theory at expense of alternatives. Arguably, the failure of objectivity in the sense is consistent with realism under certain conditions. For example, if the relevant bias of epistemically neutral, that is, one's assessment of the scientific evidence is not influenced by it in another way, then realism may remain at least one viable interpretation of the outputs of scientific work. In the more interesting case where bias is epistemically consequential, the prospects for realism are diminished, but may be enhanced by scientific infrastructure that functions to bring it under scrutiny, thus facilitating corrective measures where appropriate. The contention that the sciences do not generally exemplify such an infrastructure is one motivation for the normativity of much feminist empiricism. The challenges to objectivity in the sense of universality or perspective independence can be, in some cases, more difficult to square with the possibility of realism. In a Marxist vein, some standpoint theorists argue that certain perspectives are epistemically privileged in the realm of science, like subjugated perspectives are epistemically privileged in comparison to dominant ones in light of a deeper insight afforded the former. Others portray epistemic privilege in a more splintered or deflationary manner, suggesting that no one point of view can be established as superior to another by any overarching standard of epistemological assessment. The view is most explicit in feminist postmodernism, which embraces a thoroughgoing relativism with regard to truth. As in the case of strong program SSK, truth and epistemic standards are here defined only within the context of a perspective and thus cannot be interpreted in any context transcendent or mind-independent manner. Pragmatism, quietism, and dialectic paralysis. It is not uncommon to hear philosophers remark that the dialogue between the forms of realism and anti-realism surveyed in this article shows every symptom of a perennial philosophical dispute. The issues contested range so broadly and elicit so many competing intuitions that some question whether resolution is even possible. The prognosis of potentially irresolvable dialectic complexity is relevant to a number of further views in the philosophy of science, some of which arise in direct response to it. For example, Fine argues that ultimately neither realism nor anti-realism is tenable and recommends what he calls the natural ontological attitude. Instead, the natural ontological attitude is intended to comprise a neutral common core of realist and anti-realist attitudes of acceptance of our best theories. The mistake that both parties make, Fine suggests, is to add further epistemological and metaphysical diagnosis to this shared position, such as pronouncements about which aspects of scientific ontology should be viewed as real, which are proper subjects of belief, and so on. Others contend that this sort of approach to scientific knowledge is non or anti-philosophical and defends philosophical engagement in debates about realism. Musgrave argues that this view is either empty or collapses into realism. The idea of putting the conflict between realist and anti-realist approaches to science aside is also a recurring theme in some accounts of pragmatism and quietism. Regarding the first, Peirce holds that the content of a proposition should be understood in terms of, among other things, as practical consequences for human experience, such as implications for observation or problem solving. For James, positive utility measured in these terms is the very marker of truth. Many of the points disputed by realist and anti-realist differences in epistemic commitment to scientific entities based on unobservability, for example, are effectively non-issues on this view. It is nevertheless a form of anti-realism on traditional readings of Peirce and James, since both suggest that truth in the pragmatist sense exhausts our conception of reality, thus running foul of the metaphysical dimension of realism. The notion of quietism is often associated with Wittgenstein's response to the philosophical problems about which he maintained nothing sensible can be said. This is not to say that engaging with such a problem is not to one's taste, but rather that quite independently of one's interest or lack thereof, the dispute itself concerns a pseudo-problem. Blackburn suggests this dispute about realism may have this character. One last take on the putative irresolvability of debates concerning realism focuses on a certain philosophical commitments adopted by interlocutors. Wiley, for instance, claims that most Sophisticated positions on either side now incorporate self-justifying conceptions of the aim of philosophy and the standards of adequacy appropriate for judging philosophical theories of science. Different assumptions ab initio regarding what sorts of inferences are legitimate, what sorts of evidence reasonably support belief, whether there is a genuine demand for the explanation of observable phenomena in terms of underlying realities, and so on, may render some arguments between realist and anti-realist question begging. The diagnosis, arguably facilitated by Franceson's intimation that neither realism nor anti-realism, in his case empiricism, is ruled out by plausible canons of rationality. Each is sustained by a different conception of how much epistemic risk one should take in forming beliefs on the basis of one's evidence. An intriguing question then emerges as to whether disputes surrounding realism and anti-realism are resolvable in principle, or whether ultimately internally inconsistent and coherent formulations of these positions should be regarded as irreconcilable but nonetheless permissible interpretations of scientific knowledge. Okay, so I'm going to move forward with physicalism. I'm not going to say too much here because there's a lot to cover, and I'm going to return to explain some of this stuff in my next stream. So I just want to put it out there for today and cover as much as possible. Over 4 hours going on here, but let's keep it going. Physicalism, important topic. And, so I put in here, logical empiricism became the inheritor of logical positivism from the Vienna Circle and is the main paradigm today in various forms, as well as physicalism, which is also an inheritor of the Vienna Circle, but has ancient prerequisites also. So physicalism is extremely important, and once I've covered physicalism, that will largely include the first half of the series of the philosophical basis of the modern philosophy of science. And the second half will be more technical, moving into what hopefully will get into the prerequisites for the hard problem of consciousness and the philosophy of mind. Physicalism. Physicalism is, in slogan form, the thesis that everything is physical. The thesis is usually intended as a metaphysical thesis parallel to the theses attributed to the ancient Greek philosopher Thales, that everything is water, or the idealism of the 18th century philosopher Berkeley, that everything is mental. The general idea is that the nature of the actual world, the universe, and everything in it conforms to a certain condition, the condition of being physical. Of course, physicalists do not deny that the world might contain many items that at first glance don't seem physical, items of a biological or psychological or moral, social, mathematical nature, but they insist nevertheless that at the end of the day, such items are physical, or at least bear an important relation to the physical. Preliminaries. Terminology. Physicalism is sometimes known as materialism. Indeed, on one strand to contemporary usage, the term physicalism and materialism are interchangeable. While the two terms have very different histories, the word materialism appears in English towards the end of the 17th century, but the word physicalism was introduced into philosophy only in the 1930s by Otto Neurath and Rudolf Carnap, both of whom were key members of the Vienna Circle, a group of philosophers, scientists, and mathematicians active in Vienna prior to World War II. While it is not clear that Neurath and Carnap understood physicalism in the same way, one thesis attributed to him is the linguistic thesis that every statement is synonymous with some physical statement, but materialism, as traditionally construed, is not a linguistic thesis at all. Rather, it is a metaphysical thesis in the sense that it tells us about the nature of the world. At least for the positivists, therefore, there was a clear reason for distinguishing physicalism, a linguistic thesis, from materialism, a metaphysical thesis. Moreover, this reason was compounded by the fact that, according to official positivist doctrine, metaphysics is nonsense. Since the 1930s, however, the positivist philosophy and that undergirded this distinction has, for the most part, been rejected. For example, physicalism is not a linguistic thesis for contemporary philosophers, and this is one of the reasons why the words materialism and physicalism are now often interpreted as interchangeable. Some philosophers suggest that physicalism is distinct from materialism for a reason quite unrelated to the one emphasized by North and Carnap. As the name suggests, materialists historically held that everything was matter, where matter was conceived as an inert, senseless substance in which extension, figure, and motion do actually subsist. But physics itself has shown that not everything is matter in this sense. For example, forces such as gravity are physical, but it's not clear that they are material in a traditional sense. So it's tempting to use the word physicalism to distance oneself from what seems to a historically important but no longer scientific relevant thesis of materialism, and related to this, emphasize a connection to physics and the physical sciences. However, while physicalism is certainly unusual among metaphysical doctrines in being associated with a commitment both to the sciences and to a particular branch of science, namely physics, it is not clear that it is a good reason for calling it physicalism rather than materialism. For one thing, many contemporary physicalists do in fact use the word materialism to describe their doctrine. Moreover, while physicalism is no doubt related to physics, it is also related to physical object, and this in turn is very closely connected with material objects, and via that with matter. Historical issues. Setting aside what is properly called the thesis of physicalism, is often described as an extremely old, even ancient thesis. The first sentence of Friedrich Lang's The History of Materialism, which was the standard work on the subject in the 19th century, is materialism as old as philosophy, but not older. What Lang has in mind is the pre-Socratic philosopher Democritus, who is usually thought of as defending a kind of physicalism or materialism when he said, or allegedly said, all is atoms and the void. This view cast a long shadow over subsequent formulations of physicalism. A proposition like that of Democritus was revived in the early modern period, just prior to Newton, by philosophers and scientists such as Hobbes and Gassendi. In the 18th century, French philosophers like d'Alembert and Lemaitre thought of themselves as materialists and would now be classified as a physicalist, somewhat in the same way since they held that each human being is complicated sort of machine. In the 19th century, while Karl Marx's dialectic materialism is something different from the metaphysical thesis we will focus on, he nevertheless developed his social philosophy against the background of what would be called physicalism. In fact, Marx's doctoral dissertation was a comparison of Democritus and Epicurus. And in the 20th century, analytical philosophers such as Smart and Lewis self-consciously defended their views in a way that acknowledges, Lewis put it, our intellectual ancestors. A framework for discussion. In approaching the topic of physicalism, one may distinguish what I will call the interpretation question from the truth question. The interpretation question asks, what does it mean to say that everything is physical? The truth question asks, is it true to say that everything is physical? There's obviously a sense in which the second question presupposes an answer to the first. You need to know what a statement means before you could ask whether it's true, and so we would begin with the interpretation of the question, the interpretation question. The interpretation question itself divides into two sub-questions, which I will call the condition question and the completeness question. The condition question asks, what does it mean for something to be physical? The condition question holds fixed the issue of what it means for everything to satisfy some condition or to bear relation to something that satisfies the condition, and asks instead, what is the condition being physical that everything satisfies or bears relation? The completeness question asks, what relation or relations must obtain between everything and the physical if physicalism is to be true? In other words, the completeness question holds fixed the issue of what it means for something to be physical and asks instead what relation of relations obtained between everything and the physical if physicalism is true. In what sense, in other words, is physicalism a complete thesis, a thesis that applies to everything whatsoever? The completeness question. How should we approach the completeness question? In the history of attempts to answer this question, people have tended to adopt one of two strategies. One appeals to what philosopher calls modal notions, where a modal notion here means a notion connected to the possibility and necessity to what might or must be the case. Another appeals to non-modal notions, that is, notions distinct from ideas about possibility and necessity. There's a wide variety of such notions, though perhaps the most obvious one is identity in the logical sense, according to which if X is identical to Y, then every property of X is property of Y. This notion has consequences for possibility and necessity, but is not itself modal. Other non-modal notions include realization or grounding, which we will consider below. In practice, most formulations of physicalism include both modal and non-modal elements at some level. Proponents of modal formulations often end up appealing to something non-modal, and in the course of elaborating and defending their view, non-modal versions are usually interpreted so that they have some modal consequences as modal versions. Nonetheless, the issue of whether to answer the completeness question by appealing to modal or non-modal ideas has proven as controversial as any in the literature on what physicalism is. Supervenience and necessity physicalism. The idea of supervenience has its origin in the meta-ethics, but was imported into philosophy of mind mainly by Davidson in 1970. The general idea might be introduced to be an example due to David Lewis of a dot matrix picture. A dot matrix picture has a global properties. It is symmetrical, it is clustered, and whatnot. And yet all there is to the picture is dots and non-dots at each point of the matrix. The global properties are nothing but patterns in the dots. They supervene. No two pictures could differ in their global properties without differing somewhere in wherever there is or there is not a dot. This gives us one way to think about the basic idea of physicalism. The basic idea is that the physical features of the world are like the dots in the pictures, and the psychological or biological or social factors of the world are like the global properties of the picture. Just as the global features of the picture supervene on the dots, so too everything supervenes on the physical if physicalism is true. It is desirable to have a more explicit statement of physicalism, and here too Lewis' example gives us direction. He says that in the case of the picture, supervenience means that no two pictures can be identical in the arrangement of dots, but different in their global properties. Similarly, one might say that in the case of physicalism, no two possible worlds can be identical in their physical properties, but differ somewhere in their mental, social, or biological properties. So first definition. 1. Physicalism is true at a possible world if and only if any world which is a physical duplicate of W is a duplicate of W simpliciter. If physicalism is construed along the lines suggested in statement 1, we have an answer to the completeness question. The completeness question asks, what relation does everything bear to the physical if physicalism is true? According to 1, the answer is that everything must supervene on the physical. Or to put it more technically, there's no possible world which is identical to our world in every physical respect, but which is not identical to it in a biological or social or psychological respect. It will be useful to have a name for physicalism as so defined, so let's call it supervenience physicalism. Supervenience offers one modal formulation of physicalism. Second definition, physicalism is true at a possible world W if and only if every property instantiated W is necessitated by a physical property. What is the relationship between physicalism so defined, which we might call the necessity physicalism or supervenience physicalism? At least if necessitation is understood as a sort of entailment, then these are not equivalent. However, 1 and 2 are clearly similar. In particular, they are modal formulations of physicalism. Supervenience physicalism was for many years the dominant version of physicalism. Perhaps because of this, many different problems have arisen from it. The most influential objection to the supervenience physicalism and to the modal formulations generally is what might be called the sufficiency problem. This alleges that, well, 1 articulates a necessary condition for physicalism, it does not provide a sufficient condition. The underlying rationale is that intuitively one thing can supervene on another and yet be of a completely different nature. This in turn raises the possibility that something might be of a completely different nature from the physical and nevertheless supervene on it. One might bring out this objection further by considering positions in philosophy that entail supervenience and yet deny physicalism. A good example is necessitation dualism, which is an approach that weaves together elements of both physical and its traditional rival dualism. On the other hand, the necessitation dualist wants to say that mental facts and physical facts are metaphysically distinct, just as standard dualist does. On the other hand, the necessitation dualist wants to agree with the physicalist that mental facts are necessitated by and supervene on the physical facts. If this sort of position is coherent, statement 1 does not articulate a sufficient condition for physicalism, for if necessitation dualism is true, any physical duplicate of the actual world is a duplicate simpliciter. And yet, if dualism of any sort is true, including necessitation dualism, physicalism is false. How to respond to the sufficiency problem? Some respond by denying the coherence of the position that causes the problem, necessitation dualism. As we have just described, it violates Hume's dictum that there is no necessary connection between distinct existences. According to the necessitation dualism, mental and physical properties are metaphysically distinct and yet are necessarily connected. However, Hume's dictum is itself a matter of controversy. Identity physicalism. Suppose that statement 1 provides necessary condition for physicalism, but not a sufficient condition. How might we strengthen it to make it more plausible? The most obvious thing to do is to appeal to identity. Indeed, in the history of attempts to answer the completeness question, the appeal to identity predates the appeal to supervenience. Nevertheless, this version of physicalism, identity physicalism as it may call it, runs into a serious problem. Token physicalism. There are two different versions of identity physicalism: type physicalism and token physicalism. Token physicalism is the view that every particular thing in the world is a physical particular. So the token physicalist says that physicalism should be formulated in the following way. Statement 3, physicalism is true at a particular world W if and only if every particular object, event, or process X that exists at W, there is some physical particular Y such that X equals Y. But statement 3 offers neither necessary nor sufficient conditions for physicalism. To see that is not sufficient, consider a variety of dualism called property dualism. Property dualism says that every particular is a physical particular, but some particulars have psychological properties wholly distinct from any physical properties. The contrast here is with substance dualism. The substance dualist agrees with the property dualist that some particulars have psychological properties wholly distinct from any physical properties, but they will add that such particulars are themselves non-physical. Token physicalism, according to statement 3, is certainly inconsistent with substance dualism. Substance dualism entails that some particulars are non-physical. Token physicalism denies it. But token physicalism is compatible with property dualism. Indeed, property dualism entails that token physicalism is true. On the other hand, property dualism is usually understood as being inconsistent with physicalism in any form. Hence, token physicalism is not sufficient for physicalism. The problem that property dualism presents for token physicalism is noteworthy in several respects. For one thing, it is similar to the problem that necessitarian dualism present for supervenience physicalism, though necessitarian dualism can itself be developed either as a sort of property dualism or as a sort of substance dualism. For another thing, it brings out the important role properties rather than the particulars play in contemporary discussion of physicalism. If one ignores properties, the dispute between physicalism and dualism may easily be understood as a dispute between token physicalism and substance dualism. But once properties are factored in, things look different. Not only does statement 3 not provide a sufficient condition for physicalism, it does not provide a necessary condition either. Type physicalism. Type physicalism holds that every property, or at least every property instantiated in the actual world, is identical with some physical property. So the type physicalist supposes that physicalism should be formulated in the following way. Statement 4, physicalism is true in every possible world if and only if every property instantiated at W is identical to a physical property. Unlike both token physicalism and supervenience physicalism, type physicalism is sufficient for physicalism if every property instantiated in the actual world is identical with some physical property. Then dualism will be false in any of the versions we have considered. However, while statement 4 provides a sufficient condition for physicalism, it does not provide a necessary condition. Another way to bring out the sense in which type physicalism is too strong for physicalism is to focus on the possibility of multiple realizability, as Philosopher calls it. This is roughly the idea that physically very different creatures can nevertheless share psychological properties. A major benefit of supervenience physicalism is that usually understood is consistent with this possibility, but type physicalism is often thought of as not consistent with, at least if we focus on instantiated psychological properties. If so, type physicalism may be false, while supervenience physicalism may be true. We have been assuming that supervenience physicalism is distinct from type physicalism, but it's worth noting that there are ways to understand supervenience according to which this difference is less obvious. The reason for this has to do with the question concerning the logical or Boolean closure of a set of physical properties. If P, Q, and R are physical properties, which of the various logical permutations of P, Q, and R likewise physical properties? On some assumptions concerning closure and supervenience physicalism construed as a necessary truth entails type physicalism. On other assumptions, it doesn't. But the problem is that the assumptions themselves are difficult to interpret and evaluate, and so the issue remains a difficult one. Realization physicalism. Our discussion of the completeness question has so far yielded negative results. Supervenience physicalism is too weak, type physicalism is too strong, and token physicalism is both too weak and too strong. What seems to be required is an approach like the modal formulation as we started with, entails the supervenience of everything on the physical, but unlike them avoids the sufficiency problem. One prominent idea along these lines appeals to a relation between the properties distinct from both identity and supervenience, usually called realization. As in the case of identity physicalism, there are two different versions of realization physicalism, as we may call it. Second order physicalism, the first realization definition, has been explored and defended in most detail by Andrew Melnick. For Melnick, a property F realizes a property G if and only if G is identical to the second order property, the property of having some property that has a certain causal theoretical role, and F is the property that plays the causal or theoretical role in question. We call this notion second order realization to distinguish it from a different notion of realization to be considered in a moment. This suggests statement 5. Physicalism is true at a possible world if and only if property instantiated at W, if every property instantiated at W is either a physical property or is a second order realized in a physical property. Suppose we call physicalism so defined second order realization physicalism or second order physicalism. For short, what is the relation between it and supervenience physicalism? Supervenience physicalism does not entail second order physicalism, since the fact that a property F supervenes on property D, G does not entail that F is a second order property. Does second order physicalism entail supervenience physicalism? The usual assumption is that it does, but as Melnick himself notes at one point, there's an issue here having to do with the definition of second order property, the property of having some property that has a certain causal or theoretical role. What are the properties involved in spelling out the causal or theoretical roles? If physicalism is true at all, it must be true of these properties as much as any other properties. But then by second order physicalism, these properties themselves will be either physical or realized by physical properties. And the first option is taken. The second order physicalist will stand revealed as holding a version of identity physicalism, one level up as it were, and thus will face the multiple realization objection. If the second option is taken, the second order physicalist looks committed to an infinite regress, since now we have further properties realized by the physical properties and correlatively further causal or theoretical roles. To avoid the regress, the second order physicalist might say that the properties supervene on or identical to physical properties, but now it is hard to see the difference between the realization physicalist and these other doctrines. Subset physicalism. The second realization definition of physicalism has been developed by Wilson and Shoemaker. On this view, a property F realizes a property G if and only if G has some set of causal powers or features S. F has some set of causal powers or features S star, and S is a subset of S star. We may call this notion subset realization to distinguish it from a different notion of realization just considered. This suggests statement 6. Physicalism is true at a possible world W if and only if every property instantiated at W is either a physical property or is a subset realized in a physical property. Suppose we call physicalism so defined subset realization physicalism or subset physicalism for short. What is the relation between it and supervenience physicalism? Supervenience physicalism does not entail subset physicalism, since the fact that a property G supervenes on a property F does not entail anything about their causal powers. For example, if causation is a macro phenomenon, as some philosophers have held it to be, it may be F has no causal powers at all, while G does. Grounding physicalism. An influential recent approach to the completeness question that is different from any that we have considered so far focuses on the idea of grounding, something that has been extensively discussed recently in metaphysics literature. Intuitively, a property F is grounded in a property G, just in case F holds in virtue of G, or the instantiation of G explains the instantiation of F. This includes statement 7. This suggests statement 7. Physicalism is true at a possible world W if and only if every property instantiated W is either a physical property or is grounded in a physical property. Suppose we call physicalism, so define grounding physicalism. What is the relation between it and supervenience physicalism? Supervenience physicalism does not entail grounding physicalism, since the fact that a property F supervenes on a property G does not entail that F is grounded by G. Does grounding physicalism entail supervenience physicalism? Some philosophers suppose it does, and so for them, grounding physicalism would entail supervenience physicalism, but others suppose it does not, which raises the question of whether the thesis such as Statement 7 by itself provides an account of physicalism, or whether some compromise between it and Statement 1 would have to be reached. Even if grounding physicalism entails supervenience physicalism, there are further issues about it that have to be raised. One problem concerns abstract objects, entities apparently not located in space and time, such as numbers, properties, and relations, or propositions. However, since this problem seems a general problem for all kinds of physicalism, we will discuss it below. Second problem for grounding physicalism is the notion of grounding is itself controversial in some quarters. Wilson, for example, points out that grounding per se is similar to supervenience and that leaves open many of the questions philosophers of mind are interested in, like whether the mental state exists, whether it is reduced to the physical, and whether it is causally efficacious. She concludes that grounding cannot do the work that its proponents want it to. Fundamentality physicalism. The final answer to the completeness question we will consider focuses on the idea of a fundamental property, which is the notion discussed extensively by David Lewis metaphysics and the literature that follows on from it. On Lewis' view, a fundamental or perfectly natural property is some kind of property, one that is, he says, not at all disjunctive or determinably or negative. They render the instance perfectly similar in some respect. They are intrinsic, and all other intrinsic properties supervenionum. This suggests the following formulation of physicalism. Statement 8, physicalism is true at a possible world W if and only if every fundamental property instantiated at W is a physical property. Suppose we call physicalism so defined as fundamentality physicalism. What is the relationship between it and supervenience physicalism? Supervenience physicalism does not entail fundamentality physicalism, since the fact that property F supervenes on a property G does not entail that either property is fundamental. Nevertheless, it is reasonable to think that fundamentality physicalism entails supervenience physicalism, especially in the light of Lewis's comment about supervenience just quoted. How plausible is Statement A as an account of physicalism? One objection concerns the notion of a fundamental property quite generally. For at least some philosophers, Lewis's idea about fundamentality are, as he himself puts it, a throwback to medieval metaphysics. Another objection is that physicalism on this view seems empirically speculative, since it seems to entail that there is a fundamental level in the world. If so, definitions in terms of grounding may do better. Whatever is the truth about these objections, it is an interesting historical fact that Lewis defines physicalism twice over. He defines it as supervenience physicalism and as fundamentality physicalism. There is no suggestion in his work that these are in any sense in tension. This underscores the point made earlier, namely that in practice all versions of physicalism and hence any answer to the completeness question will include modal or non-modal elements. Varieties of physicalism. Reductive and non-reductive physicalism. The main problem in assessing whether a physicalist must be a reductionist is that there are various non-equivalent versions of reductionism. One idea is tied to the notion of conceptual or reductive analysis. When philosophers attempt to provide analysis of some concept of notion, they often try to provide a reductive analysis of the notion in question. To analyze in other terms applied to the philosophy of mind, this notion might be thought of entailing the idea that every mental concept or predicate is analyzed in terms of a physical concept or predicate. A formulation of this idea, Statement 9, reductionism is true if and only if for every mental predicate F, there is a physical predicate G such that a sentence in the form X is F if and only if X is G is analytically true. Adapting Ryle from 1949, Smart supposes that in addition to physical expressions, there's a class of expressions which are topic neutral, expressions which were neither mental nor physical, but when conjoined with any theory would greatly increase the expressive power of the theory. Smart suggested that one might analyze mental expressions in topic neutral, but not physical terms, which in effect means that physicalists could reject Statement 9. A different notion of reduction derives from the attempts of philosophers of science to explain intertheoretical reduction. The classic formulation of this notion was given by Ernst Nagel in 1961. Nagel said that one theory was reduced to another if you could logically derive the first from the second theory with what he called bridge laws, laws connecting the predicates of the reduced theory, the theory to be reduced, with the predicates of the reducing theory, the theory which one is reducing. Here's the formulation of the idea, where the theory in questions are psychological and neuroscience. Statement 10. Reductionism is true if and only if each mental predicate F there is a neurobiological predicate G, such that the sentence in the form X is F if and only if X is G expresses a bridge law. Once again, however, there's no reason at all why physicalists need to accept that reductionism is true in the sense of Statement 10. We noted earlier that the possibility of multiple realization renders type physicalism implausible. Something similar is true in this case. Many different neurobiological processes, whether in our own species or different one, could underlie the same psychological processes. Indeed, given science fiction and even neurobiological processes might underlie the same physiological process. If so, Statement 10 seems to be false. The third notion of reductionism is more metaphysical. Its focus than either the conceptual or theoretical ideas reviewed so far. According to this notion, reductionism means that the properties expressed by the predicates of a psychological theory are identical to the properties expressed by the predicates of a neurobiological theory. In other words, this version of reductionism is in essence a version of type physicalism or identity theory. As we have already seen, however, since physicalism needs not be a type physicalism, it need not be reductionism in this metaphysical sense either. A final notion of reductionism that needs to be distinguished from the previous three concerns whether mental states follow a priori from non-mental states. Here the statement of the sort of idea, Statement 11, reductionism is true if and only if each mental predicate F there is a non-mental predicate G, such as a sentence in the form if X is F, then X is G is a priori. What Statement 11 says that if reductionism is true, a priori knowledge alone, plus knowledge of the physical or non-mental truths, will allow one to know the mental truths. This question is usually debated in the context of another, the question of a posteriori and a priori physicalism. A priori and a posteriori physicalism. We have been assuming that supervenience is necessary for physicalism, even if it is not sufficient. But what follows from supervenience? One thing that is usually thought to follow is that physical truths of the world entail all the truths, since physicalism is true at all. Statement 12 is true. Statement 12, the physical truths entail all the truths. Now suppose that S is a statement which specifies the physical nature of the actual world, and S star is a statement which specifies the total nature of the world. Then physicalism tells us, in addition, that Statement 13, S entails S star. Another way to say this is that supervenience physicalism, if supervenience physicalism is true, the following conditions is necessarily true. Statement 14, if S, then S star. Indeed, this is a general feature of the supervenience physicalism. If it is true, then there will also be a necessary truth in the form of Statement 14. Now, if 14 is necessary, the question arises whether it is a priori, i.e. knowable independent of empirical experience, or whether it's a posteriori, i.e. knowable but not independent of empirical experience. Traditionally, every statement that was assumed to be a priori. However, since Kripke's Naming Necessity, 1980, philosophers have become used to the idea that there are truths which are both necessary and a posteriori. Accordingly, many recent philosophers have defended a posteriori physicalism, the claim that statements such as 14 are necessary a posteriori. Moreover, they have used this point to try to disarm many objections to physicalism, including those concerning qualia and intentionality that we will consider below. Moreover, as we have just noted, some philosophers have suggested that the necessary a posteriori provides the proper interpretation of non-reductive physicalism. To appeal to the necessary a posteriori is the surface of an attractive one, but is also controversial. One problem arises from the fact that Kripke's idea that there are necessary and a posteriori truths can be interpreted in two rather different ways. On the first interpretation, I will call the derivation view, where there are necessary a posteriori truths. These truths can be derived a priori from truths which are a posteriori and contingent. On the second interpretation, or called the non-derivation view, there are non-derived necessary a posteriori truths, which are not derived from any contingent truths or any a priori truths for that matter. The problem is that when one combines the derivation view with the claim that statement 14 is necessary and a posteriori, one encounters a contradiction. If the derivation view is correct, then there is some contingent and a posterior statement S that logically entails 14. However, if the statement S logically entails 14, since if C then if A then B is equivalent to if C and A then B, we can infer the following is both necessary and a priori in statement 15. On the other hand, if physicalism is true and S summarizes the total nature of the world, then the new S is already implicitly included in S. In other words, statement 15 is simply an expansion of 14, but if 15 is just an expansion of 14, then if 15 is a priori, 14 must also be a priori, but that means our initial assumption is false. 14 is not necessarily a posteriori truth after all. How may a posteriori physicalist respond to this objection? The objection response is to reject the derivation view of the necessary a posteriori in favor of a non-derivational view, but this is just to say that if one wants to defend a posteriori physicalism, one will have to defend non-derivational views of the necessary a posteriori. Okay, that was pretty complicated, so this will be stuff returned to in the future. The conditional question. The condition question. The theory and object conception of the physical. So what is the answer to the condition question? If we concentrate for simplicity on the notion of the physical property, we can discern two kinds of answers to this question. The first ties to the notion of a physical property, to a notion of a physical theory. For this reason, we call it the theory-based conception of a physical property. The theory-based conception, a property is physical if and only if it is the sort of property that physical theory tells us about. The second kind of answer ties the notion of a physical property to the notion of a physical object, and for this reason it's called the object-based conception of a physical property. The object-based conception, a property is physical if and only if it is the sort of property had by paradigmatic physical objects and their constituents. Do these conceptions characterize the same class of properties? There are a number of different possibilities here, but one that has received some attention in the literature is that physical theory only tells us about the dispositional properties of physical objects, and so does not tell us about the categorical properties, if any, that they have. A thesis of this sort has been defended by a number of philosophers, among them Russell, Armstrong, Blackburn, and Chalmers. Hence, if physical objects do have categorical properties, these properties will not count as physical by the standards of the theory conception. On the other hand, there seems to be no reason not to count them as physical in some sense or another. If that is right, however, then the possibility emerges that the theory and the object conceptions characterize distinct classes of properties. Further distinction that can be made here, and which crisscross the theory-object distinction, is between a more narrow and more broad conception of physical properties. A narrow conception counts as a physical property only those within a restricted range. A broad conception counts as a physical property any property which is either a property in the narrow sense or else bears the kind of relation to a narrow physical property, for example, is definable in terms of them or grounded in them. There are lots of complications here, partly because there are different ways of restricting the narrow class and different ways of extending such a class. Here we will understand the theory and object conceptions in a narrow rather than a broad way. Circularity. The theory and object conceptions are along with the concepts of space-time, causality, value, meaning, truth, and existence, the concept of the physical is one of the central concepts of human thought, so it should not be surprising that any attempt to come to grips with the physical property, what the physical property is, will be controversial. The theory and object conceptions are no different. Each has provoked a number of different criticisms. To begin with, one might object that both conceptions are inadequate because they are circular. Both appeal to the notion of something physical, a theory or an object, to characterize a physical property, but how can you legitimately explain the notion of one sort of physical thing by appealing to another? However, the response is that this circularity is only a problem if the conceptions are interpreted as providing a reductive analysis of the notion of the physical, but there is no reason why they should be interpreted in that way. After all, we have many concepts that we understand without knowing how to analyze, so there seems no reason to suppose that either the theory or object conception is providing anything else but a way of understanding the notion of the physical. The point here is an important one in the context of the condition question. Earlier, we said that the condition question was perfectly legitimate because it is legitimate to ask what the condition of being physical is, that according to physicalism, everything has. But this legitimate question should not be interpreted as the demand for a reductive analysis of the notion of the physical. Hempel's dilemma. One might object that any information of physicalism which utilizes the theory-based conception will be either trivial or false. Karl Hempel provided a classic formulation of this problem. If physicalism is defined via reference to contemporary physics, then it is false. After all, who thinks that contemporary physics is complete? But if physicalism is defined via reference to a future ideal of physics, then it is trivial. After all, who can predict what a future physics contains? Perhaps, for example, if it contains even mental items, the conclusion of the dilemma is that one has no clear concept of a physical property, or at least no concept that is clear enough to do the job that philosophers of mind want the physical to play. One response to the objection is to take the first horn and insist that, at least in certain respects, contemporary physics reality is complete, or else it is rational to believe that it is. There is an element of truth in this. It may be rational to believe that contemporary science is true, even if not that it is complete. Nevertheless, it is also mistaken to define physicalism with respect to the physics that happens to be true in this world. The reason is that whether a physical theory is true or not is a function of the contingent facts, but whether a property is physical or not is not a function of the contingent facts. Different response to Hempel's dilemma is that what it shows, if it shows anything, is that a particular proposal about how to define a physical property, namely via reference to physics at a particular stage in its development, is mistaken. But from this, one can hardly conclude that we have no clear understanding of the concept at all. As we have seen, we have many concepts that we don't know how to analyze, so the mere fact, if indeed it is a fact that a certain style of analysis of the notion of the physical fails, does not mean that there is no notion of the physical at all, still less that we don't understand the notion. One might object that, well, these remarks are perfectly true. They nevertheless don't speak to something that is right about Hempel's dilemma. Namely, that is the theory conception to be complete, one needs to know what type of theory a physical theory is. Perhaps one might appeal here to the fact that we have a number of paradigms of what physical theory is: common sense physical theory, medieval impetus physics, Cartesian contact mechanism, Newtonian physics, and modern quantum physics. Well, it seems unlikely that there is any one factor that unifies these classes of theories. Perhaps there is a cluster of factors, a common or overlapping set of theoretical constructs, for example, or shared methodology. If so, one might maintain that the notion of physical theory is a Wittgensteinian family resemblance concept. However, whether this is enough to answer the question of what kind of theory a physical theory is remains to be seen. The panpsychism problem. Hempel's dilemma against the theory conception is similar to an objection that is often here propounded against the object conception. Consider a version of panpsychism according to which all physical properties of our acquaintance are conscious beings just as we are. Would physicalism be true in that situation? It seems intuitively not. However, physicalism is defined via reference to the object conception of a physical property, then it's hard to see why not. After all, according to this conception, something is a physical property just in case it is required by a complete account of the paradigmatic physical object, but this makes no reference to the nature of the paradigmatic physical object, and so allows the possibility that physicalism is true in the imagined situation. One thing is to say the response to this objection is that the mere possibility of panpsychism cannot really be what is at issue here, for panpsychism per se is not inconsistent with physicalism. After all, the fact that there are some conscious beings is not contrary to physicalism. Why then should the possibility that everything is conscious be contrary to physicalism? If so, what is at issue is the objection is not panpsychism so much as the possibility that the paradigms or exemplars in terms of which one characterizes the notion of physical might turn out to be radically different from what normally assumed in a quite specific sense. they might turn out to be some essential or ultimate respect mental. Once the problem is put like that, however, the panpsychism problem looks similar to the problem that arises in general whenever one tries to understand or define a concept in terms of paradigmatic object which fall under it, like that these definitions have certain sort of empirical presuppositions that might turn out to be false. Of course, one would reject this entire line of thought if one rejected the starting point that panpsychism is consistent with physicalism. Wilson suggests that physicalism is consistent with the view that some conscious beings exist. It is not consistent with view that some fundamental conscious beings exist, and it is this last claim that is definitive of panpsychalism. But in fact, even that is consistent with physicalism, though admittedly of an unusual sort. To illustrate, imagine a world in which the fundamental properties of both mental and physical. This is certainly a far-fetched scenario, but it doesn't seem to be impossible. Would physicalism be true in such a world? It is hard to see why not. At least it may be true at that world that any physical duplicate of it is a duplicate simpliciter. Would panpsychism likely be true in such a world? Again, it is hard to see why not, since the fundamental properties instantiated in such a world are mental, though of course they are also physical. The via negativa. The via negativa is a definition of the notion of a physical property, something like this. F is a physical property if and only if F is a non-mental property, but there are many reasons to resist such a definition. One might try to meet this objection by revising the via negativa so that what is intended is only a partial definition along these lines. F is a physical property only if F is non-mental. Even so, problems remain. As we have seen, Elan Vital causes a problem because it is neither mental nor physical, but there might be properties that are both mental and physical. For if a property is mental and physical, then given the via negativa, it will be both mental and non-mental, which of course it can't be. Now, obviously, there are good questions about whether an identical theory along these lines is or could be true, but regardless of whether it is true, it should not be ruled out simply because of a proposal about how to define the words and which is stated. Alternatively, one might try to meet the objection by adopting what Wilson calls the no fundamental mentality constraint. On this interpretation, what proponents of the via negativa have in mind is that F is a physical property only if F is not fundamentally mental, where in turn to be not fundamentally mental is most naturally understood as entailing that F is a fundamental property, then it is non-mental. Of course, to raise these problems for the via negativa is not to deny that there is something right about it. For example, when we think of the properties that would falsify physicalism, we do often think of certain mental properties. However, this fact that certain mental properties would, if it's instantiated, falsify physicalism can be captured without defining the physical in general as the non-mental. A better way would be to require of any spelling out of the notion of the physical, whether it be the object-based account or the theory-based account, that it respect that fact that some uninstantiated mental properties are non-physical. Structuralist approaches. Another idea about how to define the physical that has become prominent in recent times is structuralist approaches to the physical. One way to introduce the structuralist approach is to see it as a development of the theory conception formulated above. On the theory view, a property is physical just in case it is tied in the right way to the physical theory. One problem that arises from such a view, as we have seen, is what physical theory is supposed to mean here. For the structuralist, a physical theory is one that employs a restricted vocabulary. One particularly frank version of this sort of view is suggested by Bertrand Russell in 1927. On this view, the vocabulary in question is restricted to logical or mathematical vocabulary. Contemporary philosophers adopt less restricted views, according to which the vocabulary is either logical or mathematical, or causal or nonological, pertaining to laws, or some combination of these. In effect, proposals like this provide a topic-neutral conception of the physical and hence a topic-neutral conception of physicalism. An attractive feature of this approach is that it provides an answer to Hempel's dilemma and similar problems. Physics may indeed change over time, but according to the structuralist, any physical theory must be restricted to this sort of vocabulary. Hence, we can appeal to the notion of physical theory to formulate a version of physicalism on which everything supervenes or is realized by or is grounded in physical properties that can be expressed in that limited vocabulary. However, a problem for structuralism is that, well, placing restrictions on this sort of notion of a physical theory helps with Hempel's dilemma. It also seems overly stringent. Physical theories, on the face of it, tell you a lot of things about the physical world, which are not topic neutral. The idea that we can capture all of this using a language that employs only logical, mathematical, or causal gnomic vocabulary may seem an overly ambitious one. While there are problems with structuralist approaches to the physical, as with the via negativa, there is also something right about it. We have noted one idea of philosophy of science that is similar to the structuralist approach to the physical, namely structural realism, a different idea that philosophers of science have emphasized a lot in recent literature is that physicalism and other scientists often construct mathematical models of the system they are interested in. Moreover, they often focus on the mathematical properties of these models themselves. Perhaps a structuralist approach to such mathematical models is plausible. Nevertheless, structuralism about the physical is a thesis, not about these mathematical models, but about the target systems that these models correspond to, and it precisely this that causes the problem. Physicalism as an attitude. In view of the differences posed by Hempel's dilemma and related problems, some philosophers have explored the interesting idea that to be a physicalist is not to hold some thesis or belief, that is to hold something that may be true or false, but is rather to adopt a kind of attitude or stance. As Elisa Ney, 2008, develops this attitudinal view. For example, physicalism is an attitude one takes to form one's ontology completely and solely according to what physics says exist. Now, with other ideas we have looked at, there is certainly something right about this attitudinal view. As we will see below, contemporary physicalists are often methodological naturalists, and methodological naturalism may well hold the attitude Ney describes. Nevertheless, there is a major problem for the view that on the face of it, holding this sort of attitude is neither necessary nor sufficient for being a physicalist. To see it is not necessary. Consider the ancient philosophers Democritus and Lucretius. These philosophers are physicalists, or at least are usually classified in that way, since they held the doctrine traditionally called materialism, but they did not hold the attitude Ney describes, either implicitly or explicitly, for physics did not exist in their day at all. In response, one might adjust the attitudinal view to say that physics towards which one holds the relevant attitude is not identified sociologically, but is instead understood as a certain sort of theory considered in the abstract. But then further problems arise. First, it is now difficult to see the difference between holding the relevant attitude and simply believing a thesis. If one resolves to be guided in one's ontology by the truth of a particular theory, how is that different from just believing a theory? Second, if one holds the attitude towards a particular theory, Hempel's dilemma seems to arise again, though in a slightly different form. For which physical theory is meant? If one means current physics, as in fact Ney suggests, then one might argue that this is not an attitude that physicalists should reasonably hold, since current physics is incomplete. And if one means ideal physics, it's hard to see what the content of nature of this attitude is. To see that the attitude is not sufficient, imagine a situation in which physics postulates properties or objects which are like those postulated by traditional dualists. In response, Ney agrees that it is a possibility, but points out first it would be reasonable to criticize the people who hold the attitude, for example, on the grounds that those who hold a different attitude might have arrived at correct ontology more quickly. And second, that it does not follow the attitude definitive of physicalism is identical to the attitude definitive of dualism. The idea underlying the second points are, if one adopts the attitude of view about physicalism, then one should in all fairness adopt it about dualism as well. And that from the fact that the two attitudes coincide in a possible situation, it does not follow that they are identical. However, while both of these suggestions might be true, it is hard to see them as responding to the basic point that a person who holds the attitude Ney describes in the imagined situation is not correctly described as a physicalist. In principle, after all, such a person may be criticized in many ways. Moreover, the fact that holding a particular attitude is not sufficient for being a physicalist does not entail that doing so is necessary for being a dualist. The case against physicalism. Having provided an answer to the interpretation question, I will now turn to the truth question. Is physicalism, as far as we interpret it, true? I will first discuss 3 reasons for supposing that physicalism is not true, then I will consider the case for physicalism. Quality and consciousness. The main argument against physicalism is usually thought to concern the notion of qualia. the felt qualities of experience. The notion of qualia raises puzzles of its own, puzzles having to do with its connection to other notions such as consciousness, introspection, epistemic access, acquaintance, the first person perspective, and so on. However, the idea that we will discuss here is the apparent contradiction between the existence of qualia and physicalism. Perhaps the clearest version of this argument is in Jackson's knowledge argument. There are many possible responses to this argument. The first is the ability hypothesis due to Lawrence Nemero, 1988, and developed and defended by David Lewis. The ability thesis follows Ryle in drawing a sharp distinction between proposition knowledge and knowledge that and knowledge how. The second response appeals to the distinction between a priori and a posterior physicalism. As we saw above, the crucial claim of a posterior physicalism is that statement 13, the claim that S entails S star is a posterior. Since statement 13 is a posterior, you would need a certain experience to know it. Hence, a posterior physicalism can avoid the knowledge argument. The third response is to distinguish between the various conceptions of the physical. We saw above that potentially the class of properties defined by the theory conception of the physical was distinct from the class of properties defined by the object conception, but that suggests the first premise of the argument is open to interpretation of the first in either two ways. On the other hand, Jackson's thought experiment only seems to support the premise that is interpreted in the one way, since Mary learns by learning all that physical theory can teach her, but leaves open the possibility that one might appeal to the object conception of the physical to define a version of physicalism which evades the knowledge argument. One of the most lively areas of philosophy of mind concerns the issues of which, if any of these responses to the knowledge argument will be successful. The ability response raises the question about whether know-how is generally non-propositional and about whether it gets its facts right to begin with. As against a posterior physicalism, it has been argued both that it rests on mistaken approaches to the necessary a posterior and that the promise of the ideal is chimerical anyways. The third response raises questions about the distinction between the object and the theory conception of the physical and associated issues about dispositional and categorical properties, and also about the relation between physicalism on the one hand and related views sometimes called Russellian monism. Meaning and intentionality. Philosophers of mind often divide the problem of physicalism into two. First, there are the problems of qualia, typified by the knowledge argument. Second, there are the problems of intentionality. The intentionality of mental states is their aboutness, their capacity to represent the world as being a certain way. Just as the case of qualia, some of the puzzle of intentionality derived from the facts internal to the notion and from the relation of this notion to the others, such as rationality, inference, and language. But others derive from the fact that it seems difficult to square the fact that mental states have intentionality with physicalism. There are a number of ways of developing the criticism, but much recent work has concentrated on a certain line of argument that Saul Kripke has found in the work of Wittgenstein. Kripke's argument is best approached by first considering what is often called the dispositional theory of linguistic meaning. According to this dispositional theory, a word means what it does because speakers of the word are disposed to apply the word. For a number of reasons, this sort of theory has been very popular among physicalists. First, the concept of a disposition at issue here is clearly a concept that is compatible with physicalism. Second, it seems possible to develop this dispositional theory of linguistic meaning so that it might apply also to intentionality. According to the dispositional theory of intentionality, a mental concept would mean what it does because thinkers are disposed to employ the concept in thought in a certain way. So dispositional theory seems to hold out the best promise of a theory of intentionality that is compatible with physicalism. Kripke's argument is designed to destroy that premise. How might a physicalist respond to Kripke's argument? The first response is to insist that Kripke's argument neglects the dimension between a priori and a posterior physicalism. Kripke often does say that according to the dispositionalists, one should be able to read off truths about the meaning from truths physicalists can accept. One problem with the proposal is, as we have seen, that its background account of the necessary a posterior is controversial. As we saw, a posterior physicalists are committed to what we call the non-derivational view about necessary a posterior truths, but the non-derivational view has come under attack in recent times. Second response to defend the dispositional theory against Kripke's argument. One way to do this is to argue that the argument only works against the very simple dispositionalism, and that a more complicated version of such a theory would avoid these problems. A different proposal to argue that Kripke's argument underestimates the complexity in the notion of disposition. As with the knowledge argument, the issues surrounding Kripke's argument are very much wide open, but it is important to note that most philosophers don't consider the issues of intentionality as serious as the issue of qualia when it comes to physicalism. In a different vocabularies, for example, both Bloch and Chalmers distinguish between the intentional aspects of the mind and consciousness and the phenomenal aspects of qualia, and suggest that is really the latter that is the central issue. As Chalmers notes, echoing Chomsky's famous distinction, the intentionality issue is a problem, but the quality is a mystery. Numbers and abstracta. The third problem, which we mentioned briefly above, is the problem of abstracta. This concerns the status within physicalism of abstract objects, entities apparently not located in space and time, such as numbers, properties and relations, and propositions. To see the problem, suppose that abstract objects, if they exist necessarily in all possible worlds. If physicalism is true, then the facts about such objects must either be physical facts or else bear a particular relation, grounding, realization to the physical. But on the face of this is not so. One response points out that while the problem of abstracta confronts many different versions of physicalism, it does not arise for supervenience physicalism. After all, since numbers exist in all possible worlds, facts about them trivially supervene on the physical. But the difficulty here is that supervenience physicalism seems, as we have seen above, too weak anyways. Indeed, one might think that the example of abstracta is simply a different way to bring about that is too weak. Another option is to adopt a version of nominalism and to deny the existence of abstracta entirely. The problem with this option is that defending nominalism about mathematics is no easy matter, and in any case, nominalism and physicalism are normally thought as distinct commitments. A third view, which seems to be more attractive than either of the two mentioned so far, is to expand the notion of physical property that is to play for formulation of physicalism. For example, one might treat the properties of abstract objects as topic neutral in something like the sense discussed in connection with smart and reductionism above. Topic neutral properties have the interesting feature that while they themselves are not physical, but are capable of being instantiated in what is intuitively a completely physical world, or indeed what is intuitively a completely spiritual world. If so, it becomes possible to understand physicalism so that the reference to physical properties within it is understood more correctly as physical or non or topic neutral properties. Final response to the problem does not expand on the notions of the physical as much as it restricts the scope of physicalism to properties of a certain sort. One suggestion along these lines has been made by a number of writers in the context of grounding physicalism, though perhaps the underlying idea can be extended to other varieties as well. They suggest that the grounding physicalism, which was formulated above in Statement 7, should be revised to take the following form. The revised Statement 7, physicalism is true at a possible world W, if and only if every groundable property instantiated W is either a physical property or is grounded in physical property. Hence, a property is groundable just in case it is apt for being grounded. It is the sort of property that can be either grounded or not. Ordinary psychological properties are presumably in that class. If grounding physicalism is true, they are grounded in physical properties, whereas if it is false, they are not grounded in physical properties. Either way, they are groundable properties. But mathematical properties and the properties of abstracta more generally might at least some instances not be groundable. They may fail to be properties that are apt for being grounded. If so, we have alternative solution to the problem of the abstracta. The reformulated Statement 7 permits that some properties of abstracta are not grounded in the physical so long as they are ungroundable. In methodological issues, the final argument I would consider against physicalism is a more methodological nature. It's sometimes suggested that not that physicalism is false, but that the entire project of physicalism, the project and philosophy of mind of debating whether physicalism is true and trying to establish or disprove its truth by philosophical argument, is misguided. This sort of argument has been mounted by a number of writers, and perhaps most vocal advocate has been Noam Chomsky. It is easiest to state Chomsky's criticism by beginning with 2 points about methodological naturalism. In general, it seems rational to agree with the methodological naturalist that the best hope for a theoretical understanding of the world is by pursuing the methods which are typical of the science. It would then seem rational as a special case that our best hope for a theoretical understanding of consciousness or experience is by pursuing the methods of the sciences, by pursuing, as we might put it, the naturalistic project with respect to consciousness. So Chomsky's first point is that it's rational to pursue the naturalistic project with respect to consciousness. Chomsky's second point is that the physicalist project in philosophy of mind is on the face of it rather different from the naturalistic project. In the first place, the physicalist project, as we have noted, usually thought of a piece of metaphysics, but there is nothing obviously metaphysical about the naturalistic project. It simply raises questions about what we can hope to explain. In the second place, the physicalist project is normally thought of as being amenable to philosophical argument, whereas it is unclear where philosophical argument would enter in the naturalistic project. In short, there doesn't seem anything particularly philosophical about the naturalistic project. It simply applies to the methods of science and consciousness. But the physicalist project is central to analytic philosophy. It is precisely at the place where the physicalist project departs from the naturalistic project that Chomsky's criticism begins to take shape. For insofar as it is different from the naturalistic project, there are a number of ways in which the physicalist project is questionable. First, it's hard to see what the project might be. It is true that throughout the history of philosophy and science, one encounters suggestions that one might find out about the world in ways that are distinct from the ones used in the sciences, but the suggestions have always been rather obscure. Second, it's hard to see how this sort of project could recommend itself to physicalists themselves. Such a project seems to be a departure from methodological naturalism, but most physicalists endorse methodological naturalism as a matter of fact. On the other hand, a physicalist project does not depart from the naturalistic project, then the usual ways of talking and thinking about the project are highly misleading. For example, it is misleading to speak of it as a piece of metaphysical as opposed to a piece of ordinary science. In some, Chomsky's criticism is best understood as a kind of dilemma. The physicalist project is either identical to the naturalistic project or is not. If it is identical, then the language and concepts that shape the project are potentially extremely misleading. But if it's not identical, then there are a number of ways in which it is illegitimate. How is one to respond to this criticism? In my view, the strongest answer to Chomsky accepts the first horn of the dilemma and suggests that what philosophers of mind are really concerned with is the naturalistic project. Now, of course, what concerns them is not so much the details of the project that would not distinguish them from working scientists. Rather, they are concerned with the nature of the project and what its potential limits might be. This thing might be developed in several ways, but one well-known development has been suggested by Thomas Nagel and Bernard Williams. According to them, any form of scientific inquiry will at least be objective or will result in an objective picture of the world. On the other hand, we have a number of arguments, the most prominent being the knowledge argument, which plausibly shows that there's no place for experience or qualia in the world as described in purely objective terms. If Nagel and Williams are right, that any form of scientific inquiry will yield a description of the world in objective terms, the knowledge argument is nothing less than a negative argument to the effect of the naturalistic project with respect to the consciousness will not succeed. If what is at issue is the limits of the naturalist project, why is the debate so often construed as a metaphysical debate rather than a debate about the limits of inquiry? In answer to this question, we need to sharply divorce the background metaphysical framework within which the problem of philosophy of mind find their expression and the problems themselves. Physicalism is the background metaphysical assumption against which the problem of philosophy of mind are posed and discussed. Given that assumption, the question of the limits of the naturalistic project just as the question of whether there can be experience in a world that is totally physical. Nevertheless, when properly understood, the problem that philosophers of mind are interested in is not with the framework themselves, and to that extent are not metaphysical. Thus, the common phrase metaphysics of mind is misleading. The case for physicalism. Having considered one side of the truth question, I will turn to the other. What is the reason there is for believing for physicalism? The first thing to say when considering the truth of physicalism is that we live in an overwhelming physicalist and materialist intellectual culture. The result is that as things currently stand, the standards of argumentation required to persuade someone of the truth of physicalism are much lower than the standards required to persuade someone of its negation. However, while it might be difficult to assess dispassionately the arguments for and against physicalism, there's still something we should endeavor to do. Here I will review two arguments that are commonly thought to establish the truth of physicalism. What unites the arguments is that each takes something from the physicalist world picture, which we considered previously, and tries to establish the metaphysical this of physicalism. The first argument is the argument from causal closure. The first premise of this argument is the thesis of the causal closure of the physical. That is the thesis that every event which has a cause has a physical cause. The second premise is that mental events cause physical events. The third premise of the argument is the principle of causation that is often called the exclusion principle. The correct formulation of the exclusion principle is a matter of some controversy, but a formulation that is both simple and plausible is the following. The exclusion principle: if an event E causes an event E star, then there is no event E number such that E number is non-supervenient on E and E number causes E star. The conclusion of this argument is that mental events are supervenient on physical events, or more briefly, that physicalism is true. For of course, if the thesis of causal closure is true, then behavioral events have physical causes, and if mental events also cause behavioral events, then they must supervene on physical if the exclusion principle is true. The argument from causal closure is perhaps dominant argument for physicalism in the literature today, but it's somewhat unclear whether it is successful. One response for the anti-physicalist is to reject the second premise and to adopt a version of what is called epiphenomenalism, the view that mental events are caused by and yet do not cause physical events. The argument against this position is usually called epistemological. A different sort of response is to reject the causal principles on which the argument is based, as against the exclusion principle. For example, is often pointed out that certain events are overdetermined. A more searching response is to project the very idea of causal closure on the grounds perhaps that causation plays no role in a mature portrayal of the world. Once again, however, the promise of this response is more imagined than real. While it is true that many sciences do not explicitly use the notion of causation, it is extremely unlikely that they do not imply that various causal claims are true. The second argument for physicalism is what I call the argument from methodological naturalism. The first premise of this argument is that it is rational to be guided in one's metaphysical commitments by the methods of natural science. Lying behind this premise are the arguments of Quine and others that metaphysics should not be approached in a way that is distinct from the sciences, but should rather be thought of as continuous with it. The second premise of the argument is that, as a matter of fact, the metaphysical picture of the world that one is led to by the methods of natural science is physicalism. The conclusion is that it is rational to believe in physicalism, or more briefly, that physicalism is true. The argument from methodological naturalism has received somewhat less attention in the literature than the argument from causal closure, but it seems just as persuasive, in fact, rather more so. For how might one respond to it? One possibility is to reject the first premise, but this is not something that most people are attracted to. The other possibility is to reject the second premise. However, physicalism can clearly be stated. Admittedly, this is a big if. It is not terribly clear what this would amount to or what motivation for it would be. In the first place, our earlier discussion shows that physicalism is not inconsistent with explanatory autonomy of various sciences, so that one should not reject physicalism merely because one cannot see how to reduce those sciences to others. In the second place, while it is perfectly true that there are examples of non-physicalist approaches to the world, this is besides the point. The second premise of the argument of methodological naturalism does not deny that other views are possible. It simply says that physicalism is the most likely view at the moment. Finally, one might be inclined to appeal to arguments such as knowledge argument to show that physicalism is false, and hence that methodological naturalism could not show that physicalism is false. Hence, however, this suggestion represents a sort of confusion about the knowledge argument. As we saw above, is successful. The knowledge argument suggests not simply that physicalism is false, but that any approach to the world that is compatible with methodological materialism is false. But if that is not so, it is mistaken to suppose that the knowledge argument gives one any reason to endorse anti-physicalism, if that is supposed to be a position compatible with methodological naturalism. Okay, so that was long. Appreciate whoever stuck with me. Anyone watched this, hope they gain from these readings. And I'm doing my due diligence I didn't give much commentary because a lot to cover. Passover is coming. I wanted to get through as much material as I could in the first half of this series, and hopefully that will be enough that over Passover I'll do a video on the multiple truth hypothesis that will kind of be a wrap up of the first half of the series, and the second half of the series will be more technical. So we've covered most of the main philosophical history, starting like from Kant, and today covered rationalism and empiricism, which I could have covered earlier. But, the Kant, the neo-Kantians, the Vienna Circle, logical positivism, to today the current main views of physicalism and logical empiricism, and a lot of other topics like Hilbert's axiomatization, unity, and today also just to think about scientific progress. Uh, all very important, and just a lot of material, a lot of stuff. Doing my due diligence. I want to get this stuff right. I said philosophy of science is not a well-studied field. Most people are unfamiliar with these ideas. Most people don't know that these ideas are important to think about. And so, people just talk, people just assume things. They haven't done their homework. So Duvid's here. I'm doing my homework. I'm doing it publicly. I spent a lot of time like reading through this, using the highlighting software, and also reading the original material, like pounding through books, catch up on my reading. And, hopefully after Passover, I'll continue the series. I hope to also do Ask the Rabbi. We'll see what's happening with Jennifer. Maybe she'll join me in my multiple truth hypothesis overview stream next week, and we'll see what's happening with Week in Review. Hopefully, doing this due diligence and going through all this material will allow Week in Review to become a better program, more grounded, like progress in terms of well formulating theories and thoughts, and within the current paradigms. So, yeah, I'm exhausted. It's been a long time, over 5 hours today. I wanted to cover. I actually originally wanted to do measurement also, but that's going to be way beyond my means. So appreciate everyone who tuned in. I will, add the timestamps soon, and have a good holidays. Happy Passover. The holidays coming up, or spring break, or good things coming. Engineering conferences are coming, and so we'll see what's happening. So I'm going to sign off. God bless. Have a great night.